because I'm like, okay, the next step for me is gonna be to try like vegan cheese, and I'd like to know if like blue cheese, for example, taste if it exists like vegan blue cheese, if
Are
it
you
tastes
before?
as
Yeah.
good as the
Are you into
what?
Parmesan as well?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Parmesan. Are you into Parmesan? Do you like
Oh,
Parmesan?
yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, so first of all, I think this is like a psychological warning. When you look for alternatives, you shouldn't have the expectation that it matches it like one to one, right? I mean, it should approximate it, but it shouldn't be like, I don't think you should have the attitude, well, all right, this should replace it like one to one. I mean, if you go with this perfect expectations, then yeah, you may get like disappointed. But so I take usually like why I was asking about like Parmesan, I use like nutritional yeast, right? So I find it pretty tasty. I use like nutritional yeast on my salad or on my chili sin carne. You know, it's pretty good. I mean, obviously it's not like Parmesan, but it's pretty good. I never actually tried like the true quote unquote vegan Parmesan. Never tried it, but I tried vegan cheese, and yeah, I think it's pretty good. But yeah, nutritionally, they're made out of coconut oil, so you shouldn't view it also as a health food necessarily.
Yeah,
Uh, uh,
nutritionally,
Okay.
vegan cheese is terrible for different reasons than the non-vegan cheese, but nonetheless.
You're
yeah, but
vegan.
having said that, I think yeah, you can occasionally like enjoy it, but you could in principle, or not just in principle, but also in practice, you can also do it on your own. Now it takes a bit more time, and if I'm not mistaken, they usually do it with yeah, with cashews. I'm not sure if you could do it with tofu. Now, if you can do it with tofu in some way, that would be amazing and very healthy and also protein rich.
Yeah, that
Again,
would
would
be,
would
but it's just impossible. I think. I think the
yeah,
curd doesn't bind to flavor when you create tofu.
yeah,
I tried.
yeah,
Okay.
It's just not happening. What you can
yeah, but
do
yeah,
though, what you can do is ferment the tofu in lactobacillus, and then it becomes
yeah,
like stinky cheese, and then you can use that tofu in your like starch or cashew cheese for the flavor, and then it also like bumps the protein profile and the flavor profile very much. Someone I would actually recommend following if you are interested in creating like vegan cheeses is Sauce Stash. He's not vegan, but he's a pretty good culinary plant-based kind of person. I can find his YouTube if you want.
Nice.
Where
Yeah.
where do
so
you get
this is like nutritional yeast, and I love it also.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um,
The,
yeah, this one is not like fortified with B12, but I don't give a fuck, so it's okay. I mean,
I
uh,
think vegan cheese is I'm sorry, vegan nooch is like brilliant, but it doesn't get to the very. I love cheesy cheese, or I used to. So getting to that level, it gives you that slight flavor of vegan cheese, but it doesn't give you the full stronger one. If you
yeah,
add, I'm losing my voice. I'm so sorry. But if you add in monosodium glutamate and a bit more salt, that boosts it up. So you can pretty much get that. But yeah, there's something called Cathedral City in the UK. If anyone's interested, you can get that, and it's a really good vegan cheese. It
wait,
takes
where do you
exactly
get
as good.
lactobacillus?
I think you can order it actually if I'm not. It's like a bacteria, right? Lactobacillus. Yeah, I think you do it like to ferment like beans to
Mm.
tempeh, if I'm not mistaken.
You're a scientist, Clem. Working out, okay? Jeez.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
She's so rude to me all the time.
Yeah, but tempeh is
Uh,
also very healthy. You know, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's super, super healthy.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, the fermentation actually, a lot of people, especially like meat eaters, they don't know this when they want to transition. Fermentation and soaking and sprouting, and obviously also cooking, but especially fermentation makes actually plants very like digestible, and it actually also allows like the micronutrients to be like better absorbed, like zinc, selenium, even iron. Yeah. So with fermentation, it's a great thing. Or
Yeah.
sprouting. Yeah.
Anyone into sauerkraut? I love sauerkraut. It's one of my favorite foods.
Or kimchi. Yeah.
Really, oh kimchi. Oh yeah, so good. And it's
Yeah.
Try it.
it's a fun hobby as well. You know.
Kimchi actually goes good with pasta marinara.
Mm. Mm. Even my brother, who refuses to go vegan, just loves all the sort of like vegan food I make for him. So his favorite is kimchi that I make. But yeah, just amazingly simple to make.
But it's probably not like real kimchi because
Mm.
you're British, so
What? Bacteria is bacteria.
Yeah, it's too spicy for me, Clam. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, because of the spice. Yeah, maybe, maybe.
Yeah, she's
Well, who
It is good, right?
you
It's a good.
bullied
you
again.
don't eat
product.
spicy?
British people technically we like a nice curry, but like when we have curry, it's very unspiced. So other people
Speak
in
for yourself, Twisted.
well, Tones knows. Some people. I'm talking typically like a lot of people are very in the UK that we technically don't have a lot of spicy food. We'll get drunk on a Saturday night and eat the hot. We'll be like, give us the spiciest food you've got, and then we'll spend 6 days worrying about, why our insides are burning. So yeah, we're not too good at spicy foods.
Right.
20
Well, I
pints
love
in the Vindaloo.
Yeah, Sindaloo.
But I haven't found like a very affordable way to eat like very spicy, because like if I purchase like powder, like it's like I actually ordered like for 30 euros like powder. It's not so much actually, but yeah, it's very spicy and I love it. It fits well
Yeah.
with like with vegan chili. Yeah, I was trying like Trinidad Scorpion or like the Ghost chili, pretty good actually.
Oof.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That
Maybe
would-
I'm considering actually growing my own peppers at one point, but I'm a complete like noob when it comes down to like growing plants. So, yeah.
Yeah, ghost pepper would destroy me at this point. I'm too old. I would I'd go on fire like a vampire, as they say.
But kimchi is good.
yeah, good spicy kimchi is good.
Mm-hmm. What's spicy in Texas at the moment then, Clem? What's good there? What do you fancy?
Hmm. Well, since we live near the border, like we get a lot of good Tex-Mex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That
What's
can
in
be pretty spicy.
Mm-hmm. What's in that? Because I'm, British and therefore a bit illiterate when it comes to these things. So they're like, I'm guessing it's just like chilies
Oh
and
no. Where is it?
vegetables and beans and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of our food we have at Tex-Mex restaurants are like Mexican rice, enchiladas, refried beans,
Okay.
quesadillas, salsa, chips and salsa, guac.
Okay.
And then since it's Tex-Mex, a lot of them like to have like French fries as a side.
I mean, as close as I get, it's like my mates go for a curry. I like the spicy potato wedges. But, I'm not a big spice guy, you know. I eat bread sauce and potatoes, and you know, I'm Welsh, so stodgy food is what I eat.
Why is Axel sleeping on stream? What's
Yeah.
going on?
He said he was going to sleep an hour ago, and then he came back on, argued with some flat earthers, and now he's having a nap again on stream.
He went to the Flat Earth channel about 9 hours, 10 hours ago when I went to bed. He's been in my mind.
He went in there, he got server muted, and then came back up here, and now he's having a nap. So
Oh, poor guy. He's been here for like weeks. Just straight up all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
doing
You should be careful not to get like a burnout.
That's true. Yeah, Chip.
A real thing.
Yeah, Chip made a really good video
Yeah,
about
I've
it.
seen it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's for real. Yeah, a
How
lot of
can he
people I know are
sleep?
very passionate.
How can he sleep with light on his head?
Vivian,
Oh,
now
hello,
you've
sleepyhead.
woken
What's
him-
up?
You've woken him up now. How do you
Oh,
feel
I'm
about
sorry.
that?
It's my rudeness. My rudeness woke Axel up.
It's your voice that did it, Karen.
No, I was up anyway. I was just like closing my eyes.
We can't hear you, baby. Go brush your teeth and wake up. Or go back to sleep,
Wait,
goddammit.
anyway, I was just okay.
Head pats, sleepy. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the permission.
We got you, bud.
How can you sleep with everybody chattering? How can you do that?
Do you know
Oh,
what?
it's ASMR. It's ASMR.
Yeah.
How
I
is
hope
it?
to do it.
BPM.
I actually
How many-
listen to debates. Listen to debates before I go to bed.
Me too.
You
It's-
people are crazy. Oh, you just
It's
don't
not
have
even
like
about,
sleeping
like,
disorders.
BPM. I just don't think you know how many hours I put in this. This is just noise now. Like
Yeah, VPM, you'll love this. I sometimes at the same, I go to sleep sometime when you're doing like morning streams, and I'll put you on in the background and like fall asleep, and then I'll wake up like an hour later. Some comments, and then go back
Thanks
to
for the
sleep.
watch hours, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not like a bad thing. It's just like I just love having like passionate conversations in the background. Just it's reassuring for some reason. Well, it's my autistic brain. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, sometimes I will join a VC just to sleep.
Jesus
Oh yeah.
Christ.
Well, you snore a lot though, Clams.
No, I don't. I do not. I never sleep.
Oh, we have to mute you all the time for snoring. I'm so sorry.
No.
love it.
Snoring is gross. Therefore, I don't do it.
It's like
It's
saying,
really-
pooping is gross, therefore I don't do it.
It's really deep. It's like it's disgusting, Clement.
No, that's how you snore. That's how you snore.
But yeah, some people just really do. Hey, said he's back. Hey, certified. But yeah, some people really do just like come on stream and then just start snoring. But yeah, I just love the background noise of passionate people talking about veganism. So yeah.
That's insane to me. I'm like, if I pop in here, which I've been doing lately, like towards sleep, like too close to sleep, I'm like, it actually reduces my sleep quality,
Oh.
which is already shit anyways. So I'm fucking myself by doing this.
I'm gonna
used
sound like an incel, but I like to join a VC and hear girls talk in it
Mhm.
because it really makes me like relaxed and chill.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of
So
cute
like I
though.
fall asleep.
I still I used to listen to Sky Jack Morgan. He would stream for like 6 or 7 hours long back in the day, and it was just I just put him on in the background, and like he's very calming. He's got like such a soothing voice, even though how passionate it is, and I just nod off to him. It was like brilliant. Yeah, he was my favorite ASMR guy.
Who's that? Sorry, I missed who the person is. I missed whom you're talking about.
Oh, Sky Morgan, Jack Morgan.
Really? He's yelly as fuck. Sorry to say.
No.
Which is, same, but I'm just saying it's kind of weird what you're just saying right now.
No, I was just saying he's very relaxing to listen to, But, oh my
You're
goodness.
weird, twisted.
I know,
But I guess we knew that by your name alone, that you're twisted.
Well, there you go. I think our names do have some power there, yeah. I think Twisted. I used to be called Twisted Hippie. So, a little different there, but I'll take the hippie out.
Anybody not vegan here who would like to have a conversation with Twisted? Maybe.
Yeah.
Shit, I'll even have a debate while I'm like half awake.
ASMR sleepy debates. That could be a new thing. Let's invent some stuff.
I guess if nobody's here, we can have like a mock debate to make Axel fall asleep, back asleep.
When people say,
I've only been half asleep this whole time.
Why don't you go to sleep? Why don't you take off the fucking ear thingies and go to sleep, to actual sleep?
I had 4 hours of sleep.
That's
4
not
hours
enough.
of
That's
sleep.
not human. You're vegan, so you're a mutant. But
there you go,
still.
okay. Supercharged. Carbohydrate supercharged. But yeah, VPM, I was going to say, I can't do, when you say, well, let's take the opposite versions of the vegan argument. You be the non-vegan. I literally can't do it. And I can't. And I'm like, I should be able to like steelman them pretty well, but I just can't do it. I can.
I'm pretty good at it as well.
Oh, okay. Who wants to take on VPM? Go on, Clemmy.
As the non-vegan?
Yeah. No, well, yeah. Well, VPM will be the non-vegan. You can be the vegan. Go on. Let's see how it works out.
I can try,
no.
right? Sorry, go on.
Said no.
Oh, so no. Okay.
We had a guy in here earlier who was just saying the most insane stuff. They were saying stuff like, everything boiled down to I just don't care.
Yeah.
But it was they were just biting the bullets on like PDFs and all sorts of weird shit.
Well,
Just,
those kind of people you just can't talk to, can you? Like, you just have to wait for them to die. How else are you gonna... What else are you gonna say when somebody says, I don't give a shit about anybody but myself? What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Convince them to care about people? Why? How? If everything you present to them is like, would you save a drowning person, even though you know they wouldn't be able to save you back if you were drowning? And the answer, no. What are you going to do? Just laugh at them and move on.
Yeah, that was my position too. I was just like, he was like, convince me. I'm like, well, everything I say is going to fall flat because the goalposts are insane. I think I just have moral judgment against you. You're actually a psychopath. And other people were trying. I think Twilight was doing really well, trying to convince them, but it's just an insane idea, And I often think they're just lying as well. You can't believe that. you know.
I mean,
But-
yeah, like I'm one of the most hopeful people on earth, right? Basically, at this point, because my claim is that everybody, of course, there are like exceptions. There must be, always are, but everybody is trying to be a good person. That it's like one of the biggest goals people have in themselves is being a good people. Because even people who like steal like from banks and shit, they are rationalizing it to be a good deed, right? Hitler thought he was doing a good deed, right? So everybody's trying to be good. Some people maybe like if they're saying, yeah, I'm just gonna resign to being a bad person, I'm just a piece of shit, that's all right. It's one of the it's cogdies, basically. They are accepting this state of being a piece of shit so that they don't have to change, because changing is the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, mate, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah.
Joe, you want to talk? You hot micing very awfully, but we can have a conversation if you want. Joe, what do you think about animals?
You there, mate? Joe.
Oh, yeah, you guys talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, actually, I've been to this channel a lot, and I talked to about this, many times before. I think that Axel remember me. I don't know if he does, but I already give my opinion, so I think it's has no meaning, so I say it again.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you, there's not much going on. If you want to have another conversation, maybe we can have different ideas on things and explore it again.
The thing is, I was curious if you can be vegan and you take the amount of protein you have every day. Yeah, you need. I mean, and someone answered me and said you can, but you have to eat more, and stuff like this. So
Well, that's the wrong answer, actually. It's not that you're going to have to eat more. First of all, what does that mean? More calories? No, that's not
Yeah.
correct. More volume? Yeah, probably. Probably that's correct. But that's a good thing, because more volume means more fiber and shit like that. I'm sharing my screen, right? This is what I show to people who are not convinced about protein, usually, right? So let me know when you're watching.
yes, but vegan protein is not like animal protein, because you can only absorb like 40% of it. Or I know 50%, but you cannot absorb 100% of this protein. You understand?
Yeah. What did you base this opinion on?
Uh-huh.
How did
What
you
is
reach
that?
this conclusion?
I did not reach this conclusion. I just searched about it.
Well, knowledge
to
comes from
multiple
somewhere. So
things.
how did you get this knowledge?
Okay. First one who told me this information was my coach. I don't know if it's true. I don't know, but
Coach
a lot
of
of people
what?
told me the same information over and over, so I'm convinced.
Yeah, coach of what?
Jim,
Gym. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So what if he's wrong? Like, because like gym coaches don't necessarily study nutrition. What if he's wrong? Are you going to change your mind if I show you that he's wrong, actually?
it just, I don't know. I mean, you can explain to me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Just like there is a thing that happens to us people. It happens to everybody, so it's not like I'm dogging on you, right? Somebody of some authority towards you said something, and it becomes this like unchangeable belief that you will not
it's
be able to
it's
change.
Not like when he said that, I'm convinced 100%, but I did not hear it from only one person. I heard it from a lot of people over years. So
Yeah.
I think this is true, isn't it?
No. So again, this is what happens sometimes, right? Like falsehood assimilates into our lives, into society, so staunchly that we are not capable of changing our minds. And I think that's a terrible way to live, frankly. I think we should be able to change our minds once
I'm able to change
evidence.
my mind.
Sorry?
If I am convinced, I will change my mind. It's not like
Okay.
I have a tough mind in this.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. That's what I'm checking, because some people will say no, and then, the
No.
conversation stops, right? We can't do anything about a person who holds a belief that is unchangeable. That's just zealotry.
No, it's not like a belief.
Yeah.
It's just I heard it from a lot of people. So
Yeah.
just
yeah,
in my
yeah.
mind.
I'm aware. I used to think this as well, and then now we have actual evidence that it's wrong. So you're watching my stream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's start with the basic, right? Because sometimes people say that plant protein is not complete or something like that. Well, that's not actually true, because if you see here on top, so those are animal foods like eggs, milk, salmon, chicken, beef, pork. And they have all the 9 essential amino acids, obviously, right? And then you look at legume, beans, lentils, peas, and they also have all 9 essential amino acids. Same goes for grains, nuts, vegetables, even fruits. They have all 9 essential amino acids in them, and mushrooms as well, right? There are some things that are not on this chart, things like tofu, seitan. So those are TVP, textured vegetable protein. So those are the best proteins, vegan proteins, if you want the most protein per calorie, right? And now we have progressed to research in humans. So the thing that is permeating the society, saying, well, plant proteins are not as bioavailable, the conception results from testing on animals mostly. And that thing, when we test on animals, that doesn't usually translate to humans that well, especially when it comes to nutrition. It only translates in 5% of cases or something like that. But now we have human intervention studies. So in this study, for instance, that I'm showing, high protein plant-based versus protein matched omnivorous diet thing, right? So they split people into 2 groups. One group was given an omnivorous diet and an omnivorous whey protein, like protein isolate. The other group was given a vegan diet or plant-based diet and a plant-based protein isolate, soy isolate, I think. And then they told them to train, right, to lift weights. The conclusion is that as long as they're getting enough protein, which is in this case 1.6 grams per kilogram per day, the exclusively plant-based diet, 100% plant-based diet with a protein isolate, soy protein isolate, is not different than protein-matched mixed diet.
Yeah,
so
it's kind of higher if
Sorry?
It's higher, not a big percent, but it's the amount of protein that vegans have to take. It's higher than normal people does.
But this proves that it's not, and I have 3 more studies proving the same thing. No, you see, you're in the mind of unchanging, right? You heard this thing that vegans should eat.
Not the mind of unchanging, but
yeah. So listen up, right? So this says as long as you have 1.6 grams per kilogram of body weight per day, it doesn't matter if you are eating an omnivorous diet and taking an omnivorous protein isolate, or you eat a vegan diet and take a vegan protein isolate. The strength and the muscle size are the same at the end. So this proves to us that there is no difference in bioavailability. So it was bullshit, right? It was bullshit based on mice, right? They fed a bunch of food to mice and it doesn't translate to humans. This shows a similar conclusion on protein in elderly, because in elderly people it's very important for them to get enough protein, right? So it's important to see if vegans can grow old and stay vegan, right? So the conclusion is, again, a well-balanced vegan diet providing a variety of plant-based protein sources does not compromise daily MPS rates when compared with an isocaloric, means the same caloric content, isonitrogenous, so the same vitamin and mineral content, omnivorous diet in physically active older adults. So as long as you're active and you're eating enough protein, it doesn't matter what protein you eat. It doesn't matter what diet you eat, right? This is what it shows. This study was actually conducted and paid for by the meat industry. So this is completely unbiased. You can't say, well, vegans made this study. No, the meat industry paid for it. And the conclusion is, I guess, is isonitrogenous, meaning, again, as long as all the vitamins and minerals are met. Meals containing a moderate serving of total protein from food, providing complete, complementary, or incomplete essential amino acids. So even if the plant-based food is a quote-unquote incomplete protein, acid profile do not differentially stimulate muscle protein synthesis after a meal and daily. This means that there is no difference between stimulation of muscle. Sorry?
If you saying the connection was spotty, if you're saying something important, just read again. Sorry.
Oh, sure, no problem. So, I don't know where you cut off. So this was paid by the meat industry, this study, right? And it shows that as long as you get enough vitamins and minerals, as long as you get enough protein, again, so they matched again foods, plant-based foods and animal-based foods. And it shows do not differentially stimulate muscle protein synthesis after a meal and daily. So there is no difference, is what they're saying. You can eat plant-based protein or you can eat animal-based protein. The same. They come out the same. This was again.
Just slow down a bit.
Oh yeah.
No, just go down. Just please.
Sure.
Yeah. That's high. But no other difference in dietary intakes. This a lot of calculates. It's a lot, you know.
It's a lot.
Not just me sometimes. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Like, don't worry about it, but like, I can also give you the link to this and you can check all the 4 studies. And by the way, human intervention studies are higher on the hierarchy of science than rat studies. So even though we have a lot of rat studies, this is more important to human health, to human ability to digest protein. And this 4 studies is a lot, right? It's a 4 RCTs, so intervention studies. It's a lot to show that actually there is no difference between them.
But, you know, the amount of amino acids in the vegan diet are not the same, right?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, yeah.
I just showed you this, right? Were you not convinced about this?
Just listen to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
You take B12?
Yeah, sure. That has nothing to do with protein. Are you changing? Hold on. Are you changing the subject?
I know, but it's a vitamin in, you know.
Are you changing the subject? Are you changing the subject from protein to B12? I just want to know, Joe, hold on. I just want to know, because we are having a conversation about protein, and now you're talking about B12. Are you changing the subject?
We're talking about diet in general, not only about protein. You understand?
Well, so far we've been talking about protein. Food. And you made 1 second ago, you said, well, the amino acid profile is not the same, right? And that was after I showed you this chart where it says, yeah, it is the same. All 9 essential amino acids are present in all plant sources.
I'm just trying to, you know, to give you everything that I was I don't know if it's wrong or not. I just wanted to correct me. It's not like I'm telling you. I'm not telling you the subject. You
Yeah, sure.
understand?
Yeah, that's fine. As long as so we're done with protein, you want to
So,
move on to B12,
uh-huh.
right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. So what's the question? What's the claim?
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can I maybe try to provide you with the question that were usually asked about B12?
Okay.
Yeah. So the question is usually twofold. Some people claim that you can't get B12 on a plant-based diet, which is blatantly worse. You just take a supplement. And the other claim is usually, well, if you take a supplement, then it's not a good diet or whatever, right? And to that one, I would say, well, the animals that people usually eat are supplemented with B12. So actually everybody is taking a B12 supplement. They're just doing it through the animal and not taking the pill directly. And therefore, the statement that our diet is bad somehow is just blatantly false. Because everybody takes their B12 from a supplement these days. Should actually add this to my site.
That's what I'm eating. Yes, sir.
I should add it here. Anybody else has any questions?
Yes, boys. How is the weather?
Hi, what's up? It's mildly boiling right now. It's gonna become moderately boiling later. But it's not as bad as you guys have in Europe, Jesus Christ.
So hot here at the moment. It's absolutely, I think it's like 27 here. I don't know what it is with Balak, but heavy, as they say in Wales.
It's pretty windy outside and it's cloudy. Oh, I'm in luck.
You have an actual breeze. That's amazing. We don't have anything here. It's still and horrible. But it's still early, so it's going to get warmer.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
All right. Speaking to Australians about hot weather, they're just like 27 degrees. That's like what? It's a morning winter for me. Yeah.
Well, maybe if you didn't whinge about it being like 21, bro.
21 was hot. It's 26 right now for me, which is unbelievably too much. But yeah.
I whinge on the other end. Anything below 20 is fucking cold.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
My friend Natalie's from Georgia, and she's like 22's room temperature, and I'm like, bloody hell, it's a hot summer's day for us.
It was 26 today.
26. Yeah, it's about that now here. Too much.
Wait, what is that? Google Maps changed. Oh, I'm just reading some news. Google Maps changed a name of a place to this. I put it in the side channel. What?
Is that Trump changed things again?
I don't know what it is, but it says that a street name was changed. And I'm not sure why it's this.
Wait, what the fuck is SXWM?
That's a street name.
Oh.
That's a street name?
Yeah, look. If you zoom out, you'll see it's Vancouver, Canada.
Oh. Interesting.
Wait, but like the X, the W, the M, the E, the Russian F, the K. That's a street name.
Seems like it.
That doesn't even make sense though, like, because like the S is a Czech letter, and then the delta symbol is like.
Doesn't matter, but
So, Dog Holiday, we don't act as if plants are less valuable. They are less valuable because they are not sentient. Do you know what that means? Our moral grandstanding is justified because we avoid as many sentient deaths as possible. That's not even what veganism is, but that's what you are asking about. So do you understand what sentience means? Because if not, I can show you. Don't hide them, Tone. Let them say how pretty I look. I'm waiting just for you. I've stopped my stream, so you better answer me. It's a simple question. Do you or do you not know what sentience is? I'm here to advocate for the non-verbal life you people eat. Do you or do you not know what sentience is? It's a yes or no question. Do you know what sentience is? There is only 4-second delay, so you better answer me quickly. I've stopped the stream for you. You wanted my attention, you got it, so now better answer my question. No? No answer to my question? Do you think we have all the understanding of what is sentient? For the most part, in plants, definitely. In animals, there are still a few question marks. But in plants, yes, we have an understanding of what sentient is. But that's not an answer to my question, is it? Do you know what sentience actually is? Do you know what sentience is? Yes or no? Do you know what sentience is? Or I'm gonna fucking ban you. Don't ignore my questions. I've stopped the stream just for you. Answer me right now, or I'm gonna fucking ban you. Well, then you're a gibberish generator. I'm gonna ban you. You're not even answering my fucking question. Do you know what sentience is? Yes or no? Last chance. Last chance. Oh, I'll ban you. Okay, that's not a problem. Remove. Oh, no, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Fuck me. Well, I can't actually ban you right now. I can just put you in 24-hour timeout. Enjoy it. I'll ban you later. People prefer being banned than answer a simple question. How dishonest.
It gets rid of my credibility.
Or like someone who's flown first seat in an airplane.
No.
Probably more qualified people than me.
Yeah, certified's the person they kick out the back of the plane. He just happens to have a Persian on.
Wait, does he fly in the front seat?
Okay, hold up. Certified, say a cool quote.
I don't know, man. I'm not fucking.
Flying over the ocean is pretty sick, innit?
Yeah, that's about all I have.
Anyway, any non-vegans in the chat want to talk about veganism?
Losers.
It's only me.
It's unbelievable. That is shocking.
Are you convinced of veganism, or Joe?
Oh, what?
Are you convinced that you should be vegan?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not convinced, but you know,
I don't think that currently I can be vegan.
And what's the reason?
It would be stupid if I said it, actually.
Tell me. I'm interested.
Okay. Actually, my parents will not allow me.
Parents will not allow you. Oh, post.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
How old are you, can I ask?
I'm 17.
17. So, like, in 1 year, you become an adult, right?
yes, actually.
Well,
Yeah.
Also, just can you stop like moving your mic? It's really irritating. Your voice keeps changing. It's really annoying.
Sorry.
That's all right. So, in about 1 year, you become like a full-grown man who can go to war and stuff, right?
Yes.
So, if we convince you that you should go vegan in 1 year, you would go vegan, yes?
Yes. Maybe I will put it in consideration. Yes.
Yeah,
No,
and until then, you could just reduce your. You could not tell your parents that you want to go vegan. What you could do is just reduce your animal products intake, even to zero, without giving them the explanation. That right?
But someone, said that someone gave an example of what I'm doing, that I'm killing babies, but I'm not killing them, every often.
Sorry, can you talk into the mic here, because it's like.
Oh. I answered this. I did say this answer before, and someone said, I don't know who is. I think his name was Dinkus. So I don't know. He said that the same example for what I am doing, that I am killing babies, but I'm not doing it very often.
Well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. But
So-
I'm trying to meet you where you are, right? I'm trying to be charitable and like empathetic towards your position. So I'm asking, right? So you could, like, if your parents would incredibly disapprove of you going vegan, what you could do is just go plant-based and not tell them. You just eat plant foods that they also buy anyways, and not eat the animal products that they also buy.
So when I sit in the table, in the dinner, and I am in front of them, when they see me not eating the same food as they do, they would ask. You understand?
Yeah, and you can tell them something like,
So
well,
if
it makes me
if they
feel
tell me
queasy.
this, they will notice.
Yeah.
I know, because they are not stupid. They will know that I am doing something.
Yeah, you can tell them what
So-
you're doing. You can tell them. It makes me feel queasy. Which once you go vegan, it actually does. Makes you feel really weird when you see non-vegan food. But
Just-
also,
just
as I
all
said,
about the
right,
vegan thing.
Joe,
It's not,
hold on.
Common in my country, not common on
Well,
where
that
I
doesn't
live.
matter. You could be the first vegan in your country. You would be doing the morally right thing, even if your country does the morally wrong thing. What other people do is of no consequence to what you should do, right? Remember that thing that parents say, well, if your friends jumped off a building, would you jump off as well? Well, it really applies
No.
here, right? So what that the entire country around you is doing this incredibly immoral thing? You can be the one person standing straight, standing with your head high and doing the right thing. It doesn't matter what your country does.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah. Well, I'm right. I just have to convince you that I'm right.
Yeah.
So what's not convincing so far? You've had a couple of conversations now, not just about nutrition, but about ethics, I assume, right?
Yeah, I talked about this a lot. So actually, all my all my questions got answered. So I don't think that I will ask a different question right now.
Well, maybe Felix can talk to you a little bit once he's not deafened. about other stuff as well. But for now, let's maybe for now let's maybe talk to somebody else, Joe, and you stick around if you want to, okay? Because maybe you'll get answers for questions you didn't even think of yet. Oh, what's up, Val, you pretty thing? Ah, so handsome, god damn it.
What's up?
Yeah.
All good?
You know, I'm alive, so.
You're alive.
Yeah.
But are you sentient?
I am sentient. I just had somebody in my chat making the claim that plants are also sentient.
I love it when they do that.
Yeah.
So,
Oh no,
such a good
actually,
argument.
oh no, sorry, I'm lying. What they were saying is that they are here. Listen to that. This genuine hero. They are here to defend life, not sentience. Well, you know. Anybody else wants to have a conversation? What's up, Nova?
So,
Yeah, not too bad. What's up, Solel? Solel? How are we saying that name? Is that all right? Solel. I just gave 3 versions of that name.
I didn't put enough milk in my porridge. Tragic.
What's happening?
I didn't put enough milk in my porridge.
What's
It's
up?
too like.
In this channel, you have to say vegan milk.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? We've got to keep
Same fucking
everyone-
thing, cunt. Fuck me.
Everyone, yeah, I hate having to. Everyone's got to say vegan before everything. I'd love to live in a world where we don't have to do that anymore.
Fuck that. Anyway, it's like too not dry. I don't know the word to describe it.
So Jamie Moreno, what's up? I've muted the stream just to have a conversation with you. So listen, I appreciate you sharing your experience with us, but morally speaking, your aversion to flesh is not the thing that matters, because morality is about the other, right? It's the beings that our actions, our decisions apply to or interact with. And in case of all animal products, not just meat, it's incredibly detrimental to the animals who are farmed for those products to have them farmed. So usually as vegans, we have conversations about morality and not just about individual feelings, because the individual feelings, they change, as simple as that, right? You can change a certain food to another food, and your experience of that food, like your experience in general, can change a little bit. And then it becomes normal again, right? So, but also like veganism is about, plainly speaking, it's about rejecting the selfishness and doing something for the beings who are impacted by our actions. And in this case, it's trillions of sentient animals on Earth. If you look at my chart, this is how many animals are killed every single day. So almost 1 million cows, 1.4 million goats, 1.7 million sheep, 3.8 million pigs, 12 million dogs, 202 million chickens every single day, and hundreds of millions of fish. And that's just slaughter. We're not even talking about the exploitation that some of those animals endured in their lifetime in farms. So please, your experience does matter, but not as much as your consideration of the animals.
or anything?
Not that I'm aware of. No. So right now, my muscles are very sore, but because I also increased again the volume a little bit yesterday, and I also tried like 1 or 2 new exercises, just because I want to have like a bit of enjoyment in my workout. Yeah. So right now I'm very sore, but I still managed to walk today 15 kilometers still, so like 2.5 hours. So yeah.
Okay. So
I have,
when you
yeah, I have like close to 20K steps
now
already.
recovering. What? You did what?
Yeah, I have already like 20K steps.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Yeah. So what's your question exactly?
Okay, just because I do work out a lot for actually since a pretty young age, so I'm really into into the gym. So I just if I change my diet at any moment, I want to know would happen, what the difference what I would face. Do you
Just hit
understand?
like roughly the same macros and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make sure. I mean, just make sure depending on your current eating patterns. I mean, if you have like very low fiber at the moment, right? You know what fiber is, right?
Uh-huh. Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
like yeah,
Be
yeah.
right back, guys.
So if you at the moment you're not used to eat like a lot of fiber, try to increase it like gradually, right? Because I probably eat like per day, I don't know, like 60 or 70 grams of fiber or so. I don't know. I don't count.
Oh.
But yeah, that might be a lot for like a non-vegan who
Yes,
wants
it's
to.
a lot.
Yeah. So I would try to go easy and obviously like soak them and then cook them like your fibrous foods like beans,
Yeah,
lentils,
I know what
whatever.
fibers are. Just keep going.
Yeah. But other than that, yeah, you just have to make sure to probably also get like some leaner protein sources like tofu,
Okay,
tempeh.
when you are not cutting, I mean, how do you cut? Understand you lowering the body fat percentage. You do actually
calorie, just
you only do a
yeah,
calorie deficit.
just calorie deficit. My recommendation is not to do it extremely unless you have excess amount of body weight on your body. If you're already normal weight, don't do it aggressively. And yeah, just be in a calorie deficit and just be patient.
Uh-huh. It will take longer.
Doesn't matter how many carbohydrates you eat. Like your body will just mobilize the fat stores. It doesn't matter how many carbs. It's really at the end just a numbers game. But I don't recommend just eating crap because you also want to make it sustainable, right? You don't want to suffer, so try to eat foods that satiate you as well.
So okay, but you will not lose muscle, right? Because you only say that you will lower the calorie deficit, but you didn't say that will not eat.
Well, I mean, it's probably inevitable. It depends, but I don't think that if you have like already like leaner, like if you have like a leaner physique, at some point you will lose muscle, right? Even if you have everything dialed in, like let's say, even if you have like high protein intake, even if you work out. I mean, working out is probably one of the most potent
But you will
stimulus.
not lose, but if you
Yeah, dude, you have, let me
you
please,
are cutting, you will not lose
let
a
me
lot of
finish.
muscle.
Let me please finish. Let me please finish.
Okay.
So
Okay, sorry.
yeah, so obviously the most potent stimulus to maintain muscle mass is obviously working out and having like at least moderate amounts of protein, right? During a deficit, it becomes probably even more important. But yeah, I think at some point it will be inevitable that you will probably lose some lean mass. It's inevitable. I mean, if you are lean already, like your body will probably pull a little bit of muscle mass as well. But I wouldn't worry too much. Unless you are doing like aggressive cuts, again, which I don't recommend, because then if a lot of muscles are being lost, you might rebound later, right? Because if you lose too much lean muscle mass, right, your appetite will also like skyrocket, will be high. Yeah.
So you will
don't
take
do
it
it.
slowly, not aggressively. You're saying.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, especially if you're already like normal weight, I would say. If you have like a history of like eating, disordered eating, I would be careful.
No, no. Actually, I've been
Um,
always lean since childhood. I try. I
yeah,
know. I always
I
had
mean, you
trouble
can
eating
do
a
it.
lot. So
Yeah, yeah, you can do it. I mean, you can do like an aggressive cut, but I wouldn't do it like more than just 1 week or so. And when I mean like by aggressive cut, I mean like cutting more than 25% of your total energy
Hmm.
requirement, like 25% and above. I wouldn't do it for very
So
long.
okay. Have you ever tried to get rid of some water in your body? When you're going to. It's the same, right?
So sorry, you cut out there, or it was me. I don't know. Like what were you asking?
I said that when you're trying to get rid of the water in your body, so your muscles can be, more defined, and you can see, the details and muscles. So when you're doing this, you don't
Yeah.
eat a lot of, carbs and stuff. So how do you
No.
do this and on plant-based diet?
Yeah, again, I said it before, right? So, I mean, at some point, right, if you are at the late stages of a diet, right, and if you're trying to lose the last kilos of fat, let's say, right, at some point you also have to cut on carbs because, well, you want to have like protein high anyways. You want to probably cut on fats earlier on because fats are more calorie dense
Uh-huh.
than carbs. But it's not
Hey,
about the carb per se. It's about the calories at the end, you know? Yeah,
I
the
don't know if
carbs
it's true, but
don't matter so much. It's about the calories.
okay. I don't know if this is
So you
true,
can
but I don't know
you can
if it's.
on a vegan diet, what you can do is like you can have like a modified or like a fat adapted version, or like you can say you go a bit lower on your fats. I'm not saying very low, but just reduce a little bit your fat. Keep your carbohydrates, your proteins medium to high, and just run with it like for multiple weeks or months. And then when you stall or when you make no more progress, maybe try to reduce the fat a little bit more, or try to swap out certain carbohydrates. So, for instance, I don't know, like some fruits you could swap out, increase your vegetable intake. I don't know, something like that to decrease your
Uh-huh.
calorie intake. Um,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
I understand.
yeah. So for instance, I don't know, it's like a very little thing, but instead of like eating dried fruits or bananas, I don't know, you could eat like berries or some shit like that to maybe reduce a little bit. It's just like 100 calories maybe, because you don't want to if you want to progress in your weight loss, you don't want to cut out 300 calories right out. Like you want to
No,
do it
but
like step by
in
step.
when you are about to get to a competition, you don't want to progress. You only want to get lean as possible. So
If I can
Yeah, but
interject for 1 second. So Joe is a child. He's 17 years old. He shouldn't be
no,
cutting
no.
at this
There's a
age.
lot of competitions of underage stuff. I've been through
Yeah,
one
but
actually.
Joe, you have to keep one thing in mind, right? When you talk about like bodybuilding competition, right? Everyone who
Yeah,
is being honest in that business, they will tell you that this is not sustainable, what they're doing. And it's
yeah.
also
Only for
psychologically, hold
2
on, let
weeks
me
or
please,
stuff.
let me please finish. Let me please finish. And it's
Okay.
psychologically very dangerous, not just because of the after effects, right? Because if you're starving yourself for multiple months, right, your body is literally
Yeah.
more. Not just about that, but you become also attached to your body because most people perceive, or you will perceive that body as being very attractive. And if that's sustainable, like you will actually try to do a lot of things to maintain that physique. You will have binges, and then you will compensate for that. You will do like excessive amount of cardio to make up for it, and it's basically like a yo-yo diet, basically. So I'm not recommending to you to go to that to that kind of leanness unless you know what you're doing and you want to compete, right?
Okay. Actually, my coach who did everything for me. I did not, I did not do any things for my own. But I had some, troubles after what happened. but it wasn't so bad actually. The only thing that I was always hungry, and I was always so I always had the I wasn't on my mind for I was so I don't know what's the right word to say it, tired.
Yeah, that's also, again, tiredness is also like a side effect if your deficit is too large,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was
But
always,
at some point, you will be tired.
not focused. I cannot do anything in my day. I was always want to, sit down and just do nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So your day-to-day well-being will also be completely shit. You don't want to move. You don't want to engage with friends and families. I mean, I felt like that, at least like a little bit of it, and it was shit. You can't sustain it for very long.
Yes.
It's not. I would not recommend it. Just to get like your results a bit quicker, that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, can we
so
move
I
on
would not
from
do
this
it.
conversation to something?
Okay, I was just
Yeah,
asking.
let's move on. Yeah, and
Yeah.
again, I don't recommend it to you, especially if you're underage.
Well, as underage,
Yeah,
you shouldn't be
that's
cutting. I'm sorry, that's maybe controversial to
it's
say,
fine.
but your metabolism is so high as a teenager that cutting makes no sense. Like, I don't know, maybe cut out sodas and chips, and that's about it. And
It
just
depends.
recomp.
It depends on your body weight. You understand?
Can we go back to like ethics? That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Anybody wants to have a conversation? Do you know you want to have a conversation with us?
Any
my-
non-competitive people who are interested in veganism.
I have a banner coming today, and the banner says animal farming should be illegal. Change my mind.
Mm,
Ho, ho, ho.
hell yeah.
And on Saturday, if the weather's good, I'm gonna go out and just talk to people. And it looks like tomorrow is going to be 30 degrees. Fuck. Hell. Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm.
Do you think your conversation? I'm not even sure whether I asked you this before, but do you think your conversation are more productive in real life?
Yeah, because people don't say atrocious shit to your
Yeah,
face. People
Yeah.
actually like when you talk calmly, when they see your face, when they do all of this, they actually like they can actually understand you way more than people online because you don't see their face, you don't see any of it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like a common psychological phenomenon. I think that online people are very like socially disinhibited, actually, or like in
Well-
other words, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, basically, I literally sit next to grass. So I, in fact, touch grass.
Cottage grass. It's such a big
But,
thing
like,
to say as well.
But you also go outside on your own as well and do activism.
Yeah, I go next to a park, and there's a corner of a park where people walk, and that's basically where I put my table down, next to that corner. Yeah,
So you take like a mobile table with you, or like how is it?
yeah, it's a foldable table.
Right. Maybe
I
I
think
should
a
also. I was thinking about it. I mean, I have like inside, and I would say I'm probably like extrovert, but it feels like a little bit of a resistance.
Mhm.
But I think I would maybe also do it alone, and I think it's like a great thing if you do it alone because you're not then dependent of someone else. You can always do
Yeah.
it, and that's nice.
First, I started with the banner that made me feel really comfortable with using, but the more
Yeah.
I kind of use the banner and people are not coming, then I will be like, time to change to a different banner. And I use clippers with my huge banner that I just clip into the table and just hold it straight, and yeah. Yeah, Liv, I'm gonna show you. You know roughly where I live, give or take. But this is the weather for the next few days. There you go.
Okay. we're gonna melt. Okay, we're not meant for this weather. Me and Felix.
I mean, in theory, if you have like a table, right? I'm just thinking about it right now. I mean, you also have like a banner, right? Like where you have like.
Yeah, let's do it, Lol. So there are people who claim that plants are sentient. I don't know why they're doing it. It's been like the fringe people claim it, the way the fringe people claim sometimes that the sun is sentient. But it's baseless, because to be sentient, you must have a brain and a nervous system, which is what we have, which is what a lot of animals have, right? So animals like these. And it's a biological feedback loop. That's what sentience is, right? So because you have a nervous system, if, for instance, you put your finger in the fire, your nervous system runs up your hand and into your brain the signal, like really fast, like it takes nanoseconds or something like that. Your brain interprets that signal as to be pain, right? Or something bad is going on, and it sends the signal back to like experience the intense pain and pull your finger back from the fire. Same goes for all other senses that we have. For instance, the sense of vision, right? It's completely baseless because, again, plants don't have all of these attributes. Sentience is a biological trait, right? It's something that you can't grow out of or can't grow into when when it's a plant, in case of a plant, right? So with your eyes as well, right? That's another sense that creates this feedback loop. We don't actually see per se, right? We have this, light hits our eyes, our brain interprets that light, various stages of light, and it sends the feedback back, right? Saying, well, I'm looking at the screen right now. I'm looking at my camera. I'm looking at my ring light, right? That's what sentience is. So plants don't have eyes, don't have noses to have a sense of smell, don't have ears to hear, don't have a nervous system to feel when something is wrong, when something is harming our fingers, for instance, right? And even on the cellular level, the cells are too slow to transmit the information that is necessary for a being to be sentient. It's just impossible. You know, I kind of wish it was, right? I was in the past, before I studied all of this stuff, right? Before I read this paper specifically as well, I was like, it would be really cool if some of the plants were sentient, because then we could have this other type of cognition that we can relate to, right? But then they're just not. It's just impossible. And if you keep claiming that they do, though, they react to stimuli chemically, not through senses, right? That's not what's happening. So again, the things that you are saying here doesn't mean that they're sentient. They just can't be. Seriously. I've studied into this a little bit. You can as well. We posted the link to the study. It's a bit dense. Just my advice is put it into ChatGPT and ask it to explain it to you as if you were a 5th grade type situation. That's what I did, frankly, because it's incredibly, incredibly dense. And it will explain it to you why plants absolutely can't. It debunks every single claim that was ever made by whichever crackpot that connected the plant to a lie detector machine or whatever. It's all silliness. It can't be. I wish it was. I wish they could, but it's just not possible.
C3.
You just need to shout it. Yeah, you sound exactly like my old strict teacher.
What the?
Oh no, I'm not sure if that's a good sign.
Oh no, the teacher, he was a nice guy until it was so strict though. It was like, oh, you got your elbows on table, that's a C3. If if you brought if you only brought one pen, he'd give you a C3. He was so strict for no reason.
Did you like him?
No, well, yes, but no. I liked him because he was a really good teacher, but I also didn't like him because I would always have my elbows on the table.
Oh.
And he would go, oh no, that's a C3, that's a C3, that's a C3.
Elbows on a table? Oh my goodness. Yeah. I was in school in the 80s, and even then that wasn't a bad thing. But
Hey. Wings Bob.
Yeah.
Is Val's gone?
Val's here. Gone. Yeah, sorry.
Oh shit. I had another question for him.
You can always tag him.
Oh, sorry.
Holy moly! This is gonna be a little bit of writing. I'm writing over here my Duolingo stuff, so I'll get to remember this. It's like this is just the beginning of this. Oh my god. Heavy.
Fuck.
Where's
Oh.
Yo, what's up?
What are you typing there, Twisted?
I'm just typing to somebody. Some vegan stuff.
Thanks for your feed pics, Twisted.
It sounds like feet pics, did you say?
Oh, there you go.
Maybe I misunderstood. Yeah, just sending my feet out.
Man, the animal industries are so fucking shady. You can't even find out what vitamins they put in feed. Like, not specifically. Shady as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking for this, like, confirmation. Like, we know that it happens, right? So, but, like, having a study about it would be so good. It's just fucking nothing.
Why the fuck do Koreans call meat cookie? What the fuck? Sorry, just... What the hell? Oh, new. Oh.
Sorry, I muted the stream again. So, lol, here's the thing, right? Even if we grant that plants might be sentient, right? Even if we say that, it would still be a moral imperative to stop eating animals because animals are fed plants, right? And it just works this way that us sentient animals, the energy that we take in, we spend a lot of it on just existing, right? That's why, for instance, livestock, animals like chickens and turkeys and pigs and cows are put in small spaces on factory farms, so they don't move as much and they don't spend the energy, the vitamins, the minerals as much, right? But still, it turns out to be that we get only 10 to 25% of calories that we put into these animals, and those are plant calories, than if we just so we put in 100% of calories in them, and we get only about 10 to 25% back, right? So it's incredibly inefficient. And if you care about plant sentience, supposed plant sentience, which doesn't exist, but let's grant it, right? Then you should be still plant-based at least, because then you would kill not only less or no animals, right? Potentially, that's where we're getting to. But you also kill the least amount of plants by eating plants directly and not through animals. How do you feel about free range? It kills the most amount of plants, and it means almost meaningless to the animals. The animals are still exploited. They're still sent to slaughter. They just maybe have a little bit more space. But I would always be also be aware that free range is almost meaningless. In case of chickens, for instance, free range basically means that they are in these huge sheds, right? They're not in individual cages, but they're in huge sheds, really packed together, because as I told you, they should spend less calories so that the farmers could make more money. And then maybe there is like a door open somewhere, and that is called free range. There's a door and like just a little bit tiny piece of land where they technically, maybe, some of them can access. So it's just a label to make us feel better about it, but in most cases it's absolutely meaningless. And when it's like real, when it's like animals actually can have more space to roam around a little bit, right? It kills more plants, it kills more insects, it kills like the most amount. It also environmentally much more degrading, right? So altogether, going on a plant-based diet, and hopefully like we can tell you, show you that it's also like morally more important, you should be either plant-based or vegan. There are a lot of ways to be free range, but none of them would affirm your position. None of them are good, neither for animals nor for plants, right? Free range animals still go to the same slaughterhouse as non-free range. And in case of chickens, it's a matter of suffering for 4 to 6 weeks and then being slaughtered, or suffering a little less for 4 to 6 weeks and then being slaughtered. Or in case of like really tiny like family farms, it's either being eaten by predators, because that's what usually happens a lot on small farms, or suffering the least amount and then still going to the slaughterhouse and killing the most amount of plants, bugs, all of that stuff. So for real.
That's when it's massively salty.
Yeah, I've got really big mason jars here to do it in as well. So I'm just you know, it seems like a waste of energy not to do it. You know.
Yeah. It doesn't take long. I mean, it's just letting it sit for 15 minutes before you stuff it in the jar. Well, sit for an hour, then stuff it in the jar.
Yeah.
That's the longest part.
Can you put like sweet corn in there, or
you could put whatever you wanted?
Nice. Yeah. Tidy. Trying a bit. Let me write it down in my saved.
Not much, not many. Maybe we can open like a event or something to get some more people in here. Is that once Felix is not different, we'll definitely do that.
We were talking about maybe doing some. Excuse me, losing my voice again. We were talking about doing maybe like some stages like we used to do in Vegan World.
I was proposing that. I was totally proposing that to do it here, like to have like a lecture and to answer all the gamut of questions, doing it at once, and then open it to other questions, right? Something like that. I think that would be really cool, right? And people who would join it would be like actually interested in hearing what we're doing. Jesus, the fucking building outside. Your keyboard is really nice sounding, Twisted.
Sorry.
No, it's good. Keep going. I like it.
Every time I type, my girlfriend goes, "You type so slowly," and I'm like, "I know, but you know, boomer moment."
Yeah.
one finger typing.
Oh man, I'm still coping about that video. Fuck. Really fucking sucks.
I'm a super boomer when it comes to typing. Like on a computer, like I do it one by one. Like I take one finger and I search for the letter I want.
I think he does speak for a lot of us dairy farmers. We treat our animals just like an extended family.
Hey Jimmy, it's so nice to see you. Did you miss your favorite aunt? Yeah, sure, whatever. Hey, just so you know, later today we're gonna be actually forcibly impregnating you. And also, when you no longer are generating us a profit, we're gonna send you off to be killed. Is that all right? Wait, what? Perfect.
Yeah, LVL's video was
So
shown to me.
So impressive.
Yeah, dairy farmers claiming that they treat animals like family. Would you send your family to slaughter?
No, would you let someone
Impregnate
artificially
them as
inseminate?
Well, yeah, that's the point made in there, right? But like also like we treat them like family. Once they hit 6 years old, once they can't get impregnated anymore, just murk them, send them to slaughter, have their throats slit. Oh, such is that how you treat your family?
And the fisting thing as well. That's not, yeah, pretty bad.
Yeah.
Hard bullets to bite. Were you here earlier, VPM, when that guy was biting all the bullets? The egoist guy? That was
I don't
wild.
think so. No.
It was me and Axel were talking to this guy, and all he was saying was like, yeah, anything gives me pleasure. I don't really care about animals. They're automatons. And he just bit all the bullets. And it was like, we shouldn't be talking to this guy anymore. this feels bad. Feels like I'm abusing a mentally ill person. It's just so insane. But yeah.
As I said, we just, to those people, you just have to make the point. Like, tell them that we're moving on. Explain to them why we're moving on so that they are not incredibly confused. And just move on. Some people were just gonna have to wait for them to die. They're never gonna change, right? And it's true about almost every like a progression that we do as a society. Some people will not change no matter what you do. They're gonna complain about the world changing around them. Until they are dead, and then fantastic. Now we moved on. We've changed the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or we just like, or just legally force it on them. Then would
But even with legal stuff, they always try to find a way around it. Just fucking
annoying. I know. The hunting and shit. Yeah. In case of that, I was just like thinking about like when women were granted the ability to vote, right? The right to vote. You just like legislate it. That's it, right? And that's done. In case of animal production, yeah, that's harder because people would like hunt and just like raise pet animals, so they could say, "Oh, those are my pets," and then slaughter them. That all of that is expected, but once it's not legal anymore to farm animals, at least that would at least be a line in the sand, do not cross kind of situation, and people would break it, of course. That's expected, but at least we changed the world for the better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We can talk like that, but then people come in here and say the silliest shit on earth.
But look, I need to do it because the indigenous tribes somewhere in the jungle, have to eat bugs.
The old destiny argument. Brilliant. Mm-hmm.
There must be a fallacy, Twisted, maybe you know. This must be like an unofficial fallacy to like, but I don't know what the name would be, to like generalize to like to other populations, and therefore I can't do it kind of situation.
Moral relativist thing, yeah. There's probably like an informal fallacy there, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it though. I've got to catch up on those.
What are we looking for? A fallacy. Let me just ask an AI.
Yes, go. Is it like appeal to the median or appeal to popularity fallacy?
Yeah, maybe appeal to popularity. No, that's kind of different. Appeal to popularity is everyone does it, and therefore it's okay for me to do it. This is a special thing. Is like those people can't do it, and therefore I'm not going to do it either.
The AI is telling me that it would still be a naturalistic or appeal to nature fallacy.
That's not it, though. No. In my chat, somebody says it's a too wrong fallacy. I don't think that is. It's like the opposite of
Like
too
a
wrong fallacy.
It could be like a too coqui. I don't know. That's all. Like, oh, you're live. Okay, let me tune in. So we got some more viewers.
Wallet.
How do you write to Kwokwi? Jesus.
I don't know.
Oh, there you go. I was close. To Kwokwi. Accusing an accuser of a similar... No, that's not to Kwokwi.
Oh, it's not that then. Okay.
No. To Kwokwi is like basically an appeal to hypocrisy in it. Oh, no, it's like projection. Fuck. Using someone else's actions to justify your own. That's a two wrongs fallacy. Let's check it out. Two wrongs fallacy. I don't think that's it, but let's see. I think Slim Shady knows better than me.
Slim's pretty good at this, yeah.
A rhetoric, two wrongs make a right, phrases that denote philosophical norms, the two wrongs make a right. It's been considered. So what's the examples? You shouldn't embezzle from your employer. It's against the law. My employer cheats their taxes. That's against the law too. No, that's not it either. I don't think that's it. No. I don't think that's it.
I know what you're I know you're trying to go with it, but I can't remember it. I know there is one though.
Yeah.
I think if
it's
you're
very close though. Sorry, go on.
If you write it in a specific way, you can probably ask an AI to do it for you because it can actually.
I'll do it.
Because.
Let me start.
It sounds like something very unique. Shaved eyes. What's shaved eyes? Pencil. Gotcha.
If someone says, I'm gonna say, the people in Antarctica can't go vegan, therefore I also don't have the obligation to go vegan. I should add moral in there so that AI is not confused about diet or something. To go vegan.
Also, tell the AI that it's something that's not an appeal to nature, because it will tell you it's an appeal to nature, but try to tell it it's not an appeal to nature.
Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. This is not an appeal to nature fallacy, but is it another informal fallacy? Let's see what it says. It says, yeah, you're right, it's not exactly an appeal to, it's not an appeal to nature at all. They are appealing to somebody else's morality. Or to somebody else's ability to be moral, basically.
Yeah, like a relativism.
Is there a word for that? An appeal to X. What is X?
It gave me a bunch of answers. Jesus Christ! So false equivalence. Well, it's definitely a category error. That's for sure, right? Yeah. False equivalence is a category error, or false analogy. Yeah. False equivalence. They are drawing a parallel between their situation and an extreme dissimilar one. Yeah, they're changing the context. Yeah, so false equivalence works well. It also says appeal to exception, special pleading. Yeah. So it's like a stack of fucking fallacies to say this. Interesting. suggesting that they experience existence of exceptions, like people in remote and extreme environments, invalidates the general principle. That's good. It also says it's red herring. So instead of discussing their own moral choices, they divert the conversation to a hypothetical or marginal cases, avoiding actual issue at hand. And it says it's a Tukwokwi as well. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe.
So it's multiple.
Sorry.
Yeah. The red herring one was the one I was trying to think of earlier. Yeah. That's
Yeah, Tukokui is sometimes Tukokui, you too. Yeah, instead of you two, they say but them too. Yeah, maybe Tukokui kind of works because I thought they meant Tukokui means just that, like accusing your opponent of the same thing you're doing, right? But I guess, yeah, I think still Tukokui doesn't belong here.
Yeah, it runs the gambit of being like, what about isms and well, what about this? I mean, if you believe this, then what about this? And it's like, yeah, it's along those lines. It's just moral obfuscation.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna put this somewhere. I'm gonna have to find where I put it. Oh yeah, I have the thing open for it. Oh fuck, I need to refresh. Others do it too. I have it open already. I think.
Be cool. Okay. Wow, I'm getting through it bit by bit, guys. Bit by bit.
No, I don't have it. So page.
Okay, I think it's good. Look at this. Bit by bit. Oh.
What are we looking at? What is
me. It's just me learning Korean. Just writing down words.
Jesus, Selek, you're such a Renaissance person. Why?
What's a Renaissance? What do you mean?
Why are you like this?
What do you mean?
You just learn so many things.
I
put me to shame.
Got some free time to do it. I got my reasons to do it.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And you want to see something cool, boys? You want to see something cool? This is a drone, which I was investigated about.
What? This tiny thing.
This tiny thing, yeah. It captures illegal activities, and some people don't like that.
Oh yeah. Selek is a hero. He's a national hero.
Oh god. And hold on, this is my Batman utility box. Hold on. So we got the set, right? This is the drone. This is the headset. This is the controller, which is pretty cool because you only use your wrist for it. And these are the extra batteries.
Ooh.
The bricks. Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah. I was called a fag in a leftist Discord server. Isn't that amazing?
Cigarette? That's a cigarette, right?
Yeah, cigarette. I was called a cigarette in leftist Discord.
But why?
Why? I posted my video in the creativity channel. Of course, nobody clicked on it, but somebody was like, "Oh, is that how you actually look? You have an undercut." And I was like, "Yeah. Well, what's wrong with undercuts?" And they were like, "Faggy." So there you go.
God. I've always had an undercut. I've had one since the early 90s.
What's an undercut?
Undercut is I have a shaved sides. Only one of them is visible, but both of them are shaved.
What do you mean by shaved sides?
On my head.
On the
I'll
head.
show you.
Oh, okay. I see. I thought you were talking about like your body, like part, like your left side is shaved, but the other one isn't. I was like, what?
That would be cool.
I was just
There
confused.
was a guy who did that in the 90s. Was it David Byrne from the band? He shaved one side of his body. No, it was the guy from the Human League. He shaved every part of his body on one side, and he had a beard and the full hair
I
on
think
the
I've
side.
seen something like that. I think I've seen
Yeah.
it somewhere.
It's very cool. I kind of dig it.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if we're gonna bribe our postman today. Let's see if he's gonna come over. I'm gonna bribe him with Fanta today. Not Coke, Fanta.
You know, Fanta was invented by the Nazis.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Pepsi. Yeah.
Text. Pow. Pow.
안녕하세요. 따라따라. Yeah, for now it's gonna be quiet.
So bloody hot. I'm so sorry. I don't want to moan about the weather being a British person, but oh my goodness, it's too warm. Oi. Dear me. Someone distract me. Anyone want to debate veganism? Who's here? Come on, debate me.
That's why I need my new banner.
What's your new banner?
Oh no way! What the fuck? Okay, Poist. If you want to, you can stream this. But this is the new AI. This is how good the new AI is getting. What the heck?
Let me.
The fuck?
Give it a second. Yeah, the new
What the
AI is
heck?
like fucking. It's crazy. It's very hard to figure it out. Oh,
Yep.
Hey, the cat.
sorry. No, it still looks fake, but holy fuck, that's close.
It's getting better and better.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Crazy.
Poor kitties. If they were real, I would be like against this.
No, of course. But one of the things which I know cats have health issues if they get water into their ears.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Yeah.
Not true.
It's fucking crazy. Twisted, what did you say the fallacy is? Like everyone does it, therefore it's okay for me to do it? What would be the fallacy there? Oh, Twisted is not with us for now. It's alright. I'll just ask AI again. Bing.
Oh my god. Okay, Twisted. Oh no.
Hey, the core of vegan is to protect the animal from being slaughtered, right?
Appeal to
Sorry?
popularity, yeah.
Wait, Toins, check out this AI. Sorry, Little Bear, you were asking about veganism. What was the question?
Yeah. The core of vegan is to protect animals from being slaughtered, right?
It's not to protect them, it's to not do it, like yourself. You can be vegan without, intentionally stopping. But what we're saying is like when you buy a product, when you buy meat, you're basically telling a market, hey, please kill more animals.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, the way I say it is every time you buy an animal product in a supermarket, you tell in the supermarket to buy more animal products from the farmer or from, you know, the chain is very long, the chain of transmission. But you basically telling the farmer, yeah, kill more animals for me, exploit more animals for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like elephant ivory.
Sorry?
Elephant ivory. Yeah.
I'm sorry, darling, I can't understand what you're saying.
Ivory. Elephant ivory. My English is a little poor.
If somebody can translate, please. I'm myself not an English like speaker, so it's really I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. If you maybe can type it in the chat.
Oh.
Ivory, what about it? Yeah, it's an animal product. It's a very cruel animal product. There's a reason why it's phased out in most countries and replaced with plastic, basically.
Cutting elephant for ivory, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's incredibly cruel.
Try that.
My mom really values ivory, and I'm like, fuck. Do you even know what it is? Do you even know what happens to animals for ivory? She doesn't care.
That's sad.
Twisted.
Hello.
Oh my god, I wanted to send you this. I found the longer version. Watch this, please. Please, for me, watch this.
Okay, give me a second then. Let me have a look.
Fuck. I really want to find study that checks vitamin composition. But maybe...
So what are you doing? Maybe I'm making a paper of vegan.
That's what we're trying to do, yeah. It's incredibly immoral to not be vegan. So I think people should stop being not vegan and be vegan instead.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to hear, right? Because
Yeah.
almost everybody does it.
Maybe very hard.
Yeah. But it's like incredibly immoral. The way other stuff that used to be immoral and everybody did it, but now we don't do them anymore. Or at least we find them immoral, right? And some places on earth still do them, but we're like, no, slavery, human slavery is not good, right? Used to be totally okay to own people, but now we draw the moral line. It's not cool to own people. And I think we also should draw a moral line on it's not cool to own animals either, right?
But I think it's hard to make everyone to trust you.
I'm so sorry. I know it's my fault. I just can't understand. I understand the irony. I also have an incredibly thick accent, but so sorry. Maybe somebody who does understand can have a conversation with you because I think it's important. Good morning, Axel.
Yeah, could you? Good morning.
Axel's 15 minutes sleep there. Well done, buddy. That's very refreshing and healthy there. Yeah.
Actually.
Could you repeat your?
What do you mean? I'm not late.
He was sleeping. Very cute.
Okay, guys, why are you not vegan? Also, hi, Axel.
Wait, Little Bear had a question. Well, we were in the middle of that.
I don't have question now.
My God. I need to.
Okay, sorry. Then I don't. I just.
I know my sleepy face is distracting. Come on, man. You got it.
Oh man, your mustache is distracting. It's so
Oh
luscious.
Jesus! I understood that.
You should see my mustache.
You don't
Wow, what are
see
you guys putting in your hair? Oil?
Okay.
It looks so good.
No.
What was that?
God fucking damn it, dude. Stop flattering me.
We've all got the cool undercuts. I like that. So, what was the question that they asked you again? I can't remember. VPM. Do you remember it?
I don't.
Sorry, Little Bear was asking something, but I couldn't understand because I'm a dumbass.
Yeah. No, I couldn't quite grasp it either. But if anyone wants to ask a question, feel free.
The core of vegan is to protect animals from getting slaughtered.
Slow.
Why is it so hard to turn vegan?
I think it is.
Did you understand him, Jester?
I mean, if we are not already all vegans, it's for a reason. So there might be
No, but
something
did
that
you
makes people.
understand him?
What?
You understood what he was asking?
Oh, sorry, I did not heard what he said.
No, yeah. So
Oh,
it's
never
just
mind.
another question. Go on, Little Bear. I'm sorry.
Blew my mind. I was like, how? Okay. Anyway. Okay. Little Bear. I'll listen very closely. Say it one more time.
Vegan is for protecting animals from being slaughtered, right?
And exploited.
Yeah.
Yeah, protect animals from getting killed. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's to
So
protect animal, right?
say again. I'm gonna
Vegan
have
is
to
a
try really hard not to interrupt so I can hear you. I'm gonna turn you up as well because you're also very quiet.
The purpose of vegan is to protect animal, right?
Well, protect is a bit of a word that is like general. So we're against exploitation and slaughter of animals, right? We don't have the moral obligation to protect animals. We have the moral obligation to not cause them harm. It would be a
Okay.
virtue to protect them, but it's not an obligation because we are not, if we are not the ones causing them harm, then it would be like good if we helped them out, right? If we protected them, but it would be a virtuous, not obligatory.
Okay.
Do you have a response to that, Little Bear?
What?
Do you have a response?
Yeah.
We're all ears.
And Little Bear, such a cute name. How did you come up with that?
We're all just
Come
super
from my real
flattering,
name.
but it's great that we're all super flattering, but we should all go vegan.
We should become. Oh fuck! Wait, this is what this is about? Veganism?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I joined the wrong server. I have a bowl of like boiled eggs next to me.
Yeah,
I am
well,
so
whilst you're
sorry.
here,
I'm
you
in
want
the
to have a
wrong
conversation about veganism.
I'm open for conversations, but am I gonna get like burned for having these eggs next to me?
Okay. Hold on. First, you have to tell us what you think veganism is.
what I think veganism is.
Yeah.
Veganism is a type of diet that is devoid of animal products,
No, it's not
excluding
a
honey.
diet. Okay. Wrong on all of those, and it's okay. There is some
go
people
on.
who claim to be vegan who make it very misleading on what veganism is. So veganism is the principle of the emancipation for animals from exploitation. That's the important part, is the exploitation. It's from humans, right? And obviously that's more of like a goal to completely emancipate all of them. But the goal is a lot easier than people realize.
That is like big news for me. No one says that is veganism outside of Discord.
No, to not use animals for, like, to not exploit animals for clothing,
For selfish reasons.
Yeah, selfish reasons. I'm just waking up. Sorry, you're gonna have to forgive me.
Yeah.
If I have a pet falcon and I keep my pet falcon in a cage, but whenever I go out, I look for places where it can hunt. So I'm helping it hunt and have fun. Would that also be exploiting?
Yeah.
If all I'm doing is keeping it as a pet?
Well, the pet ownership is exploitation in the concept itself, right? You own an animal for your benefit. Like if you were like to have an animal whom you take care of, and it doesn't just mean like providing them a bunch of stuff. It just means that your mindset towards them is to take care of them as if they were a child, right? We don't birth children to exploit them. We birth children to have somebody to take care of.
What do you mean? Yes, we do.
We would call that companionship, right? And I would say a falcon is like, it's a double whammy immoral, because you're sending your pet to kill animals. So
Yeah, but that's nature.
well, that's
That's
not
what it-
nature,
that's what it
because
does.
you own this animal, you have them in a cage, and then you send them to murder a bunch of animals. That's a double whammy.
Oh, you don't like that. Okay.
I
Fair
mean,
enough.
it's not a matter of I like it or not. I think, I mean, it's kind of fucked. If you go vegan right now, you're kind of fucked, right? Because you bought this animal who is like a carnivorous creature. Doesn't mean they can't be vegan, right? They probably can, but it's an exotic pet who's probably doesn't have food formulated for them the way cats and dogs do. But yeah, you basically like you have so much blood on your hands. Jesus Christ. It's like it's really fucked.
Is it about that?
Sorry?
Is it about having blood on my hands?
Well, no, it's just like an expression that I'm saying. It's not about having blood on your heads. It's about committing the most rights violations that you can, basically, because you're not only yourself committing rights violation through your consumption, you also purchase this animal and you send them to commit rights violations. It's absolutely terrible. Like, think of the animals your falcon preys on. Is it good for them to be just slaughtered in the middle of nowhere? Is it like a nice thing for them?
I have no sympathy for those.
Sorry?
I have no sympathy for them.
Oh, why is that?
I mean, for me to have sympathy for them, I'd need some sort of emotional connection. which I do not have.
Well, that's just incorrect. Sympathy, by definition, is a non-emotional response. It's a logical response. You would have
Is it
some kind of a
logical?
case with, like if you said empathy, but sympathy is having having an emotional reaction with somebody, and you get there through logical place, right? You go, oh, you are experiencing something tragic, right, or something that is bad for you. I understand. No, it's I understand your feelings, right? That's what sympathy is.
Yeah, obviously I don't share them, but
Well,
I
it's,
understand that if which
yeah,
that
I'm
there
just
would
saying
be
that
negative
it's
feelings,
I'm
considering
just
that they're being slaughtered, and I'm saying I do not share them.
yeah, I'm just saying that's not like an
So I have
emotional
no
response.
sympathy
You
for
haven't.
them, so
So
that's
basic.
correct.
Jesus Christ, Froly, can you let me speak?
Okay.
Yeah, it's
You
becoming
have the torch,
incredibly
you can
like
speak.
incredibly frustrating that you like saying something and then there's a pause and then I'm trying to say something but you interrupt me.
I mean, you interrupted me too. 3
When?
times, actually.
So you counting it and now you're interrupting me as a countermeasure.
Nope.
So can I say something now?
You have the torch.
Yeah. So you making a category error when you say I don't feel sympathy for those animals because I don't interact with their feelings. You like. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, I don't know how else to explain it to you. Were you listening when I said what sympathy is?
Sympathy?
Yeah. When
Well,
I
of course.
explained what sympathy is, were you listening?
Yes.
Yeah,
Were
what did
you
I say?
listening when I gave my response?
What was your response, please?
Okay, so you weren't listening. This is really frustrating.
Oh, thank you for projecting. What was your response? Please repeat it.
I based mine on your answer and just applied it to the situation, which is I'm sending my falcon to slaughter other animals.
Mhm.
Other animals are obviously going to have a very traumatic and negative emotional response to being slaughtered or
Mhm.
just attacked in general.
Mm-hmm.
This is a troll.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm saying I don't share them. I don't share those emotions.
Well, that's you again
Because I
responding
see-
as if I didn't tell you that you are making a category error. So I did hear it correctly that you were still not understanding what sympathy is. You can just use the words empathy and it would solve everything. But then, like that would be like morally weird.
Let's return to the to the original topic.
Mm-hmm.
Because whether or not I make a sympathy or empathy error does not change my point of view.
Well, yeah.
Nor does it change the point that I did make
Yeah.
to the original argument. So
Yeah. So
why
just
are
the
we
fact.
debating this? Whether or not English, which is not my first language,
Yeah. Same.
is incorrect.
Yeah, so the original, we are actually on the original point. Do you think it morally matters if you share the feelings of the animals whom you recognize suffer greatly when they're being slaughtered? Do you think that's morally relevant to the animal and therefore you should continue doing it?
To the animal? No.
Yeah.
To other people and yourself? Yes.
Okay. So are you like selfish?
Am I selfish?
Yeah.
That's a pretty broad term.
Well, specifically to what we are talking about. I'm just asking because, and I'm not trying to make an accusation, right? I'm asking. So are you selfish, right? Because it sounds like when you like recognize that somebody's experience is fucked up and it's caused by you, but you say, well, then but I don't care, right? Basically, whether it's sympathy or empathy, you just say, oh, I don't care. That's a
It's not about
selfish
not
act,
caring.
right?
It's whether or not it actually matters.
Yeah, that's
Let's
what
say
I
you were in
asked.
a room with another animal and there was a limited supply of oxygen, and you knew that depending on how much you breathed, or whether you breathed at all, that animal and you would die. But let's say you knew that in 7 hours the doors would open and there was just enough oxygen for the animal to survive those 7 hours. Would you just cease breathing so the animal can survive?
Well, no,
Or are
we
you
would
being
probably.
selfish and catching your own breath to stay alive?
Yeah, we would probably die at the same time. We would probably both breathing. That's not selfishness. That's self-preservation. So I'm talking about
And
your
where does that
specific
come from?
morality, right? I'm not even talking about your falcon.
What if it's self-preservation?
Yeah, then you're gonna have to prove it that it's self-preservation for you to go to a supermarket and buy meat and eat it.
But who do I have to prove it to?
You know, this is conversation about morality, right? You're making a moral claim, then you're gonna have to like cash it out.
But
You can't
to
just
whom?
say
To
some
you?
stupid shit and I was like, oh, okay, and we accept it, right?
Pardon me, what is this language? It is not stupid shit, quote, end. We're having a conversation here.
Yeah. So please prove it. Prove it that it's a matter of survival, self-preservation for you to eat animal products. Or to use animal products, right? Because leather, zoos, circuses, silk, all of that
situation
stuff.
was hypothetical.
Mhm.
How am I going to prove a hypothetical situation?
No, let's put it into reality, right? So you eat animal products right now. Yes?
All right.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Awesome. And it's my claim is that it's unnecessary. It's not self-preservation for you to eat animal products, and therefore it becomes a moral obligation to not eat animal products.
See, I have some medical conditions that require me to get certain levels of micro and macronutrition from specific animal products that are very rich in them.
Mhm.
And if I tried to sustain the same levels with a purely vegan diet, I'd require so many supplements that would in return cost so much that I could not sustain my livelihood.
Mhm.
Would you consider that
only if
selfishness
it's-
or self-preservation?
Only if it's
'Cause
actually
I believe
true,
that's
because
self-preservation.
yeah, only because only if it's true. Because like I have a multi-supplement right here, right? I'm holding it in my hand, and it has 100% of all vitamins and nutrients. And it's cheap, dirt cheap, like incredibly cheap.
And it works for you.
Well, I take it as a
Yeah.
precaution, but you are actually sick, so you must take it.
Precisely to prevent
Deficiencies, yeah.
not just deficiencies, but more like shock responses
Yeah.
that are linked to sicknesses.
So I'm not going to go into your specific medical condition, right? But like, this is a very cheap alternative. You don't have to take
Alright.
so many supplements. You can just take one multivitamin. And it's incredibly cheap. Multivitamins are cheap. They are made cheap because they prevent sicknesses.
Would you just generally recommend taking supplements?
Oh, absolutely. It's the best way to have your nutrient status on point. It's the best way to reach that because it's the most bioavailable because it's in powder form, right? So most of it is going to get absorbed. It's also like, so it's according to RDA, so you know exactly what goes into a multivitamin, so 100% of all of it. So you get most of your nutrition from food anyways, and then, but you take this multi-supplement and you make sure, right? So in my case, if one day I don't eat a carrot, I take this multivitamin, and I'm not gonna go blind, right? Basically, even if I for an entire year don't eat one carrot at all, or one sweet potato. It also, what it makes it the best way to get your nutrition on is, or your nutritional status, right, in check, is that it doesn't contain calories. That's a good thing because globally we have an issue with obesity. And taking your nutrients from food is sometimes detrimental to you. It also doesn't have saturated fat, which is detrimental to health. It doesn't have cholesterol, which is detrimental to health. And it doesn't have like cancerous compounds, which are also obviously detrimental to health. So this is the best way to make sure that your nutrition is on point. Take a multi-supplement. On top of that, for vegans, I would say they should also take probably a B12 and a vitamin D, just because the amounts in the multi-supplement might not be enough. So like once or twice a week, also take the other supplements. Yeah.
What's stopping you from just sustaining your nutritional well-being by just eating vegan products?
Oh yeah, I've done that before. I've done it very successfully. Just right now, I do a lot of activism, and I'm also on the cut, right? So I'm cutting calories right now to expose all the muscle that I built. So I'm less conscientious about the food I eat. I eat food that is like easy to prepare and is available. But as I say, even without the multi-supplement, I probably get my 85% or 90% of my nutrition from actual food. And I take a multivitamin so that I don't have to care about it that much, so that I don't have to be conscientious about it. And I think that's why it's a good idea, right? It absolutely is possible, except, again, vitamin B12 and vitamin D. It's absolutely possible. I've done it before. I had a perfect diet on point. But right now, I just don't want to think about it. I don't want to care about it.
What about costs?
Oh, it's incredibly cheap. I can tell you how much it costs. It's pennies per day. If you want, I can find out. I can find my specific vitamin. By the way, I'm not selling it or anything like that. I just found this company to be really good. It's a natural company. It's relatively cheap. It's vegan friendly. It has multi-supplements split for men and for women, right? It should say for males and for females, but you know, okay, that's fine. And it's pennies per day.
What about day dams?
Sorry?
What about
day dams? Yeah, exactly. What about day dams? Shouldn't they give me my own supplement? No, but I recognize that I'm in a female body and therefore I'll like need more iron, and the male bodies need more zinc, for instance, than iron, right? So that's why they do it. They split it. They split it by gender, which is weird, but they should split it by sex. Let me just find this multivitamin and tell you how much it costs. It's very little.
I mean, I sure hope that it's gonna work for me because I have pretty specific needs and I have my blood levels measured, like.
Oh.
Can you tell me, like, don't tell me what's wrong with you, right? Just tell me what nutrients are nutrients of concern to you.
Which nutrients I most need? Let me see.
Because it's probably possible for me to even formulate a diet for you that is completely plant-based. And most of it, you don't even need supplements. You're just gonna have to stick to a diet, which is what I don't want to do. That's why I'm like, yeah, let's do supplements instead.
Pretty hard.
I don't think so. No, it's pretty easy, and I can show it to you. I still have the records of when I was having, like, wasn't taking a multi-supplement. I was in a caloric deficit, and still I had all of my nutrition on point. I can show that to you. I can go back 2 years ago when I was losing weight, and I tracked my nutrition incredibly well.
I mean, it's pretty hard for people with very specific needs or bodies that just do not break down certain things.
Well, then just like let me know what the what the nutrients of concern, because I bet we can solve it. I bet we can.
I'm logging into my account right now.
Okay. There you go. The order. Found it.
I've got to go for a bit. I'm melting, so it's too hot here. I'll be back in about an hour, guys.
Later, Twisted.
Cheers.
Farewell. Wait, nutrition.
Let me just.
So I
see.
have a really high coenzyme Q10 need.
Okay.
Do you know where that is from?
You very
Seeds
high
mostly, right?
CoQ10, then you should abstain from animal products.
No, I have a very high CoQ10 need.
Yeah, if you have high CoQ10, you should probably have less animal products, I'm pretty sure.
It doesn't tell me that I should need animal products.
Sorry?
A lot of it is in fish and beef.
Yeah, and you said you have high CoQ10.
Needs, not levels.
Oh, needs. Okay.
I have really high biotin needs. Like
Yeah, so
really high.
CoQ10 is not an essential nutrient. So I'm
When I
not
don't
sure what we're talking
follow
about
these-
here.
When I don't follow these specific needs, I pretty quickly get malnourished and show signs.
But CoQ10 is not an essential nutrient, so I'm really not sure what you're talking about even.
Also iodine.
Iodine you can get from salt. There is a salt rich in iodine specifically. But CoQ10, again, just I need you to acknowledge that you understand that's not an essential nutrient. It can't be that you become malnourished if you don't get your CoQ10. That's impossible.
Acknowledged.
Okay, thank
I
you.
also have extremely high omega-3 needs, but I'm aware of the vegan options for omega-3.
Mhm.
It's just there's different types.
Yeah,
ALA, DHA, DPA,
yeah.
EPA, I think is also one.
Yeah, so EPA and DHA are again not essential. ALA is, and it's almost ubiquitous in plant-based diets, but it's especially if you want your EPA and DHA as well. And even if you have like the lowest ability to translate ALA to EPA and DHA, having 1 to 1.5 tablespoons of flaxseed a day would get all the nutrition that you need. It would get your ALA, which is an essential nutrient, and it exists only in plants. And you can get your EPA and DHA translated because it's so high in flaxseed. And you can add flaxseed to your like morning smoothies or make pancakes with it. Oh, I love making pancakes with flaxseed.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, it adds
I
like
could
this
really incorporate
nutty.
that.
Yeah, it adds this nutty flavor that is like really, really nice.
I make cakes with flax seeds. It's actually the consistency. If you leave it in water, it's just like, it's gooey.
By the way, I found my my supplement costs $59 for
$59.
Hold on, you don't know how much? It's not per pill, right? It's for 240 pills, daily pills. That's sense.
I'm expecting some sort of bulk size, but
Yeah,
that's still pretty expensive.
that's 20 cents per day. How is that expensive? In what way
still
is that
does add up.
expensive? You basically cover almost the entire year if you buy this for $60.
Can you send me a link so I can see what it actually contains?
Sure. So again,
Because
this
I'll
is
have to
for
consider all
women.
the
You
other
should
things that
find
I need
this.
to buy to make up.
Yeah, let me just find one for men or for males. I'm not sure if you identify as a man.
One that is off. Hold on.
Whether or not I identify does not matter. I'm biologically male.
While they're pulling it up.
Axel, we can't hear you. Why can't you, man?
Okay.
If
Can you hear me now?
Pardon?
Okay. While they're pulling it up, could you answer this simple question? If they find something that is optimal for your health, is that going to be a step to convince you to go vegan?
A step, but not entirely there yet.
What else do you need to be? What other information do you need to be provided to go vegan?
Probably alternative options to specific tastes, flavor. So mostly culinary prowess. Options that don't taste horrendous. Which in the last few years I've actually gotten so much better, as far as I'm concerned. Speaking about the alternatives.
They'll continue.
They're getting better each year, right?
Are we talking about taste pleasure now?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, that's just like a category error again. Because, yeah, sorry to say, because taste is something that changes every 2-3 days if you allow it to experience another thing. I have actually like serious example about it, right? So I bought, because I lift, I bought soy isolate protein, right? And I bought the one that is like cocoa flavored, and I didn't know that they also add sucralose to it. I didn't know. And it tasted absolutely fucking vile to me for the first week or so, right? But I knew how taste buds work. So I just like continue taking it and like suffering through it. And now my taste buds are completely changed and I don't mind it at all. And I even starting to like it, to like the taste of sucralose. So once you change from one taste to another, at first it is kind of weird, right? It might be, you know, people come in and in here and say, oh, I ate a vegan burger once and it was absolutely vile. Well, that's not how taste buds works. If you would to eat that burger every day for a week, you would actually start preferring it over the meat burger. So.
However, that's just an assumption, right?
No, that's like biologically how taste buds work. They change every 3 days or so.
How do they change every 3 days?
Yeah, it's
What
just
do you
the
mean by that?
cells change. We change cells all the time in our bodies through different rates. So in case of taste buds, the cells die and new cells grow in their place. And the change rate is about every 3 days to a week or something like that. So it's a biological fact.
What the fuck?
How long does it take for all the cells to basically be replaced by new ones?
Well, it differs
Enough that
greatly.
your taste does change.
Are you talking specifically about taste buds? Or?
Yes.
Well, yeah, 3 days to a week, something like that. I could be more precise if I look for it, but something like that.
That's surprisingly fast.
Yeah. Like, you have cells in your body that change much faster than that, like every couple of seconds. That happens. And you also have cells in your body that regenerate, like, for instance, liver cells. Liver can be entirely regenerated in a matter of minutes, actually, if it's taken out of your body, connected to, what is it called? Sorry. To connect it to like a machine or something and washed through, it can actually like get rid of all its fatty cells in a matter of like minutes to hours. It can become like a healthy liver again and not like an obese liver. Body is wonderful.
I just checked the supplements you showed me.
Yeah.
I do not see. Oh, right.
Oh no, Nihao, stop! You dummy, stop!
The B6. It's only 112%. But according to my blood tests, I require a consumption of like 300 to 400%.
Sorry, which nutrient is that?
Male
Sorry, which nutrient
adult
is that?
consumption. It's B6.
B6, okay.
And usually I get it from liver or tuna.
Yeah. You can also get it from like yeast, like nutritional yeast, not only delicious, but if it's fortified, it also have all the B complex in the world. And I can give you like actual natural foods, vegan foods that you can have for B6 as well, if you give me a second. B6 is actually incredibly ubiquitous in plants as well. It's not a nutrient of concern on a plant-based diet, like at all, not even like a little bit. Bananas,
It does seem to be
potatoes,
extremely
flax
high.
seeds, green peppers. There you go.
Flax seeds again.
Yeah, flax seeds
Would
are
be
like
convenient.
if a superfood wasn't like a stupid thing to say, it would be a superfood. Eat your potatoes, boys and girls, and bees, of course,
And they dams.
and the dams. The dams. It's very important to me. The dams are literally close to my heart, because I am one.
You cannot just exclude them. That's insane.
I am
Don't
one.
do
I'm,
that.
I'm not excluding them. I
I
am
hope
them.
so, because
I
that
am
would
the
actually
them.
offend me.
And I added it. Yeah, I added it. I'm just like, I live in a society where they them doesn't exist. Therefore, it's like sometimes it's like almost an afterthought to say it. But yeah, obviously I don't exclude non-binary because I am one.
Luthia. They are they them.
Axel, we cannot hear you. Like not even a little bit.
Okay. They are they them.
Nah, I'm not. I'm incredibly ignorant about the whole situation, actually. I just feel it in my body, in my heart, that like assigning womanhood to me would be a category error. Therefore.
And how do I get like a fuck ton of zinc?
Fuck ton of zinc, yeah, that definitely
Fuck
should
ton
be a
of zinc.
supplement. Or if you want it from like a natural food, then pumpkin seeds are really good for it.
Oh, I know about
That-
pumpkin seeds, but
that
What's the
multivitamin
point on
has-
this channel?
they're not good
Vegans
enough,
are better or not?
unfortunately.
Sorry,
Because I'd
we're
have to
banned.
consume
We're in the
so
middle
many.
of our conversation, so let us have the conversation and we can talk to you, okay?
And there's fucking
That
10 people here, and you are. Why don't you move to another channel if you have?
We're in
Shut
the
up
correct
for 2
channel.
seconds. Probably the link that they sent you for that multivitamin
Yes.
does have zinc. I just ordered it for myself.
Yes, it does have zinc. But it is not enough zinc.
It's 91% of your daily value.
Correct. 10 mg.
Eat almonds, drink almond milk.
Ew. Eat
Almond
pumpkin
milk
seeds.
is delicious. So almonds are an option, and a good alternative then. Because what I'm used to is peanut
Almonds
butter
have-
and beef
Almonds
ribeye.
have its natural zinc.
Anyways, I,
That's
I think we
All right.
probably, I think we substantially like proven to you that there is no there is no nutrient that can't be gotten on a plant-based diet, either through multivitamin / supplements, and you don't need to have 100 of them, maybe 3 or 4, since you are not a healthy man, right? So, or not
That
a
sounds so
healthy
wrong.
person. I'm sorry.
Let's just imagine my body is very inefficient in absorbing specific nutrients.
Then take
let's just put it
like
like
2
that.
of those, and there is no nutrient in this multivitamin that it would be like detrimental to you to have like 200-300% off. Or you can find a supplement, a multi-supplement, that has more zinc and less other stuff, right? It is possible. You just need to kind of understand, like, all multivitamins have like an RDA. So they say it's 100% of RDA for males or 100% of RDA for females. But some of them I find kind of cringe, right? And they have like excessive percent of some of the nutrients. And you can just buy that. You can buy the multivitamin that has like excessive amount of zinc. Or you can buy just the zinc supplement. Or you probably can find at this point what you need, like zinc, iodine, and I don't know what else you need, like omega-3. It's really not necessary. Just eat flaxseed. So I wouldn't say that it's even like something you need to supplement. For real.
So I'd have to consume like 250 to 300 grams of flax seeds daily.
No, I think like a tablespoon or 2 would be enough.
That's not sufficient based upon my needs.
It's incredibly sufficient. It's like flax, 1 tablespoon of flax has 1.7 grams of ALA, and that's like 300% of what you need. Because we measure ALA in milligrams. But because you want to translate it to EPA and DHA as well, right? If you eat that, if you use canola oil as well, if you eat like a little bit more, you're gonna get your EPA and DHA as well, which are not essentially nutrients. We don't even kinda know if they're beneficial or detrimental just yet. We just know foods containing EPA and DHA are like helpful, but we don't know that it's because EPA and DHA. We don't know that it's because of that. And there's some science coming in saying that it might be actually kind of detrimental. And another science coming in, another scientific paper that I read that says that vegans actually absorb ALA better and translate ALA to EPA and DHA better than omnivores for some reason, whatever, right?
Surprising.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's just one study, so I wouldn't put too much stock into it. But for real, like taking 2 tablespoons of flaxseed a day would cover you immensely, even if your translation rate is fucking tiny, just like 1% or something, you would still get.
It's just really inefficient.
It's incredibly inefficient, true. It's like 3.9% in case of DHA, but guess what? How much DHA you need? Like it's like 200. It's EPA plus DHA. You need like something between 250 milligrams and 500 milligrams. Even the lowest translation rate, because flaxseed has literal grams of it per tablespoon, it will get you where you need to be, somewhere in the middle of the road there, even if your translation rate is the tiniest, which is 3.9%. It would just get you there. Sure. It would get you to the middle of the road of EPA and DHA. And if you get more, it will get you to the highest.
So you're going vegan, bro?
I'm here to discuss the whole topic.
Let's talk about
the final decision.
Like nutrition aside, like what else would it take for you to consider the individual's life?
Nutrition is the most important point.
I'll be right back, guys.
Next. change your whole diet all around that, just to make that work. Because I do not know how well my body would respond to that. I know how well it responds to my current one, which I've taken years to perfect.
Well, why would the supplement have anything to do with how you feel? Like, why would that
Because
change your anything?
Because there's individual responses to specific diet changes that can really fuck with your body.
Not really in case
put
of
it bluntly.
supplements, though. Those are like extensively checked to be incredibly safe.
And like the rest of it, you piss out, right?
Sorry?
Like anything you
And-
don't need, you piss out.
No, in case of
Into the-
B12, that's correct. Not in case of either vitamins, but all minerals, but other vitamins or minerals, they're just like not a concern, generally speaking, unless they get into the 1000% RDA, something like that. In case of fat-soluble vitamins, that's a problem. In case of, you're right, in case of like water-soluble, that's not a problem at all.
Sure, you're right.
Yeah. And
And
even in
also-
case
That's why
of...
you need good kidneys.
Like even in case of fat soluble vitamins, it's like you need to get to like 500, 600, 700, 1000% to have like actual toxicity. So all the toxicity cases, most of the toxicity cases that we have, sorry, Utops. So most of the toxicity cases that we have is just kids finding the multivitamin gummies and they just eat them like a huge amount.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Like melatonin poisoning or something like that.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it doesn't take that many.
Hi, Nick.
I mean,
And
so
also, hold on, and also, you are destroying your health by eating meat all the time.
Yeah. I mean, you take the risk. Let's not, like, generally speaking, it increases the risk of main killers, right? Cardiovascular disease and cancer. Doesn't mean that you necessarily gonna have those two, but it's generally speaking, it increases the likelihood.
Yeah, just like smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that come from?
Sorry?
What specifically in the meat causes that?
Yeah, sure. So in case of red meat and processed meat, the increase of cancer risk, I think in case of processed meat it's nitrates. I don't remember what it is actually specifically in red meat, but it increases the risk of colorectal cancer specifically. And cardiovascular disease, we have very known mechanisms. So it just increases your cholesterol, like LDL, and, saturated fat and cholesterol generally are not helpful to us.
Well, in my case, we can just limit it to non-processed and lots of organ meat, because that's kind of what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
but it's still going to give you saturated fat, cholesterol, and the increased risk of cancer. Red meat still has increased risk of cancer. If you eat it from organ meats, that would still be considered red meat. The way
Like cholesterol?
Yeah.
That's just really funny, because my levels are like below average. What?
How old are you, if I can ask?
25.
Yeah, wait a minute. It's something that is onset. Yeah.
I think
It's
that will
some-
change.
Yeah, it's something that like bites you in the ass in the end, to like toward 50, 55, 60. So it would be a fallacy to say, well, my levels are low when you are 25.
Yeah, your liver and your metabolism is a lot higher at 25.
Yeah.
Or your liver production and your metabolism is much higher.
Yeah. At 40, you're going to have to go on statins to alleviate that issue. Of course, the damage would probably already be done. And I think, I'm just not sure because I haven't looked at the literature. I think saturated fat outside of like increasing cholesterol is also just like detrimental to health, but I don't remember the mechanisms.
I know what's crazy, Poised?
Uh-huh.
Plant-based diet actually like reverts some of the some of the heart-related issues, especially in relation to like veins, clogged up veins.
That's not necessarily true. So the science that stipulates that the subjects, they also had, like, they also increased their exercise, and they started meditating as well. So if you do all three, yes, it has the potential to like reduce plaque and stuff like that. But just plant-based diet alone, maybe not really.
Like, I think if you eat deep fried, Beyond Meat or whatever, then sure.
Yeah, I feel called out by that, Felix. All right.
I did find this interesting that I remember in medication or like somewhere someone said this and kind of makes sense. Usually when it comes to you taking certain medications or certain things for certain issues, it kind of like helps you with the issue while taking something away.
What do you mean by that?
It's kind of so. For example, you know how people take steroids and stuff like that. So they are really beneficial in one point at one thing, but they take away the other thing from your body. So they kind of like replace one thing with another. Gives you a huge plus and huge minus.
Yeah, sometimes not all medication are like that. And steroids are so excessive amount of, like, you're talking about bodybuilders, right?
Yeah, like especially in relation to those kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
You replace one thing with another.
Yeah, so in case of bodybuilders, first of all, they're taking an excessive amount of this, generally speaking, medicine, right? Steroids are medical for reducing inflammation or whatever. And they're taking an excessive amount of it to masculinize themselves. They also take a stack of medication with it. They take metformin, so that's to prevent diabetes. They take statins. They take a bunch of stuff. They take some estrogen sometimes, which is funny, right? Because the estrogen in the presence of high testosterone is very anabolic, so it helps you grow muscles the most. So that's sometimes part of the stack. The estrogen, the androgen, the female hormone.
Estrogen.
Yeah.
Well, estrogen in your HGH got to round you out.
Yeah. Yeah, HGH. Yeah. So. The growth hormone. Yeah.
Right.
I was just listening to this lecture of somebody who's like creating stacks for bodybuilders. It was really interesting, really enlightening.
Someone's making claims in a side channel that slitting someone's throat makes them instantly, like, literally die.
That's
you know
not
how in
true.
you know how in the video game when you knife a character and they like instantly die, they think it's like that.
Ragdoll,
Yeah.
That Abu Hini or who's
They're not in the
name?
chat, which is annoying. Not in the VC.
That's a shame.
Yeah, that's human. That person is that human person. They just changed their name.
The garbage chucker. He just keeps throwing shit at us.
Different names,
Yeah.
same guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
How do you know that's human?
Because he changed his name from human to Abu. Oh my god.
I
Fucking
think
Abu.
if you press on their profile, you will see the original name that they have. By the way.
I have to go into my browser for that.
You don't have to. You don't have to, though.
I already had it copied because I thought it was going to be a ban incoming.
It could be evading ban. You said tons.
Wait, how do you know they used to be human?
Because they were literally just in like an hour ago. They've been in here for over an hour.
Oh, okay,
They
gotcha.
all-
I'm gonna add
they
a
all-
note
Yeah.
to their profile so that I know.
They're using the same profile picture as well.
I wasn't looking at the
Wow.
chat, so I have no idea. Hold on.
BPM, how many hours are you gonna go for?
I'm thinking I'm reaching my end because I haven't eaten solid food today as well. So probably not.
I saw
long.
Chip. The last Chip stream was like 6 hours ago. Not 6 hours ago, but it was 6 hours long. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
So
Chip
he-
is he likes long boys. I used to do long boys, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the
like-
longest one was like 7.5 hours for me.
Didn't you work out and you ate in between? I think.
Probably.
Probably.
But I worked out yesterday, so I'm not gonna work out today.
Hey, yep.
Cool. What kind of workouts do you do?
I started lifting weights because I have this genetic condition called hyperlaxity. That means my joints are limber as fuck. They like pop out of place and shit. Not too much, right? I don't dislocate my shoulder like a lot, maybe twice my entire life. But it causes like joint pain and other stuff. It's just like incredibly uncomfortable to sleep and stuff like that. And so having muscle around the joints probably gonna be good for me, I heard. And it's the only type of sport I can do other than walking. So can't swim, can't bike, can't do contact sport, can't do soccer, can't do any of that shit. I just get hurt a lot.
From swimming too?
Yeah, swimming is incredibly strenuous on joints. Can't do swimming when you have hyperlaxity.
Swimming is really good for the lungs. That's what I know.
Not for somebody with limber joints. It's not good.
No. Yeah. I mean, like for just lung exercises or increasing your lung capacity.
Well, I gave up on that once I started smoking for 25 years.
Bro.
Jesus Christ, VPM, I didn't know you smoked.
25 years, yeah.
Could ask VPN what did they smoke?
That's why. That's the real reason why they don't want to swim. The smoking, you know.
Probably growing my cancer as we speak, frankly.
I think being here and talking to non-vegans does that to someone.
Oh yeah, it definitely adds cancer, definitely.
Yeah.
Why do you think I started drinking?
Jesus Christ.
Dude, I feel like I want to start drinking, but I'm not going
don't do
to.
it.
Don't do it.
Yeah, if you want
Oh
to
my
do
God.
something on a hot day, just get like a few beers in the fridge. I chill like that.
Dude,
I
all I
can't
drink
drink
was
either,
Mike's Hard Lemonade. That's less than beer.
Oh, that's yeah.
It's not like I drank hardcore or anything.
No. Gotta be careful with that.
Oh, my
Yeah,
chat says
what's your
don't do
life
it, Axel.
today? Yeah, don't do
Yeah,
it.
I'm not going. I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's not going to. Sorry, what were you saying, Nick?
Oh, I was just asking what you're gonna have for your lunch.
For your lunch.
Just lunches, abiyat, whatever you call it.
Probably gonna do tofu because my
Oh.
my food is kind of limited right now because I'm cutting calories. So I'm kind of eating the same food, delicious food. So it's gonna be probably like a portobello mushroom with some tofu and like a
Scramble.
no, I don't usually make scrambles. And
Okay.
it's gonna I might, you know what, in your honor. I don't have the egg though, the egg tasting
Black
salt.
salt,
I don't
yeah.
have that. Or do I?
Still really good. If you're cutting,
You're
don't
right.
go for bread. Don't go for butter. Cook with a little bit of oil, and just eat over a spoon.
Yeah.
Out of the
Right
bowl.
off the pan.
Yeah, I'm
Bro,
probably
scrape this metallic spoon across your pan.
yeah, I'm not gonna do that. But I'm probably gonna add a cucumber and a carrot on the side as well, just something to
Oh.
crunch on.
How's your heat tolerance? What do you mean?
Do
Do you like spicy?
Oh, that you mean that? Because I actually have a very low actual heat tolerance. Spicy. I do like spicy. Not too spicy, right? Because sometimes I like too spicy. Sometimes maybe I can make a soup. I haven't made a soup in a really long time, and then I can make it spicy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can make soups are always low calorie, so that would definitely help you.
Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Wait,
Hello,
why
hi.
is Matthew muted? I'm gonna unmute them. Hopefully they're not bad.
Hold up. Look at VPM getting some color. What is going on here?
What do you
Am I
mean?
getting sunlight? Look at it.
By the way, this is like a bit off topic, but like and a bit random. But like, does someone actually have like a ice cream machine?
No.
Nope.
Right.
Nah, I have good ice cream in the store I can buy. I wouldn't want to waste the money stirring it up. No.
Right.
Oh yeah, VPM later remind me to tell you how to put your channel name into your Discord description. So as soon as you start streaming, people can just click on your profile.
Oh, didn't I do that already?
I don't think so. I don't see it.
I have it linked to my Discord.
Okay.
Oh, Axel, I think it's just like Flux or something. Let me remove Flux and see exit Flux. I think it's just like the adjustment on my camera that is like yellowish. I don't think it's me being actually color this color. No, I'm pale white, all right?
Night mode on.
No, with my camera, I just if I change the, I don't know if it's probably just not on auto white balance. It's probably on some kind of other balance that makes me kind of yellowish. But it's not. Sorry, Felix. What were you saying? Anybody got any
How's
questions?
your diet going, actually? By the way, VPM.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm having a very easy time this time. I have like almost any physical restrictions. It might be because I'm taking creatine as well, despite sleeping really poorly for external interventions. So creatine, I heard kind of alleviates the symptoms of undersleeping. So physically, I'm doing fantastic. Sorry?
Yeah, I was like actually about to say, I think like, was it 10 or 20 grams is actually good for acute sleep deprivation, right? I think.
Well, I'm taking only 1.8 grams randomly, and I feel the experience is fantastic. My muscles feel bigger as well, but that's not what I'm taking it. I feel less sleepy, definitely. As somebody with sleeping disorders, it's like a lifesaver, for real. Mentally, I just want like some crisps, but I'm okay otherwise.
Right. But you do you have like your daily little indulgences, or like your weekly? Do you have like a day or a daily treat, or?
I don't really need it because like my protein isolate is like sweet, so like I'm starting my morning with like a sweet drink, and once in a while I grab like a cube or two of chocolate, like fair trade chocolate, and but I don't really have the need for it, and I have a lot of fruit, so that's my sweet spot as well. That fixes whatever issues I might have.
Like when it comes down to treats or sweet or whatever, do you need like a lot of environmental control, or?
No, I have cookies in my cupboard. I have chocolate in my cupboard. I'm not interested in them.
Right.
No,
Yeah,
I don't. It's one of those things. Once I dieted once, I just kind of realized, yeah, I can totally control this. It's not a problem. It just seems I don't need environmental control anymore. But for some reason, when I go to work, I'm having like more of a difficult time. I think it's because it's like kind of stressful sometimes, and because I walk like a lot at work, more than usually.
Right.
And then I'm like, oh my god, I need calories. I'm like starving, even after eating food. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're literally just gonna do tofu and mushrooms for dinner? That's it?
That's not gonna be dinner. That's gonna be my breakfast-ish, lunch, brunch maybe.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah. So for breakfast, I had the soy isolate drink, and I haven't had anything since. And I'm doing okay. I'm not like gagging for it, but I do think I want food now. Not that I need it, but I want it.
Now that we've been talking about it, right?
Yeah. That's kind of situation.
Are you drinking water? Staying on your water?
Coffee and water with creatine in it, yeah.
This coffee dehydrates you.
Nah.
Yeah, that's not true. It has very little diuretic effects, I believe. I think you get like more water than you get like no water.
Yeah, exactly. If I was eating coffee, then maybe, or taking it in a pill. But since I'm drinking it with water, with actual water, it's a null
Sorry,
effect.
I thought my understanding was, and this is totally, yeah, I guess I don't have a source on this, but I thought it was the caffeine that dehydrates you.
Yeah, but you have it with water, and so the effect kind of nullifies. So it actually hydrates you. Yeah, what's up, Chip?
Hello.
What were you saying, Chip?
Hey, Chip.
I was asking if you're eating it, because I don't know why I thought coffee is to be eaten or something.
You can eat it, put it in cakes and stuff, I guess. Do it.
Yeah, it was a lame attempt at a joke.
Yeah.
You can also eat the. You can also eat the beans. They don't taste great, but you can. They are edible.
The coffee beans.
I'm more of an instant coffee guy myself, honestly.
Yeah, same.
Nescafe, Gold, what do you use?
Sorry?
What kind of instant coffee do you use?
Oh, Mount Hagen, because it's the only fair trade that I have access to.
Oh, I see.
Hagen's.
But VPM, did I hear correctly that you haven't had breakfast yet, and you're having brunch?
Well, I had the protein isolate drink, so I had about 22 grams of protein with some carbs and some fat in it, but that's about it. I should eat some food at some point.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I backload my calories anyways. I prefer to eat my calories later in the day. It's just easier for me to fall asleep like that. So I eat a big dinner and maybe even like a dinner snack, post-dinner snack, so that I'm not starving when I go to sleep.
Same, except for these days when it's so freaking hot. I feel like if I eat anything before bed, like I'm just gonna sweat in bed. And
Bro, I don't even have to eat anything, and I already sweat in bed.
Oh. Like for me, I feel like my body, like the minute you start, like when you digest stuff, I think part of the food also goes towards heat. And since I eat already a lot of, well, both food and protein, I think that if I eat right before bed, some of it will definitely go towards heat. So
well, no, I
finish.
I stop eating like around 2.5 hours before going to bed. So.
Okay, same. Yeah, okay, that's something else. Yeah.
Hold on, Chip. Are you saying that if you eat
Paulo, I unmuted you.
Please mute yourself, please. Hold on mute. Thank you.
I was just saying, I think, Chip, this is the time where you start eating ice cream before bedtime.
You gotta keep the bucket right next to your nightstand. That's the best way to do it.
I mean, tomorrow I'm definitely gonna throw myself in a canal or something because it's gonna be extremely hot. So
What's it gonna get to? What's it gonna get to for you?
So at 6 p.m., not even in the middle of the day, at 6 p.m., which to me is like already bedtime, whatever. At 6 p.m., it's gonna be 31 degrees.
Oh man, that sounds really bad.
That's more than that's more than
What is that in
UK.
Fahrenheit?
It's very, very hot, yeah.
E to F.
Oh
That's
man,
gonna
that's
be
like over 100
86.
degrees.
86.
Yeah. I can hear the
Jesus.
Australians laughing at us already, Kip.
Yeah, Chip, some tips, right? If it gets that hot, maybe start doing activism from those public fountains.
True. Offer them free water. Free water for anyone who wants to talk veganism.
Free air conditioning, more like, bro. Screw water.
Oh,
It's
like, yeah. I mean,
be
back
on
to the
in 2
environment,
seconds.
though.
It's gonna be like 30 degrees for me all next week, like 33, 34 all next week.
But you have air conditioning, right?
Yeah, of course.
No, I also do, but like it's a rarity here in the Netherlands to have air conditioning.
Actually,
I feel
dude,
bad
you're
for turning it on.
You're one of the left behinders. I understand. I see.
Axel, can you unmute Paulo just in case we're not supposed to mute them? Oh, they left. But
Rip.
If you tag them in the side channel,
yeah,
you can definitely unmute them. Who was it? Paolo?
Paulo, yeah.
I don't know how you spell it.
Yeah, give me a second. I remember how it's spelled.
Just
Wait, Chip, even grocery stores don't have air conditioning?
No, so most grocery stores have air conditioning. Houses generally don't have it. Yeah, but I personally do, because I'm a. It's very important for me to have it cold in my house when I sleep, but I feel bad for using it because others don't have it. So I don't.
I mean,
use
you're
it a lot.
paying out of pocket for it, right? Your electric bill's
Yeah.
probably pretty high. So
Yeah, true.
is it just illegal? Is it like illegal to like install them now, or like that's crazy?
Well, you can't install them on your own. You have to have somebody install them. Yeah, but yeah, I had somebody authorized to install them.
But it's not central air, right? It's like a unit, window unit.
So I have a outside unit and an inside unit. Yes.
Posh. Bit posh for Kip.
I do want to
Yeah,
add
you
they
should feel
did
really
come-
bad, honestly, because the rest of the Dutch do not have that. Oh, that's crazy. Central air in the Netherlands. That's awesome.
Oh, somebody wants to have a debate with one of the vegans.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, we don't do that here. Anyone want to do that? I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
What do you think?
Ish.
All right,
Let's
go ahead,
go.
hit the question. What's up?
Yeah, Ish, highly recommend to speak up and say some questions. But if it's quiet, we also take questions from the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, feel free to interrupt us and ask questions.
Oh yeah. We're just yapping.
Especially interrupt post.
Yeah, they love that. They love that a lot.
Oh, I thought it was a joke about my long-windedness, but it was.
No, it's your temper. I think.
So, Isha, you gonna speak up or?
You can always type in the channel if you are a little bit anxious.
Yeah, if you want to just keep typing, we can address anything you're typing. Any
Yeah.
questions? You
But
have,
we usually prioritize people in VC.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's easier to have a debate when both people are speaking than when one person is speaking, the other one is typing.
One sec.
Although I do prefer it sometimes because then, as long as it's not like huge texts that my probable ADHD just goes, fuck that, I'm not reading that. If it's like short sentences, I'm okay with having this somewhat one-sided conversation.
Yeah, I can read it out, and other people can react to it.
That would be perfect.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm gonna invite also another person to the to this who's been saying that they want to debate me, but I said like I noticed a bit of disingenuity. Anyway, you understand.
Just disingenuous.
Disingenuineness.
Yeah, there you go.
Disingenuous. Yeah, I
no,
noticed
not
some-
Nis. It's just ingenuous.
No, but like the disingenuous is the adjective. What's the noun?
Disingenuity. Would that be?
Disingenuity.
Bye for
maybe.
now, Felix. Love your buddy.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, could be. Yeah.
I don't think it
Anyway.
does have a verb.
I noticed he was disingenuous through the conversation, and I said eventually that if he wants to debate me, he needs to show his face on camera. Or otherwise we can have a conversation but not live, because I don't want to platform every idiot out there. So I'm gonna invite him here now if he wants to join.
Interesting. Yeah. Let's go.
Anybody got a question? Oh, we only have Ishin here, and we already talked to Little Bear. Little Bear, you want to continue the conversation, or we can try again?
Any vegans that want to ask another vegan a question is also great. We have people who into nutrition. We've got Val here, got PPM. They're both very knowledgeable. So any questions at all, let's keep it rolling.
What time do you guys go to bed?
Bedtime.
11:30, and I wake up at 7.
Jesus Christ.
That's not too bad. That's pretty. Wow. That's I usually get like 5 hours, so it's not amazingly good. But yeah.
Yeah, I have sleeping disorders, and one of those sleeping disorders is delayed phase sleep phase, and it could be like environmental or like behavioral, but I think in my case it's genetic, and so there's nothing that can fix it. So generally speaking, if I could go to bed at like 3 at night and wake up at like 11 or 12 even, that would be best. I would be like the happiest person on earth. But I can't because I have to work.
All right.
Maybe one day I'll become such a famous YouTuber that people would pay me a salary. Funny, right?
I mean,
no,
VPM,
that's good. I want that. Hey, Natalie.
You do a great job, VPM, with your videos. I don't like. I
Yeah.
love like you.
But it's
edit them, right?
underappreciated, Chip. It's underappreciated by the YouTubes and by my audience, frankly.
So are all the
So-
greats in their time. Yeah, we're all the greats.
With
Would it be
VPM,
worth
it's
you
because
trying to, sorry, Chip. Would it be worth you trying to have conversations with other bigger vegans, like some bigger channels?
I do that sometimes, but it's frankly like not something that I'm incredibly interested in because other people just do it so much better. So Has does it better. Sentientism does an amazing job with that. It's just like so many people have these conversations with other vegan activists and shit like that. That adding one more, I know people are interested in it, and I know my views kind of jump when I have another vegan on my channel. I'm just thinking that's because I'm insufferable and other vegans are just better than me, other vegan YouTubers. But it's just like adding one more person trying to have those conversations that just seems to be, not the best way to spend my time. Frankly.
Yeah, but would it be worth it for the exposure?
I get enough exposure by doing the vertical live streaming. That's not what I mean. When I actually release a video, it's not successful. The live streams are incredibly successful. I've had 3,200
It's because you don't have an
views on
audience
this.
following you.
Sorry?
It's because you don't have an audience following you, or you're not orbiting someone who has an audience that follows people.
Yeah.
It's videos.
So you
don't
need to
seem-
find someone to have either find an audience for yourself or orbit somebody who has an audience.
Yeah, I don't know how to do
I
any
think
of that
you're
stuff.
doing great. I think you do great with everything. I just think that the topic is something that people don't like. You're clearly a very intellectual person, and you know
And then I
when it
look at
comes to
my views,
intellectual.
Cheap, and my last video took months to make, and it has 100
Yeah, but like
views.
But it
that's
is an
it.
intellectual video, VPM. It is an intellectual
I
video.
know.
Like when I watched it, I'm like, holy crap, this must have taken research, time to make and all that. And like, while I appreciate it because I'm interested in it, I feel like most people are just too stupid to be interested in stuff.
I hope not.
I think the attention span of people is so
Yeah.
small now. Watching a video is like, for me, I love putting on, videos. I'll put you and Kip on, Chip on in the background and like listen to the live streams. But when it comes to actual videos, I rarely watch them anymore. It's, I think it's just the way things are moving.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna stop doing videos and continue doing live streams. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
you guys remember Freddie and Ryan that Foot Soldier did?
Sorry?
Oh.
Do you guys remember Freddie and Ryan, the puppets that Foot
Oh,
Soldier
the puppets, Foot Soldiers puppets.
Somebody needs to do that.
Yeah,
was funny.
That's literally how attention spans are going. Just
And the funny thing is, though, Foot Soldier had like 20,000 followers, and those videos of the puppets did incredibly poorly, so he stopped doing them.
And he put a lot. I know pretty well. I own his Discord, and he just handed everything over to me. But yeah, he put in so much time and effort, and it is really just, it makes you feel really despondent about like the whole community and how things work. But yeah, it is time over matter. So
Yeah, so I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop making those like elaborate videos. I'm just gonna stop doing it.
But VPM, I was wondering if you, well, maybe we'll talk this. We'll talk about it in private.
All right.
Yeah.
But I still think they were worth making, and don't delete them. Keep them, because there's a lot of good information in there.
And
I'm
find that
gonna
balance,
keep them,
right?
but
Where you're like,
100 people are gonna watch it. That's it.
Well,
but find that balance where you don't spend that much time making them, because if you spend 2 months making them, it's not worth it for sure. But try to find a balance where you get like to 2 days or something. I don't know.
You can't do informational videos in 2
No,
days.
you
You can't.
No.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, it's really fresh at this point.
Yeah.
But we appreciate what you're doing. I like your videos always. So.
Yeah. Some of us watch you and respect what we're doing, but it's one of those things. It's saturation at this point. There's so many other people doing it, and it is time over matter. So
yeah,
concentrate your time where you feel like it's best. I think. Which is definitely on Discord chatting about veganism.
You know who else we should get here? We should get. Do you guys know Jade for Justice?
No.
I think she does. So she does this thing on TikTok also now, and I think she would really thrive here on Discord. Let me put her channel here.
Hi,
Chip.
Hello.
Is that your kitty purring there, Nally?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. He's, he missed me when I was asleep. So.
Yeah, it was nice to say hi. I know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do know who Jade for Justice is. I didn't know she had a YouTube channel. I follow her on Instagram. She's fantastic. She's fantastic. Yeah. I'm gonna check her
Does she do
YouTube out.
TikTok or?
I don't know about that, but she's definitely on Instagram.
Yeah, on Instagram she's actually bigger than on YouTube for sure.
Yeah. She's being like shadow banned though. Every time somebody is trying to subscribe to her, it happened to me as well on my Instagram. Whenever somebody tries to subscribe to her, it gives a warning. This profile is something. You rather check out this profile before you like subscribe. So most people just swipe away. They just don't subscribe to her or don't follow her. However it goes on Instagram. Definitely gonna subscribe
That's
to her
insane.
right now. Yeah, it's terrible. And it happens to a lot of vegans. It happened to me again on my Harmsteader account. That's why I've stopped posting on it now, like entirely. It just again feels just like a waste of my time. The way it's a waste of my time to do videos.
Yeah.
But so they shadow banned, vegan sign guy. They shadow banned him on YouTube, but he sent a request and it took a while to resolve. But I don't think he's shadow banned anymore.
I sent like 10 requests and nothing happened.
Oh.
I think for like 6 months, I had like almost 0 followers added,
damn it.
right? So at some point I was like, fuck this.
The fact that you provide so much information, you have 0 followers, and I've seen accounts of nothing have millions of followers, like literally nothing, is insane to me.
Yeah, people don't want information anymore. That's just kind of the thing. It's an obsolete type thing. People don't want information. They just want like to look at cats.
And yeah, and twerking, and yeah.
I don't like twerking.
I love how that's what your mind went to.
No, not a big
Sorry,
twerker.
Natalie, if you felt called out by this, I apologize.
Yeah, your kitty felt called out in that, so there you go.
He's just clinging. He's like, Mama, you are asleep. And I'm like, yes. That is what humans do.
I love that purring. I haven't heard it in a while. That's cool.
Yeah.
Very, very relaxing. Which one is it? Was yesterday or tomorrow?
This is yesterday.
I don't know. The name of the cat.
Yesterday is the clingy one, so he's usually the one who is purring in the background. Tomorrow, she likes to be carried around and stuff, but she's not a huge fan of cuddles. She'll cuddle me occasionally.
I gotcha.
Oh my god, they're called yesterday and tomorrow? That's brilliant.
I know.
That is brilliant.
So if you have to take both of them to the vet, and they're both distant by 1 day, you could on that day say that yesterday I took tomorrow to the vet and tomorrow I'll take yesterday to the vet.
Yeah.
That's not confusing, but I love it.
But it's not confusing to me because I know I just it's a noun now to me.
That's brilliant.
Their names. You get used to it. So one time my dad was screaming at my mom because he found out that I named the cat Tomorrow, and like dad was like, tell me the cat's name, and mom was like, Tomorrow, and he was like kept saying it, and he was like screaming, tell me the cat's name right now.
That's funny. Trolling your dad. It's like the old joke, the old vaudeville joke. Who's on first base? No, who? That's the first
Or
name.
the riddle about the first.
Yeah.
Natalie, are you vegan?
Yes.
Are your cats vegan also?
Pretty much, yeah.
Nice.
They have some of the vegan cat food. But also, yesterday, somehow on the roof, they only have access to the roof. Someone killed a hummingbird on the roof.
Fuck.
Yeah, you do
It's
that.
a pretty small roof. I don't know how they managed to do that. But they do, the hummingbirds do slam into my window all the time. So it was probably injured and then they killed it. That's what probably happened.
They used to. My cats used to go into the nests of the in the spring of the young birds, and then bring in the small bodies of the things they've killed. It's they're absolutely badass predators, but cute at the same time. You know.
I literally have no idea how they did that. Just, because they kind of get like, they're always slamming into my window, these hummingbirds.
So
Yeah, but
Sorry
most
to interrupt you,
not
Natalie.
injured.
HK Musician, you're here. So, do you want to have a conversation with us?
Absolutely, yes. Hello, let's go for it.
Let's go for it. Okay, so I think I
Are you
told
going
you
to ask
already,
the
okay?
NNT question?
Yes, name the trait, okay? So name the morally significant difference. Yeah, go on.
Before we go into discussion, just make sure that it's good faith. Make sure that we're not overly interrupting. I will even make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes between us vegans. And yeah, like that's all I wanted to say. Just make sure it's a good conversation.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute
Thank you,
myself.
Axel.
Yeah, okay. I don't. Okay. So, HK Musician. So I think I told you in the chat. Name the morally significant phenotype that justifies the difference in treatment between human beings and animals.
Yeah, you mentioned it over and over, yeah, and I said I don't need to mention phenotypes.
I mean, if you think it's okay to oppress animals but not humans, you would have to come up with a reason for that. And the reason is not because they're humans or because they're animals, because that is not a good enough reason. So that's why I gave you a hint, mention the phenotypes.
Well, before we get to phenotypes, which is a long way down the path, we need first to start at what is morality. Because you claim that it's immoral to eat meat, and I would say that it's not immoral to eat meat. So
I never
first,
claimed it's
we would have to
immoral to eat
discuss
meat.
how I got to my morals and you got to yours, because there's no point discussing phenotypes at this point, because I didn't concede that it was immoral to eat animals or to make animals suffer. I only need to discuss phenotypes if I would admit or concede that making animals suffer is immoral. And I never have.
No, the reason why you have to conceive with the phenotypes is because you say it's immoral to oppress humans, but it is moral to oppress animals. So then you will have to explain what is the difference between them that justifies the difference in treatment. Hence the phenotypes. But if you are so bogged down by the phenotypes, you can mention the difference. What is the difference between human beings and animals that justifies the difference in treatment?
Okay. I'll explain why it's immoral to exploit humans, but not for animals. Well, the first thing we have to go over is what morality is for. What would you say morality is for, Chip?
It's a system of principle and values that distinguishes between right and wrong behavior.
Right and wrong in which sense? Right and wrong guiding a man's actions on how he should behave in the world, or right and wrong as in good and evil exists and that we should follow these doctrines?
Morality is a system of principle or values that distinguishes between right and wrong behavior. It simply places a moral judgment on an action, whether it is right or wrong. It doesn't necessarily include the actions that will follow from that judgment.
Okay, agreed. But right and wrong for whom? Because morality is to guide a man.
Right or wrong is not for
right and wrong. For his
right or wrong is
well-being
not
his life.
No. So right or wrong is not for one person on another. Right or wrong are pretty much as objective ideas as possible, but they do come from a subjective point of view. So that means that when you are saying that something is right or something is wrong, you are inherently trying to make an objective statement, but from a subjective point of view.
Well, it is objective, but it doesn't apply to treating animals the same as humans.
So
and
that,
I'll
can you
explain
get,
why.
now, I've established what morality is. I've explained to you what morals are. Now, can you please explain to me what is the morally significant difference between animals and humans that justifies the difference in treatment?
Well, we're not quite there yet. I will, but I think we need to stop first because you're saying
We need to
morality
masturbate first for a
helps you
little bit.
decide between right and wrong actions, and I agree. But I'm saying that it's to decide right and wrong actions that benefit you as a human. And it benefits you as a human not to exploit other humans. It benefits you as a human being on Earth not to mistreat other humans. It doesn't
So am I
benefit
to
you as
understand
a
that
human
you're
on Earth
working
not
on
to mistreat animals.
So am I to understand that you're working under your own definition of morality and not what the actual definition of morality is?
Well, look at the definition of morality. The
Yes,
definition
morality
of
is the
morality
system of
is
principle or
is a
values
moral
that distinguishes between
that-
right and wrong and
well,
behavior.
we're talking over each other now. Morality is a moral code for man to live by that guides his choices and actions.
Where
for
did you
his
get this?
well-being in the long and short term.
Where did you get this?
Well, Google it. That's what morality is. If you have
So
a different
I'm
version of
Googling
morality,
morality.
then you should tell me yours. Because what is the point
So
of morality?
principles
Why have
concerning the
philosophers
distinction
been
between
asking
right
for
and
thousands
wrong.
of years? Okay, let me just finish my point. Give me 20 more seconds. Why have philosophers for thousands of years been pondering the morality? It's because what is morality? Morality is a moral code that guides us in how best to live our lives as human beings for our own well-being. Okay, I've finished.
Sure. So morality, according to Google, is the principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior.
Yeah, sure.
If you
Agree
also,
on that.
And if you
Or-
also check the chat, I posted morality. as
Yeah.
well.
Motivation
Right.
based on the ideas of right or wrong, concerned with the distinction between good or evil, or right or wrong, or good conduct. So morality is exactly this, trying to describe what is right, what is wrong. So it's a set of rules, as I've stated at the beginning, it's a set of principle values that tries to distinguish between right and wrong behavior. Morality does not include what you conclude from what is right or wrong, right? So take, for instance, you may say that it is wrong to slaughter a human being. Morality does not mean that you slaughtering a human, that does not mean that it prohibits you or tells you you should not slaughter a human being, but rather that if you do, you are acting immorally. So now let's go back to the same question that I keep asking 3 times. I've indulged in everything you said. Now I think it's only fair that you also respond to my question. What is the morally significant difference between human beings and animals that justifies the difference in treatment?
Okay. The difference is this, that if you mistreat other humans, it's negative for you in your life. If you mistreat animals, if you call it mistreating, if you eat animals, it's not negative for you in your life. In fact, it's actually positive because you get the nutrients, you get the protein, and you get to enjoy a tasty diet. So exploiting humans is bad for you because you'll be rejected by society. Eating meat is not bad for you.
Okay, so then would you say that the slave owners who enslaved humans it was socially acceptable, it wasn't bad for them, and they were getting benefit from it? So would you say that then enslaving human beings was moral?
No, because if you promote slavery, you may one day find yourself a slave. Same as if you promote stealing from others, you will be stolen from. And if you promote violence and rape, you will be attacked and raped, possibly. And also, if you do a lot of those things, you will be rejected by society. And although maybe at some points in time you won't be rejected for having slaves, at other points in time you will be rejected and you will be held accountable.
The
But
reciprocation shit is
why all of the
stupid.
sudden this new rule that you added that if you do one immoral action, you serve that immoral action happens to you, would not also extend to animals? You can do an immoral action to an animal and still be afraid that that immoral action would be turned back against you. So that doesn't really follow the fact that the victim is a different species, does it? What you're essentially saying is that if you're doing an immoral action, you shouldn't do it because that action may return onto you. Okay, fair enough. But yet again, that does not mean that does not conclude that if there are different species, then it all of a sudden becomes moral. Just like how when we did slavery, they were a different race, and that did not make it moral.
Well, it does make it moral, Chip. And I already said that if we discuss veganism, we'll spend the entire time just discussing morality. That's why I said maybe we shouldn't. And then you said I was scared to
Veganism is
discuss
a moral
morality.
principle.
I'm not.
Veganism is a
I'm
moral
not
principle.
afraid to discuss. Well, you're interrupting me. I'm not afraid to discuss morality, but you and me have totally different moralities. Because my definition of morality is that it's a moral code that guides human beings in how to survive and live a good life as a human.
Okay.
And that it doesn't have any consequence to eating animals.
What a stupid
Okay,
definition.
but yet again,
Maybe we can ask the people in the chat, what do they think morality is for? What is
HK
morality? Why do
musician.
we spend thousands of years working it out? It's so that we know how to live best as humans, surely.
So HK musicians, I will say the same thing that I said just now, and you will have to come up with a logical statement. So yet again, slave owners were enslaving other races. They had no danger that they would be enslaved themselves because they were not the race that was being enslaved. And yet again, slave owners benefited from it, and slave owners were it was socially acceptable, so they weren't ousted by society in doing so. So then, how yet again, how does that compare to enslaving animals? Because it seems to me like the only difference is one is race and one is species, and you seem to accept one but not the other. So why? Why is it that you accept one but not the other? And how is it moral to accept one but not the other?
Okay, that's a good question. Well, I've already explained how I accept that eating meat is moral, but
I don't
for your
care
point
about
on
that.
slavery...
That's not what I asked.
Well, let me get to it, because I just said you asked a good question, which actually has made me think. So give me a second to answer it. The question about slavery, if the slavery had negative consequences for you in the long run or in the short term, then it would be immoral.
But if it doesn't,
if
as
there's
it didn't,
situation, well, I'm about to concede something that you'll enjoy. If somehow there were no negative consequences of having slaves, I would struggle to argue that it's immoral. Although I am not saying it's moral. I'm saying that sometimes it's hard to see the negative consequences. I'm not omnipotent. I don't know everything.
So wait a minute, but we can look back now, right? We can look back in hindsight about slavery. We can see that a lot of slave owners, in fact, did not have repercussions for the fact that they were slave owners. A lot of them, I didn't say all of them, a lot of them didn't have repercussions. So does that mean that slavery was moral according to your moral values?
Well, if it had no negative consequences, then perhaps I would have to argue, yes, it's moral for them. But what I'm saying is, I think there are negative consequences. But to name them, wait, hang on, I haven't finished. 10 more seconds. But just to name them off the top of my head is difficult. That's why I said it was a good question. But what I would pose is, how would you feel about having slaves and how I would feel about having slaves? Personally, if I had slaves, I don't think that would be very good for my mental health. I don't think I would enjoy it. I think I would have guilt. I don't think it would be good for me.
It's not good for my mental health to have slaves.
There's one argument against it being moral.
1 second, somebody's at my door. I'll be back 1 second.
Anyone in the group would like to comment on my definition of morality and maybe comment on it?
Yeah, so we can work with it, right? So I have a question for you. Do you care about virtues?
Yeah, I care about virtues, yeah.
Right, so that's perfect because I think virtue ethics, especially because it actually originated in ancient times, right? That's actually quite compatible with veganism, right? Even if you have like a more anthropocentric view of morality, it would make sense actually to be a vegan, even for your own and for the human benefit, right? Even if we try to exclude like animals' interest from a human-centric point of view, whether it's like with respect to experiential harms, like the ones that you experience, and harms that are non-experiential, I would argue it makes sense to be a vegan. Yeah, you're more virtuous, right? There's less suffering involved, even in humans, right? Less environmental damage. So you promote a more compassionate, virtuous society, right? By not objectifying animals, etc., etc.
Yeah, generally speaking, Val is correct. It's actually detrimental. We have more detrimental consequences of us exploiting animals than beneficial ones in the 21st century.
And let me remind you when... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was a vegan for 2 years. a strict vegan, and I can say that my life now, eating meat again, feels happier, more fulfilling, and healthier than it did before. So maybe there are negative consequences to not being a vegan, but would you be able to point some of them out? Because
What
I
does
actually
it mean to
feel
be
better.
vegan before that? What does it mean to be
Well-
vegan to you?
We were just having a little chat there, Chip.
Yeah, what does it mean to be vegan? You said you were vegan for 2 years. What does it mean to be vegan to you?
Oh, I said I was vegan for 2 years, and you I wasn't. Yeah.
No, I asked
being
you
vegan
just
is
now.
not using any
you.
animal product.
He asked
No, I
you.
mean in our private chat, I told you I was in our private Discord chat. I told you I was a vegan for 2 years, and you told me I wasn't.
Yeah,
being a
because
vegan
that's
means
not what
not
being
using
vegan
any
is.
animal products.
That's not
Not
what being
using
vegan
any
is.
animal product. Yeah, of
Yeah,
course
that's
it is.
not
Maybe
definition
you
of
have
veganism,
changed
so-
the definition.
Yeah,
Well,
just say
okay,
it
hit me with
that.
it.
Just say that you were plant-based. That's okay. It's just a matter of semantics. We can.
So you guys what have hijacked the word vegan? Vegan means not using animal products. You can't just take it for yourself.
No.
Create a new
Vegan-
definition for it.
No. Veganism is like a moral stance. If you didn't do it for moral reasons, then you weren't vegan. If you didn't
I did
do
it
it
for
for
moral,
specific
I did it for moral reasons.
for specific moral reasons that consider the best interest of animals, right?
I did it for that reason.
Yeah, so it's not about not eating animal products. It's not about like what action like you do it for yourself. It's about what action you do for the animals, right?
And how can you
I did
say?
that.
Wait, and how can you say that you feel better as a non-vegan than you do as a vegan? Because if you did do that, that means that you acknowledged that it was wrong to oppress animals, and all of a sudden you say you feel better by oppressing animals, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Because
so-
I realized I was wrong.
Awesome.
You were wrong about the fact that it's wrong to oppress animals.
Yeah, I realized that after 2 years, I realized I was wrong.
And what?
Wait, but hold on. Let me address this. So, did you come to the conclusion because of like your health got worse?
I came to the conclusion, one, because my health wasn't great, and two, because
Right.
I had a greater understanding of what good and evil was, and what morality was, and what moral was. So my philosophy of morality changed, and also the health benefits of eating meat influenced me as well. But I don't think you should say I wasn't a vegan, because you guys don't know that I was a vegan.
Yeah, that's fine because the health aspect does not actually generate the conclusion that it is now moral to exploit animals, right? That's like the second part of your claim, because if your definition of morality changes, which actually I supplied you with arguments, right? So I made a sorry, what?
Val, I did mention in the chat that this is going to be a 1v1 discussion.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, okay. I'm going to chime up. But just let's be clear, because Chip, you were absent. I was talking with him about virtues, because that's something.
I didn't know he was absent.
No, that's fine. No, Chip can actually continue. But all I wanted to say to Chip then is, because you were absent, Chip, I was stuck with him on the point of virtues and how that might actually be important to proceed with the conversation, because.
I heard all that. I heard all that you said. I just couldn't speak because I still had my headphones.
Yeah.
Would you now allow me to ask a question?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just 1 second,
Me or
HK Musician. 1 second, HK Musician, because I want to explore this moral side of yours. Because the last time where we dropped off is you said that you don't know if slavery was moral or immoral, because if it didn't have any negative consequences on the slave owners, and the slaves benefit and the slave owners benefited from it, then in theory it was moral. So I'm just going to throw hypothetical scenarios out there, and let's see if you think they're moral or immoral, right? So if a human being, like let's say a really strong man, rapes women that are in wheelchairs, only the women that are in wheelchairs, so he would have absolutely no negative consequences on his side. Let's just imagine that he lives in a country where legally he can do that. Would that be moral?
It would be immoral. It would be immoral because it would be a disgusting thing to do. It would be terrible for your own mind, and it would actually make you a sick person. and it would actually
Wait a
take
minute.
away
Wait,
some
wait,
of your
wait, wait,
ability to be happy, which also
But they-
applies to owning slaves. You cannot go around being a heinous, sick individual doing horrible things to other people and be a happy person.
But wait a minute, HK Musician, because you all of a sudden started adding the quantifier that it is disgusting to do so. And this quantifier called disgusting means nothing in the whole context of morality, because then what you're saying, it is bad because it is immoral. That's essentially what you're saying, because this thing calling it disgusting is just something that it means that you do not prefer it, right? Does it mean anything else?
Could you say that again?
Yes, sure. So you added this quantifier called it's immoral because it's disgusting. But yet again,
as in it's bad for you to do it to other people. It's not good to live that way.
Wait a minute, but the people who do that, they do it because they know that it's good for them. They think that it's good for them. So
but how
why
can it be good for you? It can't be good for you to go around raping
they get
people.
sexual gratification from it? That's how.
Yeah,
can
but
it can
what
be
do
good
they
for them.
lose? How would you feel if you went and raped somebody? You wouldn't
that's
feel
not
good
up
about
for
raping
me.
somebody.
I think rape is immoral. But not because of how I feel about it, by the way. Rape isn't immoral because how I feel about rape. Rape is immoral because of the victim. But you seem to think that all these actions should be judged strictly by how the perpetrator of these actions feels. So in other words, you're saying rape should be judged whether it is good or bad based on how the person who rapes feels about it, correct?
Yeah, of all people, a consequentialist
Yeah,
to
correct.
understand
Because
this.
morality is about you. Morality is not about other people and animals. Morality is to guide you as a human.
Literally against what
So
consequentialism
in your
is.
worldview then, according to your own rules, if somebody feels good about rape, then what they're doing is moral, correct?
If somebody feels good about rape, they are mentally unwell and they need help, and they shouldn't rape people. It's
Doesn't
not good
answer
for their
my
long
question.
term.
Is this some kind of
does, Chip. I'm
egoistic
telling you,
consequentialism?
Is it moral
you
or
said
is
they
it
may
immoral?
enjoy it, and I'm saying it's not good for them in the long run to do that. They may enjoy it temporarily, but it's not good for their mind, and it is not going to help them fit in as a human on Earth in a society where you rely on having relationships with other people. It's not going to help you in any of those aspects if you do that.
So I'm
That's
going to
why
ask
it's
this
bad for you.
question again. I'm going to ask this question again. This person obviously benefits from it. This person likes what he's
Well, no,
doing.
hang on a
and
minute.
this person
We're
thinks
not
that what
agreeing
he's
that they
doing
benefit from it.
is good. So this person thinks that what he's doing is good. So does that mean
No.
that this person raping another person is moral?
Because he may think it's good, but it cannot be good for you to rape other people.
The mind reading.
But he likes it. He got all the benefit from it.
Well, let's look at some rapists who enjoy it. Let's look at them. Let's look at Jeffrey Dahmer. Do you think he's a happy person? He enjoyed
wasn't a
raping people, but
rapist.
it was terrible for him. Look at him. Although, of course, he's incarcerated, that may have an effect. It's not good for your psychology and your mental well-being to do bad
Was
things to
Dahmer a
other people,
rapist?
to other
No, he
humans.
was a cannibal.
You could say, well, why only stop at humans? And then you could go on to your NTTs. Why only stop at humans? Shall I go there?
No, I just no, you can whatever. But like, I just fail to see because so we're stuck at the point where you're saying that an action should be moral or immoral, even if there's victims of that action. We should judge the morality of that action based on how the perpetrator of that action feels about it. Correct? So in other words, any oppressor. Absolutely any oppressor that feels good about the oppression that they're doing, and that if there would be no negative consequences to their oppression, then that oppression would be moral, according to you.
Okay, here's the problem. Is you're saying that they would feel good about it. I'm saying they may in the moment, but it's not good for them in the long term. You're saying there would be no negative consequences. There would be negative consequences. As a
No,
human
that's the
being on
hypothetical
Earth,
that I drew. There
I
would
know,
be
but
no
the
negative
hypothetical doesn't work,
consequences.
Chip.
It
Because as
does.
a human being on Earth, if you go around raping people, there will be negative consequences.
No,
Morality
I
is
specifically.
based on reality. Morality has to be based in the reality we live in. So having
So
hypothetical
I
situations where
I specifically showed you an example where slave owners benefited from it. They got no negative consequences of it, and they enslaved and other human beings. Why is that immoral according to you?
I think that it's impossible that there would be no negative consequences in that situation. If I'm
Excuse me?
wrong,
There are several slave owners who have died of old age. They had no negative consequences of it.
Well, how do you know there was no negative consequences?
But like, do you have any proof that they had any negative consequences of it? Because if they died of
Well,
old
do you have any
age,
proof they didn't have any negative consequences?
but that's
Neither
not
of
the
us can
point
prove
of it. Do you
either way.
understand do you understand the idea? Like, let me put it this way: do you agree that slavery happened for more than 100 years?
Well, of course I do. That's obvious, isn't it?
Okay. So that means that during that time, there was at least one person, a slave owner, who was born a slave owner and died a slave owner. They had no negative consequences of them enslaving human beings, correct? Does that mean
No,
that to that
not
person
correct.
who
You don't know
benefited
that
from
shit.
it, who
Here's
was
the
born
problem.
a
You
slave...
don't know they had no negative
Wait,
consequences.
are you saying there's human beings who, slave owners who didn't die before slavery ended?
Why are we talking about death? Death isn't the only negative consequence.
Were there
Let me ask
human
you-
beings?
all right, let me
Were
phrase
there
it for
human
you.
beings who
If you
died
had
before
slaves-
slavery ended?
If you had slaves, would you feel any negative consequences? Yes. Therefore, you shouldn't have slaves. If I had slaves, would I have any negative consequences? Yes. Therefore, it's immoral for me to have slaves.
No.
The hypothetical
So
situation you're talking
no.
about is
Chip,
just
Chip,
a hypothetical one.
I know I'm not supposed to interrupt you, right? But Chip, why don't you just point to the negative mental consequences of enslaving animals?
One second, Val. We'll get there. I'm just like very interested because if you acknowledge that it took more than 100 years, that's why I asked. That means during that 100 years, as I said, and please listen to what I'm saying, that means that there was at least one person who was brought up to think that slavery is moral. That person was brought up to think that the human beings that he's enslaving is okay because, quote unquote, they were called animals back then. Okay, and that person benefited from enslaving people, and that person also died as a slave owner. They died of old age as a slave owner. So that person, throughout their life, had slaves and benefited from having slaves and had no issues with them, not him, because could have been also a woman, although highly unlikely, let's face it, benefited from them having slaves. And they didn't consider it immoral because they were taught that it is not immoral. So then, do you think that that person having slaves was moral or immoral?
I say that slavery is immoral because in the reality, in the world that we live in, it would be bad for you. You've created another world in which there's no negative consequences. It's in the past. You've created an alternative reality. I cannot talk about an alternative reality.
Alternative reality, my man.
Why don't
this
we
is
just
not
stick
an
to this
alternative reality. Slave owners have died. Slave owners have died of old age. They have had slaves throughout their life.
But that doesn't mean you can assert they had no negative consequences.
They had no negative consequences of the fact that they were enslaving people. Do they have bad things happening throughout their life? Sure, like we all do. But they didn't have them because they were enslaving people. They had them because shit happens.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know that.
HK musician, I think you're being extremely disingenuous, and this is one of the reasons why I didn't want to have a live stream with you, because you see, when I catch you with a contradiction, when I catch you with a contradiction,
If you think I'm being disingenuous, put that in the chat. If you think I'm being genuine, put that in the chat. Let's have a show of hands.
The minute I catch you with a contradiction is the minute you refuse to accept it. You clearly have said that something is moral. Something is moral whether the perpetrator of that action feels good about it, one, and two, whether it has negative consequences of it or not to that individual. So if it doesn't have negative consequences to that individual and that individual feels good about it, then it is moral according to you. And I clearly showed you an example of an individual who enslaved human beings and had no negative implications of it.
Which an example that you made up that never existed or that can never be proved to exist, a totally hypothetical one. Now, Chip, you have not answered a single question of mine. So is it going to be so unfair that you question me over and over? I think I've done a fair job of explaining my morality.
No,
and
no,
I
no,
think,
HK musician.
I think
Wait a
that
minute.
people can,
How have I
Hang
not
on,
answered
why
any
don't you let
question?
me talk
No, no,
instead of just
what,
talking
no,
over
no.
me?
If you're gonna make statements about me, I'm gonna have to rebut those statements, man. If you say that
it would
I
be great
haven't
if you
answered
could
any
answer a
single question
question,
that
Chip.
you have answered, no. If you
I
ask,
haven't
if you say that I
asked
haven't
you
asked.
any questions.
You have
I
asked me
haven't asked
questions at
you
the
a question.
beginning, and I have answered your questions. So now I
Okay,
have
let me
answered
ask
you
a
some
question to you.
questions.
Yeah,
No, no,
I
because we
would
have
like-
not finished
hold
on
on,
this
I-
train of thoughts. We have not finished on
I-
this, so we have to finish on this, and it's pretty clear to me. Are you saying, and HK musician, because you are saying that I came up with this person out of nowhere. So are you saying, HK musician, please? Genuinely, are you saying that there was not one single slave owner who did not have any negative repercussions from him owning slaves?
I'm saying neither of us know, and I highly doubt there was.
This is the disingenuous part. This one, because you refuse to answer it.
Guys, in the chat.
It's simple, pretty
I
simple.
don't see anyone in the chat. Am I being disingenuous?
Who gives a shit what
We
people
don't
in the
just have
chat
to
are
agree with
saying?
Chip
It's pretty
because he's the one
clear
leading
you
it.
are
Let's have our own
disingenuous. It's
ideas
pretty
then.
clear you are disingenuous. It doesn't matter what other people are saying about it. Even if all people would say you
Oh, great.
aren't,
So you don't
or
care
even
about
if
other
people,
people's
all
opinions
people
in the
are
chat.
saying you are,
Okay,
even if people
okay,
are
well-
saying you are, it doesn't mean anything.
If this is such a
You
problem,
really don't think
I
much
can
of your followers, do
explain.
you?
Hold on, I can explain since this is such an issue. So he is simply stating a fact, right? And when you were to say that there is no proof for it, well, there's plausible hindsight to it throughout history. We've had many historical figures, being Vikings, being, the King of Wessex and stuff like that. They all had slaves. Slavery was a lucrative business, okay, for thousands of years. The Romans had slaves, both sex slaves and, just labor slaves. It is a common thing that has happened. Not every slave master or owner had mental repercussions for it.
How do you know?
Because it was so ingrained in history. If we need to pull up history, we can.
I have an example.
You can't,
that you will know
can't
about.
pull up the history that shows how happy someone was compared to
I have
if
an
they didn't have
example,
slaves.
HK musician. I have an example. George Washington.
You have an
George
example
Washington,
of someone
the first U.S.
who
president, the first U.S. president who owned hundreds of enslaved people throughout his lifetime. He profited directly from the forced labor. He gained significant wealth and prestige. And slavery was legal and normalized in Virginia at that time. He was celebrated as a national hero. He still is celebrated as a national hero. And he attempted to present himself as a morally concerned by freeing some slave in his will, but only and only after his death. So it's pretty clear to me that he checks all the boxes. He benefited from it. He had no negative consequences from it. And he absolutely, I don't know, what else did you say that he benefited from it and didn't have any negative consequences from it, because that was your whole deal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't have any mental
Tell me when I can have my opinion.
This isn't an opinion. What I just said was George Washington was
All
a
right, but tell me
historical
when
figure.
tell me when I can respond then, please.
Please respond to George Washington.
Okay. You don't know that if George Washington hadn't had slaves, that he wouldn't have been a happier person. If his life hadn't been more centered around being loving and kind, he wouldn't have been a happier person. You talk about the money and stuff. This is irrelevant to happiness. Just because somebody has money and prestige from something that's horrible to do to other people, it doesn't mean that they're happier overall. Because if I had slaves and I had lots of money and lots of prestige from it, I wouldn't be happier than I am now. So we can't just assume that because he had those things that he was happier than he would have been if he didn't have them.
So are you saying right now that something is only moral?
I would argue.
Hold on,
give me 10 more
HK,
seconds.
you
There are
didn't-
there are
HK,
6 people
you
out there,
didn't- hold
but
on,
I would
HK.
argue they're not as happy as people who are not sick.
HK, you didn't state what would be the most happy. You said that having slaves would cause mental repercussions, right? Like they would be sad or they would feel remorse. We can speculate. You were claiming your claims are only for speculation. Okay?
So are
that
yours.
is what. No, because we have historical
Maybe you're
data.
speculating that he was happy.
Okay. But he didn't have mental remorse of any signs that we have seen, right?
Yep.
You don't need to have mental remorse. You could just be less happy than if you hadn't have had slaves, and you wouldn't even know it. Because a lot of people that do horrible things and live pathetic,
But that's not
bad
what
lives,
you stated.
don't know that they
You
would be
need
happier
to-
if they
you
were just a
need-
decent person.
Hold on. You need to hold on to what you stated. You're changing the goalpost on this point.
How?
Because you're changing the variable. It wasn't what is the most happy. It was is this causing a negative? Not
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah, your whole your whole definition.
It's either
HK
a
musician.
withdrawal
Your whole
or a
definition.
deposit
Your
in the
whole
bank of happiness.
Your whole definition of something being moral, you said, is it is moral if somebody benefits from it and if it has no negative repercussions on them. Not that it has the most positive repercussions on them. Do you understand that, right? There's a difference between that. Not having negative
But when I'm
connotation.
saying they benefit, I mean in terms of their peace and happiness. If I didn't make that clear, that's my fault. I don't mean
Somebody can
monetarily.
be
I mean in their
happy
peace and
being
happiness.
content. Somebody can be happy being content.
Yeah.
But they're in a happiness, yeah, which is the meaning of life. To be a happy,
Right.
content
So
person.
to be content, that you can be elevated and be thriving, but to have content that does not distinguish, like there's not a huge variable difference there. Like if you're content with life, you're satisfied. So what you were stating is anything below satisfaction. All signs indicate that George Washington was satisfied, other than a key few factors being that political parties did happen after his rule, and he did have a disdain for that. And that was like the only one that I can really imagine. And the fact that he was taking advantage of, he did take advantage of the natives, but he didn't have repercussions for slaves.
All right, give me, if you don't mind, give me 15 seconds. How about instead of us all hypothesizing over what was or wasn't inside George Washington's head or how happy he was, why don't the three living people here, why don't we share our own thoughts? I'll go first. I'm sure that if I had slaves, I would be less happy and less content as a person. How would you feel, Chip?
I would feel good about having slaves. Heck yeah, life would be amazing if I had slaves. Why would I feel bad about
Well, you
having
kind of
slaves?
you kind of do have a little cult going on, so you're halfway there. And to the other gentleman, how would you feel?
Okay.
So first, wait, one second, Axel. 1 second, Axel.
Chip,
HK
you can't
musician.
stop for a
No,
second, can
no,
you?
no. HK musician. I need you to stop being disrespectful because this is the last time. If you are going to make any more extra ridiculous claims where you are going to disrespect not only myself but all the other vegan people, I am not going to have any more conversations with you. We've already exposed one contradiction in your view. And FYI, just because I would be okay with having slaves does not mean that it is moral, okay?
So you would be okay with having slaves, yet you're a vegan?
No, of course I wouldn't be okay with having slaves, but I would benefit from it
great.
for sure.
So you were totally just derailing the conversation then when I was trying to make a valid point. And then you say I'm the one not taking it seriously.
No, your point is not valid. It's pretty simple. Your point is not valid. If I were born in a place where slavery were okay, then I would probably be okay with slavery, just like George Washington
and if I was born on Mars, I would need a different set of morality, yes. But the morality we're talking about is here on Earth. Let's get to my question. I have not been allowed a single question.
We've already
I've had
showed
questions
we already
fired
showed
at me for the last
so you
hour.
acknowledge that
Listen,
you have
guys,
a contradiction
before
in your
Chip
view,
cuts me
correct?
off, because I know Chip's going to cut me off before I get to say this. Chip will not answer this question. The question being, how many cows would you sacrifice to save one human? Chip, this should be an easy answer for you as you're a vegan philosopher. How many
Okay.
cows would you sacrifice to save one human?
Okay, so let me be clear about this one, because yet again you have made a statement that is unfounded, and yet again you
It's the
piss me
10th
off
time
when you
I've
do this
asked.
kind of stuff. So HK
It's the 10th
Musician,
time I've
whenever
asked.
you ask me, shut the fuck up. Every time you ask me, when you ask me in this chat, when you ask me about this question, I have told you time and time again that I will answer your question when we talk face to face or when we talk live. Did I not
Oh,
say
that's
that?
pretty face-to-face.
Did I say that
Okay,
or
so
not, HK Musician?
would you answer the question?
Did I say? I will answer your question. Did I say that or not?
Yeah, but we had a long, lengthy
Okay,
chat.
so
and
then
you wouldn't
why?
answer
No,
the
no,
question.
HK Musician. So if I said that, why are you
Volume
making the
getting louder,
statement that
swear
I
words
am
coming
dodging
out.
your question? No, HK Musician, if I made that statement and you have read that statement, why are you making the statement that I am dodging that question when it's been pretty clear that I haven't, but I have promised I will answer it, and I have told you clear that I will answer it live? Why are you making the statement that I am dodging the question?
Well, because I've asked you 10 times, and every time so far you've refused. That's why I claimed you've dodged it. Now you're getting
When have
louder
I
and you're
received?
shouting and you're swearing.
Wait. When have I refused?
Right.
When have I refused?
Every single time I've asked you to answer it, you've refused.
No. How have I refused to answer it
Well,
now?
have you answered it yet? Have you ever answered
Jesus
it for me?
fucking Christ! You're one of those people who, if they don't get what they want,
he's going
you
to
get
end the
bothered by it.
call
I will
if he
answer
doesn't
your
want to
question.
answer it.
The value, the intrinsic value of a cow is equal to the intrinsic value of a human being.
There
Does
we
that
go.
answer your question?
We've got it. Yeah, it answers my question. So you wouldn't kill 2 cows to save 1 baby girl?
That's not what I asked. That's not what I answered.
You wouldn't kill 2 cows to save the life of 1 human. Is that really moral?
So
is it moral?
HK
I tell you
Musician.
something. I'm a teacher, and I work with the most wonderful thing on the planet. The most wonderful thing on planet Earth is humans, especially human children. And I would tell you now, I am absolutely pro-human. I love human beings. I actually love you guys, even though I know Chip hates me. To say that
No,
you
I
wouldn't
just think you're a
sacrifice 2
disingenuous
cows
person.
to
I don't
save the
really
most
care that much
wonderful
about
thing on
you.
Earth, it shows your philosophy is really anti-human. I would kill every single cow on this earth as long as it didn't do extra harm to humans than killing the 1 person. I would kill every single cow on earth to save 1 human precious life, because I love human beings. Human beings are far beyond animals.
If I can interject,
So then let me ask you,
is that possible?
1 second, VPM.
Yeah, okay.
1 second, VPM. Let
Name
me
the
just answer your
trait. I'll
question.
tell you
HK
I'll
Musician.
tell you the
No.
trait.
HK Musician. Let me answer your question, because you were not paying attention and you did not realize that I didn't answer your question. So I'll answer your question, okay? How many cows would I kill to save a human being? It depends on the human being. If they're a family member, perhaps I would kill a lot of them to save a family member. If they're a random stranger on the street who isn't even vegan, perhaps not even one. I don't know what to tell you. But I'll tell you right here, right now, is that I do, as I'm every other human being on this planet, I do probably value humans more than animals, and I would probably kill at least 1 cow to save a human being if I were put in that situation. However, that doesn't mean that my action would be considered moral. I don't think my action, me choosing to kill a cow over a human being, would be moral, because yet again, I do believe that the intrinsic value that a cow has is the same as the intrinsic value that a human being has. Me
Really?
being on the side of a human being, yes, really, the intrinsic value is 100% equal, because a cow wants to live just as much as a human being wants to live.
Right.
VPM, you can ask.
So one of my children in my school, you would put that life equal to some cow walking around eating grass in a field, compared to one of these children, these wonderful, amazing, funny, intelligent children. You would put that as equal.
I ever so clearly explained to you that
Well,
with me
how about an
giving
ant?
you an answer, HK Musician, with me giving you an answer, I've clearly made a distinction. Maybe you haven't noticed it, but there's a difference between extrinsic value and intrinsic value. I'm not saying that the extrinsic value of your children is the same as the extrinsic value of a cow. As I've clearly stated from the beginning of my response, extrinsic value, the value that I place on others, is clearly that I place more value on humans than I would on animals. However, the intrinsic value, which is the value that I base my morality on, so therefore I would find it immoral for me to kill a cow to save a human being, because
So
yet
your
again, they
morality
both have
is
equal
in total
intrinsic value.
contradiction with your real values, which points to the fact that your morality is
It's
wrong
not.
and flawed. If you cannot
It's
live
not.
by your own
I would still
morality,
find
then
it
your morality
immoral
is
again.
wrong.
No,
Of
I would
course it
still
is.
find it immoral, as I
Your
said.
morality is wrong. If you cannot live by it and it does not align with your values, you need to check your principles. You built your morality on false principles. All of my principles, I live by my principles. You
No, you
do not
don't.
live by yours.
I'm
Yes,
not
I
sure
do.
that you
Pretty
do.
clearly.
Yes, I do.
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
if I can interject 1 second, Chip. So I'm sharing
Sure.
my screen, right? And my screen says how animal exploitation is detriment to humanity. If your position is that you would kill 1 billion
I can't
cows,
see.
I'm sharing my screen in the VC. So
I see, okay.
okay, yeah, awesome. And I can go through it. There are 7 points here. They're not incredibly coherently written down because I wrote them down really quickly. But 7 points that I could think of nonetheless in a way that animal exploitation is detrimental to humanity. And if your morality is that you would kill 1 billion cows to save 1 child, why wouldn't it therefore follow to not breed cows into existence anymore to save the entire humanity, since breeding cows is so detrimental to our environment?
If it was really that detrimental, then I would support not breeding cows.
Okay. So should I prove you now that it's incredibly detrimental to the environment to breed animals for production?
I just worry we're going to go into climate change and it's going to take us even further afield from veganism.
Well, that's what you care about. You don't care about animals as moral constituents. So we have to move on to something else. Right?
Do we have to move on? I thought we were having quite a good conversation.
Oh, you can continue with it. Sorry, don't mind me. I just thought
No.
you would want to know
I
if
don't-
you're not living according to your morals.
Exactly.
Well, my morals don't. I don't think we should get into climate change. I think it's going to take us on a tangent. Although I do
why not?
appreciate you coming in.
Sorry, it's a really quick tangent though. I can prove it in like literal seconds that breeding animals for animal production is incredibly detrimental to people. I can prove it in seconds.
If everyone else is okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Everybody, speak up. Yeah,
I think it's
Axel
pretty
is
clear
okay
on
with this.
point,
Seems.
yeah.
Yeah. So on my screen again, I'm gonna make it bigger so just that it's easier, and apologize to my own chat. This is an analysis by Our World in Data, and in the actual article they have the citations that they based this analysis on. So beef is the most detrimental to the environment type of production. Right, under that is lamb and mutton, under that is cheese, under that is beef from dairy herds, under that is chocolate and coffee, but those, we don't interact with chocolate and coffee the way we interact with animal foods, right? Because, like, for instance, I don't know about you, but I drink 6 grams of coffee per day. And this is an analysis per kilogram. After that is prawns, after that is palm oil. Again, we interact with very little palm oil per day, about 10 grams or so. After that is pig meat, poultry meat, and so forth. So the least detrimental foods to the are non-animal foods, right? So vegan foods right there. As for land use, actually, I think I have a better. Somebody is making a lot of noise. Can we please stop that? Can we mute Harish, please? Harish, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you very much. He muted himself, Axel.
I will.
Right. So this is, again, repeating the same thing, but for land specifically. So land use is much bigger for animal production. And in case it was like not incredibly clear so far, Our World in Data also counted what's going to happen if we all went vegan. And we would actually reduce the agricultural land by 75%, including our crop production, because a lot of crops go to feed the animals. And it doesn't say it here, but it also reduces the water usage by 75%, and it reduces the greenhouse gas emission from agricultural land by 75%. So it's actually incredibly detrimental to our environment to raise animals just to exploit and slaughter them. Because the main things is how much land they get, and how much water we have to give them, and how much food we have to give them. It's actually 10 to 25% of calories that we can get from animals than if we ate plants directly, plant proteins, plant fats. If we ate them directly, it would be the most efficient agriculture from all other models, generally speaking. Are you still with us, Sage?
I'm still listening. I'm
I'm kind of done because I promised to do it shortly. So I can talk for another hour because I have more evidence here on both here and on the other page, which I should put them together. But like generally speaking, it's just like a consensus at this point. Every time the UN releases a climate report, it says in there we should reduce animal production. That's one of the biggest environmental impacts that we have. And it's unnecessary, right? If we just went plant-based, we'll get rid of like 75% of the detriment of agriculture.
Will I respond?
Sure.
It's certainly interesting what you've just shown me.
Mm-hmm.
If it turns out, I mean, of course, I need to look into it further. Although, of course, we're all familiar with this stuff to some extent. If it turns out that it is necessary for the well-being of humanity that we reduce the meat we eat, or even stop eating meat, if in an extreme case to stop eating it altogether, then I would agree with it. I would say it was more moral not to eat meat in that case.
Not just meat, all animal products. Not just meat, all animal products, just to make sure that it's clear.
Okay, all animal products.
Yeah, and even some plant products would be better. If that's your goal, I would also get rid of chocolate, I think, or eat very minimal amount of it. And I would stop eating rice, for instance.
We do have to balance how much do we want the earth to be back to a green garden and how much do we want to enjoy living as humans. There is a balance to be found, but I'll take what you've just said on board.
Okay. And I can give you the link and you can check out all the links. All the links are clickable in here and you can check the citations if you want, and you can go as deep as you want, basically, because as I said, this Our World in Data link includes all the citation that they based this on. And you can read the UN report as well, right? And maybe like reduce your gas consumption if you can. So all kinds of stuff that you would have to do to make sure that those wonderful beings whom you teach have an actual future and have actual food to eat and air to breathe when they grow up.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your point. Yeah, I'll certainly look into it.
Awesome.
So
I'm guessing it's not just for my benefit, but that was for the benefit of everyone watching. But personally, I will look into that.
So you say that your moral values are according to how it benefits you the most, correct?
Benefits in the sense of long-term well-being and happiness.
Long-term well-being and happiness, yeah.
As living in a society of humans on Earth, yeah.
Yeah, so what you're also saying, and you also said that something is moral if somebody gets benefit from it, right? And if there's no negative downsides, right?
If it's beneficial for their long-term well-being and for the other things they value, it also favors them. Yes.
How does this benefit you exactly? Because I feel like if everybody in this world would follow your rules, that means it's beneficial for them, and there's no negative downsides to them in the long run. Then wouldn't you agree that there might be people out there who have enough power that they could kill certain human beings, get away with it, and you could also be one of those human beings as a victim? Like, how does that benefit you exactly? I'm trying to understand your logic in this one. Because you clearly, like, you acknowledge that there's human beings on this planet who have enough power to kill anybody they want, and that anybody could also be you, right? So it doesn't seem like your own moral values would be benefiting you if you were in that situation.
Can you just say again the situation? Because I didn't catch the actual situation.
Sure. Do you acknowledge that there's human beings on this planet who could be killing other human beings without any repercussions to it?
Without any repercussions?
Yeah.
No.
No. So you think
no. There's always some
absolutely every criminal out there, do you think that absolutely every killer, every criminal out there, every person who has committed a crime, not specifically a crime, let's say a murder specifically, they have been, they had some negative downside to it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man, but that's not the world that we live in. But
well,
sure.
think about this. If you kill someone, you have to worry about an investigation. You have to worry about family members wanting revenge. Maybe you have to feel guilty, maybe you don't. But there are many other factors that you may not think of at this point in time that would be repercussions.
Do you know what was the name? Alexei Navalny. Have you heard of Alexei Navalny?
No, maybe forgotten. I don't remember the name.
So Alexei Navalny was the biggest threat to Putin being still in power in Russia, and Putin obviously took care of him. He put him in jail, and he took away his freedom. Not under, let's face it, not under in any moral way or sorts. And then eventually he died in prison, Alexei Navalny. Putin got away with it. Putin has power, and Putin is better with it because Putin has killed so many people in this process, by the way, for him to stay in power that I don't think he would be fazed by yet another person being killed. So Putin benefited from it, and there were no negative downsides to this. There were literally, in fact, there were more positive for Putin than negative with this one. So what specifically, does that mean that action is moral?
I think it's actually an easy one to answer. Would you want to live Putin's life? Would you want the psychology of him put into your head? I certainly wouldn't want that. I don't think it's more fun to be inside his head than it is mine. I think that all those horrible things, it is
that doesn't
shit,
answer
because we're
my
talking
question,
about
does it?
mental well-being. We are talking about our mental well-being.
But Putin has, so any individual, let's put it this way, any individual who has, I agree with you that mental well-being is an important part, but any individual who has a bad mental state that cannot be fixed with anything other than medication, let's say, or maybe there's medication out there that cannot even fix that, any individual who has a bad mental state, when they commit these heinous acts, they don't usually feel worse about it because they already have a bad mental state. So and if there are individuals that have power, like as I just mentioned just now, Putin, then they also have no negative downsides to it. So they benefit from it. They have no negative downsides from it. So that must mean, according to your own rules of morality, that Putin taking care of Alexei Navalny is moral, correct?
Not correct, because perhaps there are diminishing returns in how much it affects you. But living the life of a paranoid dictator is not one that I would want to choose.
But that's not the point, HK Musician. No, because you see, Putin is already living that life.
To have the life of a paranoid dictator, I would not want that in my head. And I'm taking it you would neither want to live as a paranoid
but that's not the
dictator.
point. That's not the point. This powerful dictator already exists. This powerful dictator is already killing people. And this powerful dictator, when this powerful dictator chooses to kill another person to further solidify his position, he actually gets a lot of benefit from it and almost no negative downside from it. So yet again, we found ourselves in this position. We have this human being on this planet who is in this state that he is. I'm not saying I would want to be in his state. No, let's be clear. I would not want to be in his state. But he does exist. He does have his own mental state. And when he commits a murder, which he benefits from, and there is no negative downside to it, and even to his own mental health, there is no negative downside to it, because, yet again, his mental state is pretty bad. That means that that action is moral, because there is no negative downside to him or to his mental state, and he gets benefit from it.
Well, the morality that I proposed is the morality that applies to a human being that is not a psychopath. If you are not a psychopath, the things he has done will hurt you and therefore are immoral. If you're a psychopath and you do those things, maybe it won't hurt you. But the morality I'm talking about applies to people who are not psychopaths.
So wait a minute. Your morality only applies to a certain amount of people. We have already removing human beings from this segment, right? Because we're already removing psychopaths. Are we removing sociopaths also?
Well, most human beings would not benefit emotionally or psychologically from living the life that Vladimir Putin has lived with killing
That's
people.
Not the point.
And
That's not the point that I'm asking.
Point. It makes perfect sense.
Nope.
Well, why don't we
Nope.
see what other people
Yet again,
think? Because
yet
we
again,
always
yet again, HK
why don't we
musician.
have a vote? Well,
Yet again,
I'm saying
HK musician.
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm
You are.
wrong. But
You
also,
are.
you should also consider, Chip, because it's a sign of intelligence. Maybe you should also consider maybe you're wrong. Why don't we see what other people
I
say?
constantly consider
That's
that. I
actually
constantly
true.
consider that, but I'm not wrong on this one. And let me explain it pretty simple why. Because we're right now judging whether an action is moral or immoral. We are right now judging
Well, you're
whether
assuming that you
Putin.
know
No,
the head of
HK
Vladimir
musician,
Putin.
please let
You're
me
assuming
finish.
that
HK
he
musician,
is
you will
not
have to
any
let me
more
finish.
worse off.
HK musician, I will
Again,
not
I
stop
said-
speaking until you
Listen,
let me finish. I will not stop speaking
I
until you let me
said
finish.
that why
Okay?
don't we,
I
instead
will
of
not
talking
let
about
let's
dead people
HK
or
musician.
people
Do
who
we
are
have to
not
be
dead,
children
why
about it?
don't
Can
we
you be
focus
an
on the
adult and let me
psychology
finish
of
my
people that are
sentence?
in the
HK
chat,
musician,
rather
can you
than
let me
people
finish my
that we've
sentence?
never met and
Can
that
you
we
let me
can't
please
ask
finish
what's
my
in their
sentence,
head.
HK musician? I'm really not interested in hearing anything until you let me finish my sentence. Okay? Okay, thank you. So, as I said, we are judging whether what Putin did to Alexei Navalny is moral or not, according to you. So, was Putin taking care of Alexei Navalny moral or not, according to you?
Immoral.
Okay, but then you judge whether an action is moral or immoral based on the fact that, and we come back to it, the person gets benefit from it, and whether they have any negative downsides to it. Do you think that Putin benefited from it?
I think that he doesn't benefit from killing people.
Do you think that Putin benefited from killing Alexei Navalny?
No.
You are objectively wrong. He benefited greatly.
No, because you don't know the emotional state of Vladimir Putin, Chip.
Yeah,
you do
yeah.
not know.
All this,
and that's
this
why I
is
think
such
it's pointless to discuss. It's pointless to discuss Vladimir Putin and George Washington, as we can only speculate as over their well-being. We don't know.
Well, it's
Guys, maybe we can carry this on another day, Chip. I feel like we might be boring the
if
audience.
I can add a little bit, if I can add something, right? So Putin killed Alexei Navalny to stay in power, and by killing Alexei Navalny, he stayed in power. That's it.
Yeah,
Ipso
it's pretty
facto.
clear he benefited from it. But like either way, like HK musician, it seems pretty clear to me. You have formed some rules of what is moral and what isn't immoral. I've shown to you 2 examples of according to your rules that is moral. And when you are presented with those examples, you answer with, we don't know whether that is true or not. Because you know why?
don't know-
Because you refuse
we
to
don't
accept
know
that
what's
you
in
might be
the heads
wrong
of other people.
about how you formulate your moral rules. You formulate your moral rules strictly about the interest of the individual performing the action. And I can tell you right now, maybe you haven't met them. I have met several people who have interests that far outweigh the downsides of them oppressing an individual.
happy
There are
people?
individuals on this planet, they're called sociopaths, and there are not 1 or 2. In fact, there's a significant percentage of the population are sociopaths, and these sociopaths, they would have no problem, they would have absolutely no mental issue walking on other people to get benefit from them. That does not mean that what they're doing is moral.
People? Would you assess them as happy individuals? Would you?
I would assess them,
as being happy?
HK musician, I would assess them as just as happy doing that action as they are not doing that action.
Are they as happy as you? Well, maybe you're not that happy.
Whoa.
Are they as happy as
The
somebody who's
point.
living?
What the hell does that have anything to do with anything?
Well,
are we all
it-
of the sudden judging whether something is moral or not based on their comparison with my level of happiness?
That's changing your
Are
definition.
you a happy person? Chip, would you say you're a happy person?
No,
I'm a
wait,
very
HQ, you're
happy
changing your
person, but what does
definition.
that mean?
You're
Yeah,
changing your
exactly.
definition
You
of
are?
morality. No.
Yeah.
No, okay, but I'm just a genuine question, and I'm not trying to have a dig at you. Are you a happy person, Chip?
Yes.
Good. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. When I was a vegan, it was probably my most unhappy time, because when I was a vegan, I suddenly lived in a world where 95% of the human beings around me were doing a disgusting act and were being immoral. And I suddenly lived in a world full of horrible people, and it affected me very badly to that extent. So
Well,
I tend
according
to
to
find
your-
that most vegans aren't particularly happy. So if you're happy, then I'm happy for you.
HQ, according to your amendment of your definition of morality, if other people are less happy than you, then it would be like morally right for you to go vegan still, despite not being as happy as you could have been. Right? Otherwise, you just like gibberated for 10 minutes.
Is that like talking gibberish, you mean? I gibberated.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm saying that our morality is what's in the best long-term interest of the individual, of a human being on Earth. If you have a better definition of morality, then why don't you give it to me, and maybe it will change my mind, and maybe I'm totally wrong.
No, I
And
adhere
what's
to
your
the
morality, and
definition
how do you
that
get
Chip
to it?
uses. I adhere to the definition that Chip uses, and you just made an amendment to your definition that.
Well, what's your
compare.
definition?
You said, "Well, is he as happy as somebody else?" Well, that amends your definition of morality.
Yeah.
But also,
And
you
I'm doing
can't
my
say
best to
in the
answer
long
questions.
run, it could be that you were miserable for 2 years, but in the long run, you would have actually been happier if you stuck to a vegan diet and made a few amendments in your life, right? Like
We don't know, after
become
all.
more strong, like mentally stronger, and not getting as offended as what happens to vegans, right? Generally speaking, we
It
just
wasn't
become
about being
stronger.
offended. It was about the fact that if you believe that eating meat is wrong, you then believe that you live in a world full of people who are acting badly and being evil.
Yep, and then you transition into helping
Yes.
that world to understand, and you
So
become happy
You live
again.
in a world full of
So
evil
in
people,
the
and
long-
I live in a
so-
world full of good, lovely
But
people.
according to your definition, it's all about being happier in the long run. And my claim is that you would have become happier in the long run only if you were to adopt the mental fortitude and started doing vegan activism, trying to convince other people as well that it's morally
Well, how
wrong
do you know I
to
didn't
kill
do that?
sentient beings.
How do you know I didn't
Oh,
do
you
that?
you quit veganism, quote unquote, after 2 years. So you might have.
Well, 2 years is actually a long time. 2 years is
then
actually
you
a
have to
long
amend.
time.
You have to amend your definition. Then it can't be in the long
We're
run
not
because
talking
you
about
didn't
2
give
weeks
it the
here. I
long
was a vegan
run.
for 2 years.
You didn't give it
Did you
the
do
long
that?
run though. You just gave it 2 years. That's not enough in
That's
the
the
long
long
run,
That
right?
is the long run.
I don't
2
think
years
so.
is the long run.
2 years
musician,
is
did you
a
do any
blip in
activism?
your life. It's tiny blip. It's less than 50%
yeah.
of the life you could have had if you continue to be on a vegan diet, because vegans are,
Well, I
are
don't
generally
know how
more
you
likely to
possibly know
become
that.
centenarians. You are not
could you
letting me
possibly
finish.
know that?
You are not letting me finish.
But also, hold on. Let me remind you, right, that the perception of you seeing other people as being evil, right,
He's
that's
just
not a
a gibberish
defeater,
generator.
right? Because you would presumably not hold this view when it comes down to human slavery back in the day, right? Back in the day,
Correct. I'm not saying that's
Yeah,
the
right.
only reason.
right? No, it's not. It's not the reason at all. Or it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be at all. That's not a criterion. That's not a forceful argument at all, because that's just like an appeal to consequence. I even think.
I'm not saying
Just
that's
because-
the reason I wasn't vegan. I'm saying being a vegan
Why do you mention
isn't
it
moral
then?
to be vegan, but
Oh, no,
I'm
hold
also
on.
saying
Let
that
me
being
be very clear.
vegan, you guys are interrupting me a lot. It's like I've
Why
got
do
5
you-
people around me barking at me and I can't get a word out.
Sorry, you interrupt as well, so get off your moral high
Because it's the only way
horse.
I can get a word in. It's by interrupting.
Yeah, that's fine. But hold on, why do you mention then the fact that you see other people as being evil and use that as a reason not to be vegan anymore because it hurts
No,
you
I didn't
mentally,
use
right?
it as a reason not to be vegan. I didn't use it as
why
a
do you
reason. I'm just saying one of the consequences of being vegan is that 95% of the world is evil.
Yes, right. That is the fact. That is true. Yes.
No, I would actually disagree, Val. I would say they are doing an evil act. The people are not generally evil. People are
What's the
good.
difference?
And that all people strive to be good. They just don't know that it's evil to kill animals for unnecessary stuff, right? So therefore,
I appreciate that.
so that's the other side, though, right? That's the pretty side of this world. Humans always strive to be good, and once you realize that, you become happy, even as a vegan, because now it's your mission to.
You become happy only when you eat meat, bro.
Yeah, sure. If you're a meat eater and have no morals. Joking. The difference is that good people
I have
can
morals.
do.
You guys don't know me.
The
You don't know
difference
how I am
is
in my life.
stop
I am a very
interrupting.
good person. I help
Stop
people all the time.
interrupting.
I'm very nice to
Stop
people. I give money to
interrupting.
people.
Okay,
If you met
but we
me, you would
appreciate
probably
it.
think
Please
I'm a
mute
nice
him,
person.
Axel. Please mute him. Because you keep interrupting, so please mute yourself or Axel will mute you.
I'm so sorry for talking.
Yeah, no, talking is fine. It's interrupting that is the problem.
Right, why didn't you
but
just
I do
talk about
want
me
to
then?
add
And
that
then
this was
respond?
supposed to be a 1v1.
No, I
We
was
can give
making
it,
a
like, another
point.
10. I know, but we did.
Okay. Great, I
concede
heard
that
your
it was
point.
going to be a 1v1.
I'm a man who eats meat for no
Mostly
more.
people becomes vegan because of their religion, or because of some thoughts.
However, we can give it,
I would
Please
like
mute
to propose
yourself.
that we end the chat. I'll be happy to come back on another day if you really want. I don't know how much you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I don't know if you enjoyed it. I did personally.
Oh, so much
musician,
fun
if
talking
you
about
just
how
let
it's
me
moral
finish
to
for
kill
a
animals.
second. I will give it like 10
Go
more
ahead.
minutes where it's like,
Okay.
or like 10 more minutes where it's just you and Chip. And then, like, if you want to stick around and talk to others, we'll go from there. But just like, let's just give it like 10 more minutes where it's just Chip and HK.
So
HK is willing to stay.
So HK,
Can I just say that I actually am moving house tomorrow morning, and I'm supposed to be packing now. So could we just make it like 1 more minute each, maybe a closing statement?
So HK, I actually have 2 questions for you before that, and I then we can end it. Were you an activist in those 2 years of being vegan?
Well, how do you define activist?
Were you going out on the street and speaking to people about veganism, or were you in a Discord chat and trying to get people to be vegan? Were you doing outreach, vegan outreach?
Going out into the street, no. Talking on Discord, no. If there
So
are
were
any
you
other
an
forms of
activist?
activism, then perhaps I was.
What other forms were you doing?
Well, I don't know what you would define as activism. If those are the only 2 things that
Tell me
fall
how you
into the
define it.
definition of activism.
Tell me according to your definition of activism.
I don't really have a definition of activism.
Oh,
I've never considered myself
fuck
an activist.
you. Fuck
I'm not
you.
interested in your definition of activism.
Yes or no?
You just asked
Were
me
you doing
what I did as an activist.
Fuck you.
I was asking you, were you doing activism? I even wrote down the question. Were you an activist?
All right, well,
in
give me a
those 2 years?
definition of activism, and I'll tell you if I did it or not. At the moment, you just said going in the street or doing Discord. No to
According
both of those
to-
things.
So, according to your own definition of activism, do you have a definition of activism?
No, I just said I don't.
Okay,
It's
so
too
you don't
ambiguous.
have a definition of...
It's
That's
way
okay,
too
that's
ambiguous.
fine.
You could just say me
Okay.
trying to convince a friend is
That's fine.
activism, or you could say it's not because I wasn't out on the street or on Discord. So that's why
Okay.
we need a definition.
Okay, so then let me explain to you this way, because I'll make my closing statement, okay? So, when I ask you this question, whether you were an activist or not, you yet again tried to find a different reason or say yes or no, or instead of being clear about it. Yet when
No, I will
VPM
be
said,
clear,
let me
but the
finish,
question is not clear.
Let me finish. It doesn't matter whether it's clear or not.
Right,
The
well, you're
point of the matter...
misrepresenting what I said.
Well, it doesn't matter whether it's clear or not. And let me explain why. Because when VPM so clearly said that when you were vegan, if you were struggling, you could have become an activist, you ever so slightly interrupted and said, how did you know I wasn't an activist? So, if you were unclear on the definition of activism or not, you should have bring it up then, and instead of being offended, what VPM said that you were not an activist during those 2 years. Number one.
Well,
number
I wasn't
two.
offended.
Number two.
Yeah, you were.
When it sounds to me like you acknowledge, based on what you're saying, that when you're vegan, you realize that most people around you are actually doing an immoral action and they're doing something bad. But your choice to cope with this was, instead of trying to actually cope with it, was instead of doing that, you said, I will join them, or I will change my values to suit the rest of the world.
No,
So
that's
in
not
my
what I
own
did.
opinion, HK Musician, you're a person who seems to care a lot about mental health. I'll tell you here right now, the way I handled my mental health when I was struggling is I went to a therapist, which is a specialist, and they helped me out with this. The way you handled your mental health, which you had some issues with mental health, as you said, when you were vegan,
Am I
the
gonna
way
get
you
a chance to
handled all of
respond?
it, well, it's my closing statement. You can
Well,
make a closing
yeah, let me
statement
have
if
a
you want,
closing
because you said
statement
you
now.
only have 1 minute. You said you only
Yeah,
have
well,
1
I've got
minute.
1
Now you
minute
have
more
more than
to
one.
give a closing statement.
Okay, so let me finish then, okay? So, if you truly do care about mental state and being actually happy, it sounds to me like you shouldn't change your values to suit the rest of the world, but rather you should go to a professional and understand why you shouldn't even care about what the rest of the world is doing, and live your own life and trying to do what you think is best, not what the world thinks is best. Because that's true mental health. That is truly being happy, not trying to be the same as everybody else. But that's just me, and again, I did 7 years of therapy, and I worked through a lot, so it does require a lot of work to go there. So you can now say your things if you want to say that.
Okay, thank you, Chip. Firstly, Chip, thank you for the conversation. Obviously, we're kind of antagonizing each other somewhat, but I do appreciate the call, and I watch your videos, and even though I don't agree with you, I do actually find something about you likable, which is the reason why I watch it. So I'm not actually your enemy. If I'm yours, then that's sad, but you're not my enemy. And how I'd respond to your claim about me not being a vegan because of the mental health of it, it wasn't because of that. I changed from being a vegan, not because I couldn't handle the fact that other people were not vegans. It was because I changed my moral code. And not being a vegan was a consequence of that. I didn't stop being a vegan because I couldn't handle the fact. Well, let me just have my closing statement.
That's
I
literally
didn't
what
stop
he
being a
said, though.
vegan because 95% of other people weren't.
That's
So
literally
you
what
said
he
I didn't
said,
have the
though.
mental
Am I
fortitude or
crazy?
whatever to cope with it, or I needed therapy. That wasn't the reason why. Okay, and you also said that it's good to be able to stand up, be individual, and not try and just fit in with everybody else. Well, let's have a look at what I'm doing right now. I'm in a Discord with I don't know how many people, maybe 30, 20, who don't disagree with me, and I'm standing here alone, having totally different views to everybody else. I am not somebody that tries to fit in, or I wouldn't be here. I have mental fortitude. I have mental strength. I'm a strong person who lives a strong moral life, in my opinion. And although our morals are different, I think both of them are akin in the sense that we are all trying to be good people. I am trying to be a good person in my own way, with what I believe. And I know that you are also, or I believe that you are also. So I'll end on that.
Yeah, it's just
Don't let the door
It's
hit
just
you on the
HK,
way
you-
out.
Go on.
I would like to just ask, would you ever come back and have a discussion with me?
I would happily come back and have any more discussions. If you guys enjoyed me being here, I'll come back. I don't know what your thoughts were
Yeah.
on it. I know it was a bit argumentative, but I enjoyed it personally.
So
Sounds
HK
good.
Musician, I don't have any issues with you, just to be clear. You're not my enemy. I don't have enemies, to be honest. And everything that I stated, by the way, everything that I stated
Should I
wasn't
become
a
Chip's
judgment
enemy?
call on you. Was strictly from
Just
you
for him to
what
have
you
an enemy.
responded to from what VPM told you to. Okay, because you literally said that you were unhappy because you saw 95% of the people be evil
Yeah.
around you,
Yeah.
and therefore you changed your values so that you can be happy.
He said
Okay.
that. He
And
said that.
according to you, your values are now all about happiness. So that's what I meant about, quote, mental fortitude. I think that's a very bad definition to call it, because it isn't about fortitude. That somehow makes it seem as if you try harder, you somehow have more of it, but it isn't. It's strictly our mind works in really weird ways, and we all need help from time to time from a professional to sort that out. That's it.
Okay.
But I appreciate
I won't
you having this
respond.
conversation.
I listened. I listened. I listened. I heard what you said.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
please
well,
stop
thanks very much, Jib.
Just please stop adding these statements of with I dodged the question, you this. Okay, let's just, if we'll have a civilized conversation, stop with these suppositions, okay?
Agreed. Okay.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Chip, AVPN.
Oh,
Hey,
What's
Davey.
up, Al?
oh,
How's
I'm
everybody
eating a
doing?
burger.
What?
I'm eating
Yo.
a burger. Yes,
I mean, I'm
ate
actually watching
burgers
you on
on
YouTube,
fucking
so-
cat, so...
Okay. If anybody else has anything to say, now is the time. Open discussion.
By the way, Chip, 100%, he said that. He said that he wasn't happy because he considered like 95% of people evil or something like that.
I wrote it down.
It's-
I
it was just-
literally write down observations.
So
Yeah.
inconsistent that he made an amendment to then it to be a comparison of happiness between people. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
also, by the way,
absolutely that was
like-
so crazy.
like the long-term assessment that he does, right? Like in the case of like Putin, right? Like, oh well, maybe in the long run, but like, how does he know in the case of like veganism, right? Because obviously, in the long run, it could also change, right? It's like always open for speculation when it comes down to long-term consequences. He said, well, Putin, maybe he is right now happy, but what in the future? Well, but you could say the same thing also about veganism and his perception about like animals, his objectification of animals, the suffering, the exploitation, his moral character, right? That it actually like erodes. Really, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I missed that wasn't really addressed during the conversation, because wherever he said, like, you could make a very good like virtue-based argument, in my opinion, very easily.
The reason why I stay away from virtues, by the way, Val, is because I feel like veganism isn't a virtue thing. It's strictly I see it more as a moral obligation than a virtue, but that's why I stay away always from this whole idea of virtue. But, you know, to each their own, I guess.
Yeah, but I think, I agree. But the thing is, like, it might be like a skillful means, like, to adapt to their moral framework, right? So if I speak to a utilitarian, then I'm not gonna give like huge deontological arguments. I mean, I can try, right? But if it doesn't resonate with them, I gotta push every lever, really, in my opinion.
Sure. Yeah,
Hey guys.
maybe you're right.
Guys, do you know where I can find some vegan marshmallows? I'm really thinking about.
You gotta
some
drive
things here.
30 minutes away.
I really need 30 minutes.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
drive 30
fuck
minutes
that.
away.
Where do you live?
He's
Amsterdam.
joking. He's joking.
No, I'm asking where do you live, because I know, I figured he's joking, but I can tell you that in Amsterdam you can definitely find them.
30
like,
minutes away.
Cheap. It's the Alita Breezy joke. Come on, man. You did the
I
stream
know,
with me.
I figured. I know. I
Then
was
don't
just
ruin it
genuine.
with details. It's fine.
I'm sorry. Okay, you're right. I tend to do that.
I got
What
one
if
more
you-
thing. I got
Yeah,
one
go
more
on.
thing.
Mhm.
So, like, I don't like to go to the human rights aspect very often, even though, like, I worked in it and I saw the shit I did. But A couple questions I wanted to ask him were like, if he values human well-being so much, why does he support that industry that traumatizes workers? And then I think a follow-up question would have been, would you ever bring your students on a field trip to a slaughterhouse? So just
Wait a
few
minute. Is this the Okay, Dave. I know which David you are now. I didn't know that was your.
Whatever, Chip. Whatever, man.
I recognized your voice just now. Okay.
David is the G.
Yeah, he is. I was gonna send you a link of marshmallows now in Amsterdam.
That's my man.
Hey, I could drive the 30 minutes for you, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it back. Well, I'll try though.
Does biking 30 minutes justify it?
That's a good question. What if I say biking or walking 30 minutes?
That depends on the justifier, I guess.
We have to talk to Ozzy about this. He is the vegan of all vegans,
Oh, I just found out they have them in Albert Heijn here in the biggest supermarket. They have vegan marshmallows. Lol.
Do you think we should all collectively pile up and buy, dozens of packages and send it to the guy? Considering he's...
Dude, that would be so fucking funny. Just send him
Let's
a bunch
do that. That would be amazing.
I was thinking for camp out,
send him a bunch
everyone
of
should have free vegan marshmallows.
You would
listen,
make
David-
him victimize himself even more. I don't know about that. It would be funny though.
I am
Make
genuine.
him make a video of it though. That would be so fucking funny. Just
Like, I am genuinely all for us putting some money and ordering a lot of vegan marshmallows for him to his house, and with a card that says, "Us vegans want you back." There's
Oh,
nothing you can say about that.
that's sweet.
I was
That's
thinking
sweet.
if somebody
hold
does
on,
a
hold on, hold
response-
on. We need the vegan of all vegans to return.
Yeah, I'd like to see a thumbnail with his face in it in a marshmallow. That would be nice.
I think I gotta stop being annoyed from now on in debates. I realize that when I get annoyed, I get a bit too annoyed. So I gotta stop being annoyed at all.
Yeah, but he wasn't answering your questions. He was dodging and he was moving the goalpost. Fuck him.
Yeah, but it's better if I'm calm. I think it ends up being better in the long run.
What is the debate?
VPM, do you want to have a conversation with Stricky?
After I finish my burger, please.
Sure. So Stricky, we're asking people: is it moral to use animals as an optional food source?
Well, I think this is, I don't know. I mean, in the same time, it's not moral, to kill the animals, right? But also, when you look at it, that we evolved for so many years, eating meat and all kind of stuff. We're, omnivores, and we kind of, need meat. Our body. I mean, I know people like. Back in the days, I was watching a YouTuber who was very famous, and he was saying to everyone to be vegan, and he was actually a bodybuilder, and had a lot of muscle, and everything built only by vegan food. But after a while, like years passed, and he had kids, and those kids started to have problems because they were vegan too, right? And like they were having really bad problems, like their teeth are going no teeth, and like problems with their bones and all kind of stuff, and doctors didn't even know what to do. And so
Can you show me evidence for all of this? I'm sorry for interrupting you there. You're just telling a really long story. Do you have any evidence for your story?
I mean, I can show you the YouTuber and you can watch his story. And
Do you
he,
have any evidence that what he's saying is true?
I mean, okay, I'm not saying you should buy my story. I'm just gonna tell you. I'm not here.
Sorry,
like,
do you have evidence for your story? It's a yes or no question.
how can I? You want me to show you?
So the answer
documents?
is no, right? So a just so story is not evidence for anything. Actual
Yeah.
scientific evidence is either show it or GTFO.
But Stricky, let me ask you: is it at all possible
I'm not saying
that
you
this?
should. It's not a long story. I'm just gonna finish very quickly here. I'm not saying you should buy my story. Okay, let's say I don't have evidence. I just want to say that he started to give shrimps and seafood to his kids because he still didn't want to abuse animals. You know, he have watched so many videos of how they abuse these animals, and after that, a lot of the problems with their kids were going better. And this might be a specific case. I'm not saying it's gonna happen to everyone.
But can I ask you, Stricky, is it possible that this person was not adopting a plant-based diet in the the right way? It's not like there is one right way, but like, is it possible that he was maybe not doing the diet in the right way?
Yeah, maybe it's possible. What I'm saying is that he was really knowing well the things because he was really into being vegan for years and
Sorry,
always trying.
what does that have to do with you going vegan?
I'm not saying I'm vegan.
No, I'm asking you, what does this have to do? So the question was towards you and not that person. What does it have to do with you answering that question?
The question is that is it moral? I'm saying it's not completely moral, but
yeah, according to you. So towards you, not towards that person that might have had problems, that might have had just a really terrible plant-based diet, right? But now we're talking to you, right?
Yeah, well, I overall think vegan is not bad. It depends. Just you have to listen to your body. I mean, maybe it's not for everyone. I mean, if you start having problems when you're vegan after some years, maybe, maybe you're not doing it either right, or maybe your body is not well adapted.
Let me ask you a question. So right now my body, right, I used to smoke for 25 years. Right now I'm so stressed that my body really wants the cigarette. Should I listen to my body and light up?
No.
No, so what my body tells me is not necessarily what's healthiest to me, right? If my body just wanted a donut right now, would it be healthy to me to eat a donut?
No.
So we should probably not listen to our bodies and listen to science and take supplements and eat a variety of foods, including protein-heavy foods, right?
The thing is that if you are starting to smoke again, or if you are suppressing your smoke, nothing bad is gonna happen to you. But if you suppress not being healthy, something is gonna happen to you. You know, you're gonna have side effects.
So you know smoking is not good, right, for your health?
Yeah.
So what if I told you that we have the same evidence that like meat is not good for you as we have for smoking?
Meat is not good for you.
Yeah. And the evidence that meat is not healthy is literally almost exactly the same as for smoking, or very similar at least.
I don't agree with you.
Well, you cannot agree with it, but we have scientific evidence. And if you don't accept the scientific evidence that meat is not good for you, then you shouldn't accept the scientific evidence that smoking is bad for you.
Well, we had scientific evidence from more than 20 years that we use only 10% of our brain, but they made a new scientific...
Sorry? Can you repeat that, please? You're incredibly quiet. Can you move towards your mic as well?
We had scientific evidence for more than 20 years that we use only 10% of our brain, but the new scientific evidence showed this is not true.
No, I told you, I gave you a very... Hold on, I gave you a... I gave you.
Use the
Hold on.
scientific evidence and what exactly those scientific evidence say.
Yeah, Strikey, I gave you the specific criterion that the evidence that we have for red meat being detrimental to health is the same as the evidence that we have for smoking being detrimental to health. So there must be a symmetry breaker there, that you believe that smoking is detrimental to health, but you don't believe that meat is detrimental to health.
You think like smoking and meat has the same level of toxicity to your body?
No, but the evidence for them being detrimental to human health is literally almost exactly the same.
So you're saying if 1 month or 1 year I just smoke cigarettes, but I don't eat.
No.
meat,
No.
No. Let me
survive.
explain.
Yeah,
So
I
there's a
know.
difference
Okay.
Let
then
him
don't-
explain,
let me-
Strikey. You might not know what
Let me
he's about to
explain.
say. So let him speak for a second.
Okay, speak.
Okay, so so listen. So there's a difference between the magnitude of a risk, right? So how great the risk is of, let's say, smoking or eating meat, versus, or in comparison to saying, the amount of evidence in both cases that they are bad is equally high. Like the strength of evidence, right? So how strong our confidence in the evidence is equally or roughly the same. We're not saying smoking is better or equal than eating meat, let's say, but we're saying we have the same amount of evidence, right? And not just the same amount of evidence, but also equally in strength, because not every evidence in science is the same. Does it make sense? If you have a question, I can maybe repeat it again, because it's a bit confusing, but the amount of evidence that so the amount of evidence in both cases is the same, but we're not saying, again, that eating meat is as bad as smoking.
Yeah, it takes longer and the risk is smaller, but it's a matter of yes or no, right? Is it detrimental to health or no? And the evidence that it is detrimental to health is incredibly similar to the evidence that smoking is detrimental to health. Especially, it's as strong in case of like processed meats. It's as strong.
Yeah.
So bacon is as strong of evidence as smoking.
Yeah. What do you think about if you have a home animal and you feed it with, grass feed it and...
Yeah, that doesn't change the detriment to health.
I mean, isn't the meat at least more healthier than...
No, there is no evidence that grass-fed beef is more healthy than the grain-fed beef. There is zero evidence for it, in fact.
What about chicken then?
There is zero evidence that what the animal eats is actually changes the detrimentality of meat to health, human health. Zero. Unless you have it, please present evidence for your claim.
I'm not saying I have it.
Mm-hmm.
All of you here are vegans?
Sorry?
All of you here are vegans?
Most of us, yeah.
And from how long?
Abso-freaking-lutely, 11 years, bro.
10 years for me.
4 years.
11 years. 11 years. How do you feel on 11 years being vegan? I'm just really asking from curiosity.
I feel fantastic. I rollerblade 20K a day, and I'm a lot older than you.
Before that, you were on meat and used...
Before that, I worked in slaughterhouses. I worked for the Canadian government. So my job was a welfarist, basically a welfarist mindset. I didn't know that we could be vegan or live on plants, and I learned that about 12 years ago. And I immediately changed because it's fucking disgusting what happens to animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I had my anniversary. I actually had my anniversary for like a week ago or so. So I've been vegan for 6 years, and I'm.
Okay, guys, when you become vegans at the start, until your body adapt, to the new diet, did you have any side effects or something?
No.
That was my concern, Strikey. I was worried that I wasn't going to have enough whatever. And I didn't know. 11 years ago, I didn't know what to eat. Like, I didn't even know what veganism was. I just thought it was a diet. And so I started with things like broccoli and lentils, and I should have actually stuck with that because that's probably the healthiest stuff you can eat. But I just figured it out, and my palate changed. I didn't have cravings for animal flesh just because I knew what happened. So if you keep the ethics in mind, if you know your why, the how is just so easy. And yeah, like if someone like myself who worked in the industry, my entire family did, changes can change. I mean, like the odds are against me of changing, right? But I changed, and like I saw a lot of stuff, right? So there's consequences on the human side of it, more importantly, on the animal side of it. But yeah, overall health, like if you saw the stuff that I did, you'd be probably pretty grossed out.
No, I mean I know about it, but I'm sure that it's more deep when you actually experience it.
Well, depends, right? Depends. I mean, this guy could also been like in the past, desensitized to these images, but you have to think about it as well, right? Because we have been brought up in a society where we view these animals as objects, right? So some people can become desensitized.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
it's not always so straight. It's not always so straightforward, right? Which is why we talk about these things and we try to give reasons why these animals matter, right? We give like some exercises sometimes to really empathize, to put yourself in the shoe of a victim, to make it very vivid, you know, not just numbers or statistics, which are important, right? But like if you imagine you're a pig or a chicken or a cow, right? Like the final moments, right? If you smell the blood, you see like your own kin, your own species, right? Being killed one after the other, right? You're completely ignorant and oblivious of the situation, right? Because you're an animal. I mean, you understand it, but you don't know why it is going on. Why there are the screams. You don't know why. You smell the blood. You smell the stress. You're feeling stressed, right? You're anxious. You're fearful, right? And these emotions, they're not irrational. You know, we humans were sometimes, let me put it mildly, we're sometimes stupid, or like very fallible in a way that we experience irrational anxieties. You know, we can be anxious about almost everything, but these kind of anxieties that they experience are completely functional and appropriate and natural, shall I say, because it's about their life. You know, so and if you imagine that, right, that you know that your death will come in a few moments, right? That's a shitty thing. Just because some stupid human just says it's our tradition, it's our culture, it's our fucking taste. That's stupid. Makes no sense.
Okay,
right?
I completely agree with you. I will also have some question like, okay, what do you think about back in the days when, you know, we didn't put animals in this abuse and we are actually going and hunting animals in the forest, like how the wild animals do, which is natural.
Yeah, so I think it's equally tragic. It might have been the case that this was like a necessary evil, right? So for our survival. But I still think just because you do it like naturally doesn't mean that it is wrong, because you are killing an animal that doesn't want to die, right?
I mean, for me personally, what we do right now is wrong, definitely. But back in the days when the life was more wild, and we did actually think things more naturally, it was more, let's say, kind of acceptable.
No.
Because, you know, this animal was, you know, living freely in the forest, and you know, it's kind of different.
Yeah, but again, the how they live their life, right? I mean, I think it is a distraction, because the thing is, or whether it's natural, because even if it is natural and they lived a good life, I mean, taking away a good life, first of all, is pretty bad, right? And if you do it naturally, especially like in the past, they did not stun their victims. There was like probably no stunning, or I mean, maybe there was like in a rudimentary, like on a minimal level, maybe they had some, but like they felt the pain. There was like no stunning, nothing, right? And to the victim, let me be very clear, right? To the victim, to the animal in question, it doesn't matter whether you killed naturally or not. And it doesn't care whether it had a great life or not if you inflict that animal one bad day, right? It can have like a beautiful life, like let's say 15 years, but that one day that you give it to them makes it very, very, very bad. You know?
Yeah, but what like if you this is the only chance you'd survive because in the forest.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Which is why I said it's also a distraction because you're not in that scenario right now. It's a distraction. Yeah. So again, whether something is natural or not is irrelevant. You're taking away a life that doesn't want to get killed. You know, there's no need. It's unnecessary to kill someone prematurely. You know, prematurely is basically you kill them too soon, right? There's no need to kill them sooner. Just let them live, respect them. You know?
Yeah, like
And
what do you also yeah, finish. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
I was want to ask how do you guys imagine the future like because this you know is very complex the whole world to become vegans, you know, and also this is being from so many years, right? And it's probably not happening but do you believe it's probably someday gonna happen, or maybe the science gonna provide technology or something that people will become actually vegans and we're gonna stop abuse animals?
Yeah, so in my opinion, even if I now say it won't be the case right now, that should not dissuade you, that should not stop you from actually becoming a vegan. Because what actually matters is whether the arguments that we are giving to you, right, are persuasive, are convincing to you. That is the most important thing, right? If they are, no matter what the world is doing, because people can be stupid, they can be lazy, they can be victims of their circumstance, right? Whatever, right? But what is important is about the arguments and whether it makes sense to you, right? Because there will always be people who have different opinions, who are sometimes on the wrong side, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
And some people are probably what I try I probably label them as slow learners. They have very hard difficulties understanding reasons or arguments, and they have to learn through law and punishment, right? Some people are very, like, I'm not saying they're mentally challenged, I'm not gonna say that, but all they care is really, if something is legal, I'm gonna abide by it. But if it's just moral and optional, I don't care. And some people just learn by punitive measures, by being punished. Yeah, which I find sad, you know, because you can still be moral, irrespective whether something is like legal or not. You know, killing animals should not be legal, in my opinion.
I saw somewhere that they start doing with technology, you know, artificial meat, like putting all the protein that animals have without the need of killing animals and something. But I don't know how much that is actually true.
True. It's called bean.
Yeah.
It's called bean. Discovered about 1,000.
We don't hear you well.
Yeah, you're roboting. A little bit.
Sorry, I'm outside. I was just saying, yeah, like we do have this technology already. It was discovered in the agricultural revolution around 10,000 BC.
Mm-hmm.
Called modern agriculture. And we can produce through this technology all of to survive and thrive.
Or maybe this can, how can I say, fix the problem with the animals, and they start producing this artificial meat, and people stop killing animals.
Well, it helps them in the sense because it helps them in the sense because humans are you could say they have what I call, like, especially when it comes down to change, they have at times LFT, like low frustration tolerance, right? So they only look at themselves. They're not willing to make themselves uncomfortable when making uncomfortable is actually in their best interest, right? So in my view, it makes sense to sometimes say no if it means to live up to your principles, right? Probably not easy to be a vegan sometimes, you know, but it makes sense to tolerate some form of frustrations because, well, it's the right thing to do. Right, it's the right thing to do for yourself and for the animals, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and those would be
Choose the-
short-lived frustrations as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it
What
makes
is-
sense to tolerate them. Yeah.
What is like the biggest challenge you encounter when you become vegan the first time? Like hitting your protein or like maybe your iron or something, you know?
No, it's none of
No,
the
it's-
nutrition. It's always the people around you. You go and you tell your
Yeah.
parents, for instance, who raised you to be a compassionate person. You tell them, listen, I've decided to like not harm animals anymore with my actions by going vegan. And then they laugh at you in your face. That's hard. Nutrition is easy.
I see. Well, okay. It was nice talking to you guys. Have to go. Have a
Yeah,
nice
sure.
day.
Have a nice day, man. Bye-bye.
So trans woman, do you want to have a conversation? You don't have to have it with me. But yeah, you know, David is nice. Axel is nice. Val is nice.
I'm not nice.
but I think
Don't
it's
talk
easy.
to me.
I'll be mean if you want.
Yeah, like that twisted guy. He's kind of nice to you, right? Sometimes.
I mean, I think we're all nice. We become intense at times, but we're all kind of nice, yeah.
Yep, you can DM us, ask any questions you want. We're always here for you. We can put you in touch with people who are registered dietitians. Anything you need.
I've muted my participation in Discord just to talk to you for 1 second. I hope you're listening. I don't know. So appealing to ancestors would be a pretty silly thing to do because ancestors lived till they were 30. It wasn't in their ability, nor was it in their long-term goal to grow as old as possible, as it is in the 21st century. And therefore, the animal products just brought them to the point where they can reproduce, right? So it just gave them enough calories to have their peckers stand up and to have sex with each other so that the woman can have, so that those two people can have progeny, right? And that's how the species survived. But today, most of us, generally speaking, are not in a game of survival. We're in a game of thriving and longevity. And for longevity, animal products are actually incredibly detrimental. And it's totally possible and even easier to thrive on a plant-based diet. So it would be like a silly argument. Look at what our ancestors did. Well, our ancestors, what they did wasn't the thing that we are doing. We are doing something else. And therefore, you should examine evidence now and not back then. Yeah?
Twisted.
Oh, Twisted.
It's hot.
Yeah.
I do
Other
like
than
his
Uncle.
voice.
I guess Nick is also the uncle. Damn.
Well, I guess nothing is happening, so I can address modern life dating. Yeah, sure, meat is tasty. I think that's what you mean by it, that it's tasty and it feels good to eat meat, but it is detrimental to us in various ways. And I can point them out to you if you want. Meat is definitely not king in most of what it provides to us because it's mostly has negative impact on us as human beings than positive impacts. So I don't know why you would declare it king except for taste. And I don't think taste justifies all the negative impact that meat has on us, you know?
Now, I want to know, why is it that you vegans don't let others live their life? Oh, sorry, I was just making a joke. But yeah, go on. So what you were saying? What were you saying? 9 something?
Oh, they left, I think. Oh, have they? Oh, no, they're not. They're here. Sorry. What were you saying? 9 something.
Yeah, I don't know how to read what your username. So all we see is 9 and then some Arabic text. What were you saying, 9? I'm sorry, I was you speaked as I was speaking.
Hey, Pink. I'm gonna call him Pink. Anyway, guys, I now know that I see too many non-vegans that are evil, and it really.
So modern life dating, you're a pretty big channel, right? That means that you've succeeded at something, right? Are you gonna address what I told you? That would be the, I don't know, intellectually honest thing to do, right? Unless you like a common troll, a person who doesn't have a big channel, just came into my chat, a tiny channel, my personal tiny channel chat, just to tell me this stuff and you left. That would be a little weird activity from a person who has a successful channel on YouTube, wouldn't it?
Pink 9. I don't know what your name is, man, because again we can't read it. It's in Arabic. You just spoke just now.
I think I'm gonna just. Maybe they'll come back. I'm gonna disconnect you. You come back, and then you say something. They'll come back.
Yeah, you sure?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Night Fury, how goes it? Whatever.
Hello, new person who just joined. What is your name?
My name is Smooth.
Hey, Smooth. Are you vegan? You don't have to be. I'm just asking.
I'm not.
Do you know what being vegan is?
Yeah, I know.
What is it?
I'm interested with meat and these things. I just want to say for you that if you are vegan, your testosterone is become low, and even your muscles and these things, and it's not healthy, to be honest.
Yeah, do you have evidence that on a vegan diet your testosterone becomes low?
Yeah, there are a lot you could.
Yeah, present some. Because it seems that you made your, formed your knowledge, your belief on something, right, based on evidence. So you can present that evidence, because until then, you're just presenting your belief, and thank you very much for sharing. But this is an empirical claim, and it requires empirical evidence.
If you want an evidence, okay, try. You are vegan right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Go for a hospital and see what they told you about estrogen and testosterone, because you are.
Well, actually,
the lady, okay, you got the estrogen hormone.
Well,
Okay,
lady is a
go
bit of a stretch, but let me tell you that I do not biannual, but every 2 years or so, I do extensive check of my blood work, right? And I don't have any issues. So, but that wouldn't be empirical evidence for your claim, though. Empirical evidence for your claim would be research. So, like actual scientific papers. Even if I had low estrogen, that wouldn't be evidence for your claim.
Okay, it's not about the.
No.
Only in...
You made the claim, either retract it or present evidence for it, or we can't continue.
Okay. If I get on evidence that's what you say or wherever, as I told you, you go for hospital, and it's not about the only relationship or sexuality and these things. I mean, for energy, for power, for muscles, for
Yeah,
for
present
life,
evidence for all
or
of
even
those.
the way of thinking.
Yeah, present evidence for all of those, and we can talk. Until
Yeah,
then,
plus I'm
it's
a
just like
certified
your opinion or
nutritionist.
something, right? It's just like an opinion that you are expressing, and then thank you for sharing your opinion, and then we can move on to like actual.
But okay. I'm gonna send for your evidence, but let me take it from doctors and these things and write it. So if you want really only interested about, I'm gonna send for you. Yeah, add a friend and
Yeah.
send it for you or the research.
Yeah, please do, because like it would be like a revelation to us. So Axel is vegan for 11 years, I'm vegan for 10 years,
7.
Cheap is vegan for 4
7.
years, Val is vegan for 3 years, and like a bunch of us,
6.
all of us,
Okay,
I
no
think,
problem.
have incredible amount of muscle. So I don't know, it's just like if you're pointing at us, then our experience is actually the opposite of your claims, and therefore you should present actual empirical evidence. Until then, we just like can dismiss you entirely because our experience like goes against your claim. Yeah.
Okay, even if you, all of you are I guess me and your evidence are presented, but also I can to show you maybe I have something is helpful for all, or maybe help you on something or whatever.
No, we're doing
But
fine. We're
my
doing more
claims
than.
or my idea, yeah.
No. You're wrong because your claim is not empirically based, right? Just our experiences saying we are doing great, our blood work is amazing, we build muscle, we're doing just fine. Just that, if you're going anecdotally, we debunked you right there. We just debunked all of your claims. Because our blood work is fantastic, we feel fantastic, we look fantastic. So,
But what would convince you? What would convince you that you
me.
can survive on
Not
a
about
plant-based diet?
not only the thing, as I told you. It is not about the muscle. It is not about the muscle. It is not about the muscle. It's
no,
about,
I'm talking about
I mean,
general health.
how
I'm
to
talking about
see the
general health
things
because I
happen.
said I do blood work every 2 years or so, right? So my blood work is fantastic. I'm basically cardiovascular disease proof. I'm not gonna die of a heart attack. How fantastic
Okay,
is
no
that?
problem. I'm gonna send for you the evidence.
No. I'm just saying,
okay?
right, that we just debunked your claim unless you present evidence for your claim that is scientific, that is based on population research, right, and not like a singular person here and there, because that would be like again anecdotal, right? So yeah, present evidence for your claims, and then we can talk. Until then, maybe we can have a conversation with somebody else.
But I'm curious, what exactly would convince you? But can I ask you, what would convince you that you can thrive, that means be healthy as possible, on a plant-based diet?
On a plan, eh?
Yeah, so what would convince you? What would convince you that you can be healthy and build muscle or whatever it is that you want to do with your life? That you can do everything that you want with your life and be healthy with it on a diet that is strictly made of plants only.
Told him, not told me plans. For me, I eat everything.
But that's not what
his
I asked.
question.
So I asked.
So I eat meat, and
So I understand you eat meat, but my question is, because you said you're not vegan because you think you cannot be healthy, right?
People
so
are
my question
so
is,
bad at
what
reasoning.
evidence can we
Terrible.
provide
it's not
to
about
you?
the healthy. It is not about the healthy. It's not about being healthy. Both of them
Then why did you come in here making health
are
claims?
healthy, but for hermeneutic, for the way of thinking, give you my glimpse or my opinion about vegans. Vegans, it is not that much of healthy carbs and meats and these things. Okay, my point is vegans could destroy you. And
Please,
hormones
you just
and
threw it into chat. When you say
original
could, right?
hormones.
Hold on. When you say, so I have two issues, right? So the very first thing is you said could. in principle, almost everything could destroy you, right? Could is a statement of probability. So in order to protect you, right, because we are beautiful people, we obviously can educate you when it comes down to being on a vegan. Sorry, what? No, sorry. So we can obviously educate you to have a proper, well-planned, rich vegan diet, right? And that's why we're here, because we have experience and we also read the science. It's not just about our personal experience, but it also is in accordance with the evidence how to do a proper vegan diet. Because we have to be careful when we have personal experiences. You mentioned it earlier, right? Like an example of yours where you have seen a person who was on a vegan diet. But we have to be careful with personal experiences because some people can do the vegan diet wrong, for instance, right? Because they may not be educated, right? So we always have to, but let's be clear. But it's always important to have the skepticism when it comes down to personal experience, because we never know how people in general do these experiments, right? That's always the case. And now if you have questions, we can try to answer them. But again, you can do a vegan diet pretty well. It's not an issue. You just have to know a little bit what you're doing. That's it. But let me tell you this. If you only eat fruits and vegetables, right?
Yes.
If you only eat fruits and vegetables, you might run into some problems.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello? Is anybody they could hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
My point. Okay, my issue in you is about, as I told you, Yoruba people are more powerful, and for energy, not for powerful, for energy, for the way of thinking, for muscle, for healthy, is better than vegan. And there are evidence and researcher a lot. I could to show you have a PDF for them or even in my mind. So I can't remember it well, but I can send for you evidence. And in my experience, because I try a vegan, okay? And I go for a hospital to see, and they said your hormonistic is big low. Because the meat has a lot of hormonate and original hormonate and what else? A genetic is healthy for you. Okay? So vegan, they didn't get it because they didn't eat meat or chicken or whatever. Only they eat the egg. You cannot take all these things from egg. You need to eat
But don't eat eggs either, so I don't know what the claim is.
Chicken, meat, wherever, to get the health original hormonatic from meat and other not other limbs like lamb and the other.
So wait a minute. If we showed you evidence that you can be healthier, you can be healthier, you can have better brain activity, whatever that means, because when we mean health, we do mean general health. Better health activity, better muscle outcomes, whatever. Let's just imagine that we give you evidence that you can have at least all of those factors that you just claimed. By consuming plants and plant-based foods only, would you then see it as important that you go vegan and no longer oppress animals?
The sound track is
send me the
great.
evidence or told me anything that's make me tell me. Show me.
Show you evidence?
Or tell me your evidence or tell me about your experience.
Well, experiences is not what matters.
I mean, told me the evidence.
Yeah. So experience is not what matter. Actual, like when we make empirical claims, we should actually go to empirical evidence. So for instance, if you look at my screen, I'm sharing my screen. So I can give you this link as well, right? So this is ADA, is American Dietetic Association, and the same goes for British Dietetic Association and a few others. So those are big nutritional, dietetic, not nutritional, dietetic associations that make the claim that it's a position of American Dietetic Association that appropriately planned vegetarian diets, including total vegetarian or vegan diets, are healthful, nutritionally adequate, and may provide health benefits in the prevention and treatment of certain diseases. In this case, they mean diseases like cardiovascular disease and cancers. Is that enough, or would you like some more? What would you like to see? Let me know. Maybe I have it.
Okay. Sure.
Sure what? Have you changed your mind?
Sorry. Show me what do you have from the no, I'm not changing my mind to not know the.
You're roboting and cutting out, so it's incredibly hard to understand what you're even saying.
But maybe it's bad because it is not only. Okay, just one more.
Hey guys,
can I change my place?
Okay.
I think some research about diet maybe is not defined compared with balanced diet, because in general best diet for us is some balanced diet with.
Well, I don't know what you mean by balanced. Balanced of what and what? Because actually, like the best diet is a Mediterranean diet that is mostly plants.
Not even that. With good nutrients, like we need to eat eggs, meat.
Oh yeah, for what? What do we need from meat specifically, for instance?
The best food in the world is egg.
What do we need there? What do we need from it? Because maybe I have I can show you that we can get it from plants or supplements.
Yeah, but the biological value is not the same.
Yeah, what do we need? The biological value of a supplement is the best, by the way. But what do we need from meat? That we need meat to consume meat for it.
So it can be a technical.
Can you please provide, name the nutrient that we need from meat?
I can try to list, but only egg, I think we have 30, 40 nutrients or more that is essential.
What are the nutrients? Give me one. How about one?
I will try to list later because I...
No, give me one right now. I don't need the full list. Give me one nutrient that you can only get from meat or eggs that you can't get on a plant-based diet.
Well, we have a lot of vitamins.
Name one.
Like eggs.
Name one nutrient. Name one vitamin that you can get from meat, but you can't get on a plant-based diet, please.
I don't know if you have.
Yeah,
others,
that's why.
Vitamin D,
So maybe you should do some research because you can't even name one nutrient. Then there's one nutrient that is clearly incredibly obvious that you could have named, but you didn't even do that. So you know nothing about nutrition. So how about you avoid making nutritional claims until you know something about nutrition,
I
right?
Just thinking what I think I'm talking.
Name one nutrient that is in meat or eggs that you can't get on a plant-based diet.
Oh, okay. I'll get technical values in return for you because I'm working out, and I was thinking it's just a conversation.
You can't name one nutrient, can you?
But if you want studies and technical information, I will get that in return.
You can't name even one nutrient? You can't name one nutrient.
So Hunter Mind, the reason why VPM is pressing you with one single nutrient is because you made a claim. So we can have a conversation. We definitely want to do that. It's just that when you make a claim, you should back it up with some form of evidence behind it. So your claim was that we need to consume animal products. and you were asked several times, what is it that we need? And not even all the things that you say we need, but one single thing that we need from animal products that we can't get from plants or plant-based products. So we can have a conversation, but if you make this, you can either take this claim back and say, no, that's not true, maybe we can, or you have to name a nutrient, as VPM keeps saying.
Yes, I get that. Because I'm working now and I can't get a technical details. But later I enjoy hearing and try to talk more with you.
But Hunter Mind, why do you make this statement if you can't back it up for yourself? Like, I'm curious because why do you believe this without any evidence behind it?
If I make a statement, I'm sorry, I just say I think that something. So is what I think.
So it's your opinion. It's your opinion that you need meat. Yeah. So that means jack fucking shit, right? Because when you make an empirical claim, and that's what it is, right? You're saying you need to eat meat as a human being, right? That's an empirical claim. That's not a matter of opinion. That's something that needs to be backed by science. You're not just saying, oh, I like the color red. That would be an opinion that you don't need to back up.
Yes, I just make an opinion, but I think it's not because we have a research case, it's the absolute truth. We
then you can back it up by science, and you can name one nutrient that is in meat or eggs that we can't get on a plant-based diet. Please.
We have some like vitamin B12, creatine.
Thank you. Finally, Jesus Christ, was that hard? Did you Google just now? That's awesome.
Yeah, you have to use ChatGPT.
Well fucking done. So let's start with B12 and continue from there. B12 is a supplement that doesn't exist naturally on Earth anymore. And you can either take a supplement like we vegans do, or you can take your supplements through meat, because animals are supplemented in their feed with cobalt. Cobalt turns into B12 in case of ruminants, and actual B12 in case of chickens, pigs, animals like that, right? So either way, we're taking it through a supplement, and it's not a supplement that exists in meat. Creatine is not an essential nutrient, but yeah, it's fucking awesome when you take it in a supplement. You can't actually get a substantial amount of creatine unless you're on a carnivore diet, and then you're fucked. But on an omnivorous diet, you are getting less than 1 gram a day, and less than 1 gram a day does jack shit. I'm on 2 grams of creatine right now as a supplement, and it feels fantastic. It's still not an essential nutrient. What else?
Oh, we have some DHA like omega-3, omega-6.
Yeah, omega-6 and omega-3 are exclusively in plants, if you mean ALA. If you mean EPA and DHA, they are still exclusively in plants, because ALA turns into EPA and DHA in our body if you eat enough of it. And fish, actually, ALA. Fish get it from algae, so it's also from plants. And like there are eggs that are specifically said that they are high in omega-3s. Well, those animals are fed flax seeds, so that's also a plant. So actually, omega-3s come from plants exclusively, and omega-6s as well. So omega-6 is so ubiquitous that who cares? What else was there?
We have some carnosine, I think is a
carnosine is not an essential nutrient, so next.
And vitamin D3 we have in some other things.
Yeah, D2, you either take D2 or vegan D3, or you just go outside in the sun for a little bit. Next. By the way, D2 and D3 also like don't exist in animal products. That's something that everybody should either supplement or take the chance and be in the sun for a little bit. I wouldn't take the chance, I would supplement it. And indeed, like, so D3 is added into all kinds of like products, omnivorous and vegan products. So next.
But some of the things we really get from meat or egg.
Which ones? You haven't named. You haven't even named one yet.
Mining creatine and vitamin.
Creatine,
B12.
you can't get creatine that is like actually helpful from meat, right? And second of all, it's not an essential nutrient. And if you want the benefits of creatine, well, they are beneficial. You're just gonna have to supplement. You can't get it from meat unless you're on a carnivore diet, and then you're fucked anyways. So
But,
you haven't. So just to reiterate. Hold on. So hold on.
Oh.
So Hunter. So just to see where we stand, you've named about 5, 6, 7 nutrients, and I debunked all of your claims, and you haven't named one nutrient that you can only get from meat or from animal products. That didn't happen.
So I'm not here for debating technical things with you. I'm making questions to me to understand too. You get
Yeah,
that?
that's awesome. But I'm just saying, right? Let's like fix our epistemology now, because you can't come in and make nutritional claims when before Googling you couldn't even name one nutrient there is in meat, and after Googling, it's still debunked, right? It's still wrong claims.
Yes, but I
Yeah.
think it's this little conversation to know more about
Sure.
the diet and everything else.
I'm just trying, Hunter.
I not say not technical when that information everything, because I was just thinking we are
Yeah.
here for talk,
Hunter, I'm just
little
trying.
better.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fix you. That's the thing. I'm just trying to fix how you present things, right? Because you came in here with a very strong claim that you couldn't satisfy with any kind of evidence. Can you please tell me if you changed your mind now, since I debunked all of your claims in like seconds?
Yes, but at some point you
Thank you.
have documented sources for us to read and understand more.
Sorry, what's the question?
You have some documented researches
Well-
about the benefits for us to read more.
Well, I have a lot. So I have this site that I'm working on. It's not fully filled, right? But there is a lot of information in it. But also there are like things like bits and pieces. And I just put my site in the channel.
Oh, nice. I will try to read that, because
Yeah.
as we make conversation, any information that we put in this conversation, we need to take that, read, confirm. You can say it's the absolute truth in just a conversation.
Oh, I
We
can
need to
provide
confirm
evidence
the
for
fact.
everything I said. I can provide evidence for everything I said.
Nice. But I read your content to understand and learn more, and maybe talk more about this later.
Yeah, sure. That's a good place to end this conversation on. Anybody else?
Hunter, 1 second. Yeah, Hunter, 1 second. Like what we were saying is that just this is for you, by the way, not for anything else. Is that when you make claims, such strong claims, it's just be sure that they're at least true before you make those claims. It's just my advice to you, because otherwise, you end up in a situation where what you're saying might not be factual or not, right? So when we make claims, we do our research before that. So
He finds himself in a situation where I
the first
embarrass
claim
him.
I made this, I was thinking, not a really claim as a truth. I get that, because sometimes I enter this channel just to practice my English. That's not very good. And the first time I enter in a channel with some fixed content to talk, sorry.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your in the end open-mindedness about this. And but yes, please do check things. Try in your life make less of a strong claims unless you actually have evidence for it, or at least know something about the subject. Yeah, it would fix your life regardless of whether you go vegan or not. But you should go vegan.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody
But,
else? No, nobody else? Axel, why are you smiling?
I'm bonking myself.
So if you do question mark bonk, it bonks yourself?
What does bonking
You can
yourself
have
mean?
very- Look, it doesn't give it a bonk.
Oh.
I don't know how Burberry does it, but I was trying to do it. Skill issue on my part.
I don't know who those people are.
So I'm curious, how do you guys feel between Brussels sprouts and broccoli? Which one would be better? I personally like Brussels sprouts more.
Both are gross.
Broccoli.
No, Brussels sprouts are amazing, but I don't buy them. I don't buy green stuff at all. And now we found out why I take a multi-supplement.
I find Brussels sprouts amazing. You put them in the air fryer. They're one of those things that you can easily just air fry. And bam! Nutrients and taste.
Yeah, okay, fine. I'll go buy some Brussels sprouts next week. Fine.
Buy them
I'm
frozen.
going for the air fryer.
Yeah, professional tip. Buy them frozen, because then you just put them frozen in the air fryer for like 20 minutes at 180 degrees Celsius, and bam! Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Brussels are great, but broccoli's great too.
Yeah, broccoli's great sometimes. I buy it sometimes. The fresh stuff, the frozen stuff, I don't like. It's watery as fuck.
Absolutely. I'm growing mine, so I've got both purple sprouting broccoli and ordinary broccoli that's growing in the
purple
growing in the polytunnel.
That's awesome.
I'm lucky enough to be able to do that.
Yeah. It is a bit of a, sorry, I'm going to use the hard word, privilege to do.
Absolutely. I agree.
I was able to grow about 150 grams of potatoes, tiny potatoes, and about 3 tiny tomatoes so far, but I have 4 more tomatoes on the way. Tiny, tiny tomatoes, because that's all the thing that I can do. That's all the space I have.
If you've got the space, you're using it. That's brilliant. I've got chard, I've got cauliflower, I've got purple sprouting and ordinary broccoli. I've got lots of spinach, I've got courgettes, I've got loads of potatoes. Yeah, it's all going mad at the moment.
Fun.
Have you got tofu?
No.
No, I went and tried to get a tofu plant, but they haven't got any.
Tofu is better
Yeah,
when
you
you
know.
buy it, actually. Like, I've made my own tofu. It's all right, but it's difficult to make it taste as like the commercial one.
Yeah, but tofu plants are destroying the environment.
Funny. Funny, haha. Have we won again? Have we scared everybody off? Again.
VPM, do you like borscht?
Yeah, sometimes. Beets, I have strange relationship with beets. I do make a beet salad, which I love and I'm addicted to. But generally speaking, I don't make borscht. I only, if somebody else make it, I'm gonna eat it. But like the vegan version, obviously.
Interesting. So the reason why I asked if you liked borscht, because all of a sudden I know you are not in Romania, because in Romania, borscht does not imply beets. Haha!
Okay, gotcha. But it could be just one of those things that it could be just that VPM is fully cultural. and I just know a bunch
No,
of stuff.
I figured. Now, if anybody asks me about borscht, I would also mention the beet one,
Exactly.
which is. But wait, how do you have so VPM? Like, look, there's this dish that you're just insulting my whole culture right now. So there's this dish. There's this dish. I air fry beets, and then I air fry Brussels sprouts, and together air fried beets with air fried Brussels sprouts, because the beets are sweet and the Brussels sprouts are a bit bitter. Oh my God, they work together so well.
Why is Axel laughing at us?
No, I'm not laughing at Nihal.
All right. Okay. I don't know how what I said insults your culture. Cheap.
No, it doesn't. Of course
Okay,
not. No.
awesome.
But,
You made an empirical claim, Cheap. Provide evidence for it.
Yeah, but you have a different opinion, so therefore I got insulted.
Yeah, you wanna have a conversation, Lolo, or just make sounds? Just make sounds. Well, as long as those sounds are not too loud, because then it would be a noise pollution, and that's a bannable disease. That's a bannable action. So be careful, is what I'm saying. What's up, Burf?
Hello.
How you doing?
You're so good.
Yeah, please, Lolo, please. Behave yourself. Don't test us. We are strong-willed in this channel. Burf, are you vegan?
No,
I'm Arab.
Sorry, can you answer again?
I'm not vegan.
Oh,
I'm
why
not
not?
Arab. I'm Arab.
Lolo, please.
What?
This is your
I'm
last warning,
Arab.
please. This is your last warning, or we're gonna ban you, okay? Oh, the Burf left as well. So that it's just like two teenagers or something. The fact that like 13-year-olds are allowed on this fucking server is like crazy. What's up, Sharky?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, pretty alright. You?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, it's alright. I'm alright. Are you?
Oh, okay, I'm fine, thank you.
Sure. Sharky, have you been in this channel before, or is this your first time?
This is my first time, to be
Hmm.
honest.
Awesome.
So Sharky, can I ask you a question and then you can have a conversation with VPM because I gotta go. So there's this weird thing that I like to do is I like to take dogs. I give them a tranquilizer so they don't feel any pain. Then I kill
Jesus,
them
Chip.
and then
Thanks
I hang
for
them
setting
upside
me up
down
for
and
that
I beat
combo.
them. You know, for exercise, like as a punching bag. Is what I'm doing moral or immoral?
Of course, immoral.
Why?
Because why you kill a dog this way?
He's doing it for exercise and he's not killing them, he's just beating them.
Oh, I thought like for fun.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, it's just for exercise.
No, I mean for something scientific.
No, for exercise. Is that moral or immoral?
Exercise what exactly? I don't know.
Beating somebody, right? It like you can exercise, you can like punch them, and then you like improve the way you punch, and you burn calories, and you create more strength, right? So for that kind of stuff.
I don't know, to be honest.
You don't know if it's moral or immoral to beat a dog for exercise?
I said it's immoral.
Okay. Why is it immoral?
Because it is. Why you kill
What do you
dog for
mean?
different
Like, there
types.
should be a reason that something is moral or immoral, no?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so what's the reason? Why is it immoral?
Because we are humans, like we can't do such a thing.
Why can't humans do certain things?
No, I think I didn't get the question from the first.
Okay. So Chip said, right, if he keeps a dog, right, in his house and he beats that dog for exercise every day, is it moral
What do
or
you mean-
immoral?
What do you mean exercise?
You like beating something, right? Like beating a punching bag, for instance. It's exercise. You exert calories, you exert sweat, you increase your cardiovascular, like cardio, right? And you become stronger and better at punching things. So instead of a punching bag, he's just using a dog.
Why?
That's his decision. It's just like his opinion that it's better to do with the dog.
It's the most convenient. That's why
Okay,
it's the most convenient.
I can tell you that I don't know. I wanna exercise too, and I will use you instead of using
Oh, would that be moral?
a bag.
Would that be moral?
No, I can ask him the same question if he is the same situation, like if I am using him to exercise.
Yeah,
So
he
should
would
we
say
be
it's immoral.
moral or immoral?
He would say it's immoral. So why is it immoral though? Because Chip can explain it, right?
It's
So
immoral. Like we can't do such a thing. Like
Why
you
not?
should. I don't know, like something.
Let me propose something to you. Maybe this will sound like true to you, right? So I think it's immoral to beat dogs unnecessarily, right? For exercise that you can get elsewhere, is because dogs are like conscious beings. They can feel pain, they can feel pleasure, they can feel fear and happiness, right? And therefore, it's not okay to beat them if you can avoid it.
Yeah, that's the answer.
That's the answer. Oh, that's awesome. So, what do you think that instead of a dog, it's a pig? Is it okay to beat a pig for exercise?
No.
Is it
No,
for
I
the
think
same reason? For the same reason?
Yeah, all the animals like it's the same thing for
Mhm.
all animals.
Well, what if I slit the pig's throat? Is that okay?
Like you cut the throat of the pig.
Yep.
For what?
Just for exercise as well, let's say.
It's still the same thing, immoral.
Hmm. What if it's not for exercise, but actually for taste pleasure?
I would say you are a psycho and you need.
Hmm. What if it's a cow and not a pig? Is it the same? Is it not okay to slit the throat of the cow for taste pleasure?
The same thing.
Okay.
Still immoral.
Sounds like your morality is incredibly vegan. Did you know what veganism is when you entered this room?
No, I am not vegan.
Yeah, no, sounds like your morality is, right? Because that's what us vegans do. We oppose the exploitation
No,
and...
you wait. You changing the thing. Like you started with a dog and you went to the pig,
Mhm.
and now you are with the cow, and you are
Mhm.
saying my morality is vegan.
It sounds
how?
like it. You can try to disagree, but then you're gonna have to prove it because that's how us vegans talk. We say it's immoral to exploit and slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff, for unnecessary reasons. And
Yes,
that's
you said
why, hold on,
unnecessary stuff.
Sharky, and that's why we became vegan, because we think it's unnecessary to cause harm to animals when we don't have to. So we stopped harming animals for our diets, and we stopped harming animals for our clothing and for other stuff as well.
No, like you can use it for something necessary, but for
Like what?
exercise, no.
Well, what's so necessary, let's say, in meat?
Protein, like you can eat it.
Yeah. What if I told you there is a lot of protein in plants as well, and it's actually not necessary for you to eat specifically protein from animals who had their throat slit?
No, it's proven that protein from meat can't be getting from anything else but meat.
Ah, awesome. Do you have evidence for your claim?
You can search, like you can
No.
find it anywhere.
If you made the claim, you have to show evidence for it. I don't have to go and try to debunk your claim. I can, by the way.
Oh no, wait. I am not like prepared to this topic. I just came by coincidence, and I am now listening to you talking about.
So how about I debunk your claim, do you a favor, by the way, that's a huge favor on my part, and I debunk your claim that the protein that you get in meat is not comparable to the protein from plants. You want me to do that? Do you want me to debunk your claim?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So usually when someone makes the claim, they have to present evidence for that claim. But I'm going to do but Sharky, hold on. But I'm going to do I'm proposing to do you a huge favor and debunk your claim instead of you, right? So I can do that. Would you like me to do that?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm sharing the screen. You can look at the screen. Let me just open it. There you go.
Wait, can I ask something?
Sure.
Is anyone in this call are vegans?
I think most, but not all.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't know a couple of people. I don't know who Pig is, and I don't know who Transwoman Batra is either. So.
Okay.
Okay. So it is a common belief that plant proteins are not comparable to animal proteins, but we seem to debunk it in the past few years. So first, I'll show you. Do you know what protein is? First of all, what it's made of?
Protein.
Yeah. What's it made of? Do you know?
I don't know how to say it in English because I am not a native speaker.
I'll help you out. It's called amino acids. So amino acids.
In Arabic, we say Ahmad acidiyya.
Yeah, it sounds very familiar. It sounds kind of almost the same. Yeah. So there are some amino acids that we must get from food, called essential amino acid, must get from food. And animal products obviously have that. It's this side of, you see where it says essential on my screen? So those are the 9 essential amino acids, and obviously they are in animal foods. But now look down, right? There are legumes, beans, lentils, peas. Also have all 9 essential amino acids right there. Grains, 9 essential amino acids, all of them. Nuts, the same. Vegetables, even vegetables have all 9 essential amino acids. Fruit as well, and even mushrooms. So almost all food on Earth, all unprocessed food on Earth, has all 9 essential amino acids. The only one that doesn't is actually an animal product, and that's gelatin. Now, it's not just a matter of if there are all essential amino acids in the protein, it's also how much protein you eat, right? And there is another claim that if you eat animal protein, you can absorb more of that animal protein than plant protein. But it appears to be incorrect as well. We have evidence for it now. So for instance, this research, they took 2 groups. They gave to one group an omnivorous diet. That means like a diet that includes meat, eggs, dairy, things like that, right? And it also gave them whey protein isolate. So it's a animal-based protein isolate. And then they took another group and they gave them all plant-based food and a plant-based protein isolate. And what does it turn out? If you eat enough grams of protein and you work out, you actually can grow the same amount and strength of muscle on an omnivorous diet and on vegan diet. This means ipso facto that as long as you eat enough protein, there is no difference between animal protein and plant protein. We have more evidence for that, this time in elderly people. So elderly people, it's incredibly important for them to eat enough protein to retain their muscle strength. And again, this research comes up saying that there is no difference between two diets. They are incredibly comparable. This research does the same. It actually took 3 groups this time. One of them eats animal protein. The other eats like high quality, what is considered to be high quality plant protein. And the third one eats what is considered low quality plant protein. And again, there is no difference between them as long as they eat the same amount of calories and the same amount of protein. Fourth research says the same thing.
But
so,
can I ask you something?
Sure.
Like 1 gram of meat and 1 gram of, I don't know, any vegetable like contain protein. Is the same, like we can find the same protein amount in meat and in 1 gram meat comparing to 1 gram vegetable or something like that?
Yeah, so first of all, depends what kind of meat and depends what kind of plant protein type, right? But generally speaking, it's also not a good idea to compare gram to gram, but because that's not how. Hold on. I'm explaining, Sharky. Hold on, just let me finish. So it's not okay to compare gram to gram because that's not how we interact with food. Usually when we make a comparison between two foods, we go for calories. So if you take 200 calories of beef and 200 calories of tofu, they have the same amount of protein in them. And if you take this,
why we can't use like calories? I mean grams or kilogram.
Yeah, because it's a bad comparison because some foods have more water in them and others have less, and that contributes to its weight. So it's not a good idea because then you could find yourself in something ridiculous like comparing a watermelon.
But I mean, wait, can you? Sorry, but I mean, like if we measure the grams, I mean the protein in I don't know 1 gram of meat.
Yeah, I understand. What? So grams are not a good metric to compare things to, because you can compare 1 gram of beef soup that has a lot of water in it, and therefore it's going to be very little protein in there, to like 1 gram of highly dense protein, to like 1 gram of tofu. That would be a bad comparison between two foods. That's why we compare foods with calories. So it matters, like don't eat like 500 grams of food per day. You eat a certain amount of calories per day, and that gives you indication of how much nutrition you are getting. That's why I'm saying comparing 200 grams of beef with 200 grams of any food would be a bad comparison. Because I could find a food that is much more protein dense, like by weight, and that would show beef to be terrible for you, like protein wise, right? That's why comparison in calories is actually what is important.
Okay, can I ask you just what is your name?
VPM.
VPM?
Yeah.
Is it a nickname or a name?
Yeah, it's my stage name, quote unquote. It's my YouTube name.
Okay, I just want to say, like, I know I just came here by coincidence, and if you are trying to convince me to be vegan, I can be vegan. I
Well-
eat everything. I vegan and meat, anything, vegetables.
Well, that's misunderstanding of what veganism is, and it's kind of weird that you misunderstand this because we went through it already. So I already explained to you what veganism is.
No, I don't know about the difference between vegan and vegetarian.
Yeah, so the difference between vegan and vegetarian is ethics. So vegans are against exploitation and slaughter of animals, and vegetarians aren't. So they just adhere to some kind of a diet. Or they do think they hold ethics, but their ethics is incredibly misguided.
Oh, okay, guys. So you are vegan.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah. So why aren't you vegan, since you are against slitting the throats of animals for unnecessary stuff?
For me, it's necessary. I want to eat protein from meat, not from vegetables.
Yeah, you know what the difference between want and need is? Like,
It's the same. What I need is what I want. What I want is what I need.
well, no, not really. That would be a category.
that's for
Hold
me.
on,
That's
Sharky.
for me.
Sharky, this would be a category error on your behalf, on your part, because want and need are very different positions. Very, very different positions. Let me just find, if you're still watching my screen, I'm gonna find the definition of both of them, right?
Can I ask you something with you?
No, not until we finish this thing, because I want you to understand what the difference between want and need is, right?
No, you can't show me something like grammar or I don't know. I don't care about the grammar, okay?
Well, this is not about grammar. This is about meaning,
It's a definition.
meaning of
It's
words.
A definition. I know, it's a definition.
So yeah, so just like when you say that you need, but you actually want, you are making a category error. You are categorically incorrect.
I don't care.
Okay, well, I don't care means that although your ethics says that you shouldn't slit the throats of animals unless you need to, and you don't care that you are unethical, is what you're saying.
I'm eating potato with eggs.
No, what you're saying to me is that you are okay with being unethical. You don't want to
Can I ask you
learn
something?
to be
Can I
more
ask you
ethical,
something?
right?
Wait. You will do you hate me for being like not vegan?
No, absolutely not. But I want you to align your actions with your morals. I think that would be the better thing to do, right?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said I don't hate people and I don't hate you. I just want you to align your actions with your morals. I want you to stop slaughtering animals or paying for animal slaughter and exploitation and live without it.
I believe it's fine. Like, I don't know.
I don't know, like before when I questioned you, you didn't think it's fine. You didn't think it's fine to...
From many decades ago, like we slaughter animals to eat them, or to use them.
Yeah.
Maybe I am not okay to use them with the clothes, but with it, I don't know. We can eat it.
Well, we can on what position? You said it's not okay to slit the throat of a cow if we don't have to. Are you changing your mind on this position?
No, but you started it wrong. Like you said, we are doing it for fun, and I don't know.
No, I specifically said if you don't have to for unnecessary things. And animal products for food are unnecessary. You just want them, and now you're not willing to learn the difference between want and need. Need would be necessary. but you don't need animal products. You just want them. So now you are not aligning with your own moral position. What do you think that makes you?
Makes me what?
You not aligning with your moral position, with your previously stated moral position.
No, it's okay. Like I know what to do, and I know what to do to not.
Why is it okay to exploit and slaughter animals?
Like I need it. I need meat.
What do you need meat for?
Protein.
We just went through protein and I showed you that you don't need meat for protein. You can get all the protein you need from plants.
I know what.
Did you not change your mind when I told you this, when I showed you evidence for it?
You want me to say that I like protein from meat and I don't like it from... That's what you want me to say?
No, like has nothing to do with need. It has to do with want. Sorry, can you please tell me, when I showed you all of this evidence about plant protein again versus animal protein, did you not change your mind based on this?
No, you can't change my mind.
Oh, so you are a meat zealot. You know what a zealot is? You know what a zealot is?
No.
Okay, so zealot, you can first of all check it. I'll put it in the chat. Since we're in English Hub, I'm gonna put it in the chat what it looks like so you can translate it for yourself. Zealot is someone, even when presented with evidence against their beliefs, is gonna stick to their beliefs no matter what. If somebody who believes the earth is flat, even if proven...
Okay, can you change your religion? Like if I give you the evidence to change your religion, you can change it.
Oh, sure. If you provide any evidence, actual evidence for God, that God exists, I will start believing that God exists.
What is your religion?
Oh, I'm an anti-theist. I'm against religion because I don't think there is evidence for God, any evidence for God. And I think that a religion, generally speaking, is detrimental to the humankind. It's a waste of our intellect. It's a waste of our epistemology abilities.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. But if you present evidence to me, I will change my mind. I'm not a zealot. You are. I just presented evidence to you to dismantle your claim. And I did you a favor.
I was just passing by, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, how about you leave and come back when you are not a zealot? How about that?
What?
When you stop being a zealot, meaning when you stop holding beliefs that are impossible to prove you wrong, even if presented with a lot of evidence, when you stop being a zealot, come back and talk to me. How about that?
No, I am not coming back, okay?
Okay.
And thank you for this discussion. Bye-bye.
Yeah. You didn't actually leave yet, so that you know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
You want to talk? You want to talk?
Well, you just said that you're never gonna come back. You're never gonna change your mind. I don't see a reason to continue wasting my breath on you.
No, I didn't even ask to give me evidence or something about vegan and meat and all that, okay?
Oh, you literally did. You made the... No. You did.
No,
because...
you started talking about the first thing is like to kill the dog for exercise.
Yeah. And you answered all of those questions. And then you said, we need meat. And I asked you for evidence. And you said you don't have evidence. And then I told you, I'm gonna do you a favor and dismantle your claim, which I think I did.
Okay.
Yeah. So people, for everybody who's listening, oh, he left. That's fine. For everybody who's listening, right? This is what vegan mind looks like. I can recite the entire conversation Well, the person couldn't even follow the simplest fucking thing. So become vegan for your mind to become clear. I'm joking. Please become vegan for fucking animals. They don't deserve what we do to them.
We'll put up with the B12 deficiencies and people like that.
Yeah.
You've got more patience than I have, VPN. Well done.
I know, mate. Like I was listening on the YouTube. BPM has a YouTube channel, by the way. Yeah, it's that was painful, mate.
Yeah. Oh, I've kind of been ignoring the chat because I was talking so much. Is there like a shit show in there?
No, the chat's fine.
It's fine.
I mean, it was more on my behalf.
Sorry, can you talk into the microphone? Actually, it's hard to hear you. Sorry.
Can you not hear me?
Now it's much better than before. Before you sounded like you're in a aquarium, and that's not vegan.
It was a shit show on my behalf.
How so? What did you do, Axel? What did you do in my chat?
Not your chat, the chat.
Oh, fuck. My dad has been calling me, and they're like incredibly old. So give me a couple of minutes to answer him. Mike, is that off? Hope so.
Yeah, my bad. What else in chat? Oh, Nick, are you a vegan? 291? Did you have a microphone? I think you just learned the name. You've never seen that name in here before. Yeah, I think maybe too.
Hey, that has talked on here with his other channel. He's the one with the green flag.
Oh, yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and does anyone else? Jesus is so.
Yeah, we're way not vegan.
You're not vegan. Yeah. Just asking why.
Yeah.
You would need not much. Okay. You know, I like young girls, but only once or twice a week, right? So, if something's an immoral act, it's an immoral act. Even if you do it once a month, once a year, it's still an immoral act.
Could you just put on your mic?
Die respectively in how
Okay, well, I'll pull up a chat, or I'll pull up a stream of what halal, respectful halal slaughter is, okay? We'll just put.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Certified halal.
We're just gonna pull that up, alright? Just for you.
Denmark and Axel what he was on the list.
What about that?
Oh, no, it'd be muted full screen.
Holy fuck. Oh, did I mute desktop audio again? Shit. Fuck. Did you hear me scream at my dad? for good things.
No, not a thing. Nobody heard anything on stream
Awesome.
either, so you're good.
No. Here I
we're gonna watch
muted, but on my fucking channel I didn't mute myself.
Oh no, I never heard anything.
Fuck. I just muted the fucking desktop audio again. We didn't hear anything. Chip says, thank the fucking God. Oh, I would have doxed myself, like, in a major way. Oh, God. My parents are such
Okay, so
sweethearts, but they're about to do the stupid thing. Sorry, go on.
We're gonna start with the first step to halal slaughter. Before the actual slaughter.
Sorry?
There's nothing wrong with what's on that video.
Brothers and sisters. Today
So we're gonna start with the first part.
an amazing video.
This is not the exact slaughter part. This is a part of the raising.
Procedure on lambs and goats. On the
You feed them so you can take their lives, not so you can protect them.
Not only that, you have to condition them to be willing to go into here.
You have to get them to trust you,
Islamic slaughter procedure only
which is an even bigger betrayal.
upon slaughter, exactly the same way all the prophets have done for thousands of years. Mention it. You don't say. Separate anyone from the other. Definitely not one by himself. That would really make him very tense. It has to be two or more, minimum. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the
So justify this.
bring him over
You're legit beating these poor individuals into submission. Getting them comfortable with being manhandled so you can slit their throat. How do you justify this? Say that.
This is total submission. Total submission. This guy is ready for anything.
Yeah, but do you understand how this is flawed?
And he's not nervous, he's not resisting. He's in total relaxation.
That goat trusts him.
No panic hormones whatsoever. See, I let him go, he gets up.
He gets up and runs away.
Only needs to show to a skeptical person.
Bismillah. Allah. It's okay, baby, it's okay. I'm not doing anything yet. Bismillah. Allah.
I'm not doing anything yet.
Yeah. It's okay, I'm gonna slaughter you a little later. Now I'm just gonna simulate it.
Same reaction.
We'll just get
It's
you
okay,
used to it.
baby. I'm not doing anything yet. What the fuck?
They're more religious than most humans. Bismillah. Allahu Akbar. Bismillah. Allahu Akbar.
You have to justify this.
Bismillah الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم.
You're just saying, yes, I justify it. How do you justify it?
Bismillah Allahu Akbar. Bismillah Allahu Akbar. Bismillah الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا.
Because you're literally beating them into submission so they are quote unquote willing to slit their throat.
Bismillah.
Yes, you do, because you say I justify it.
Bismillah Allahu Akbar.
It's not a command, it's not compulsory.
Total submission.
Okay, I justify. When you say I justify, you have to make the claim of how you justify it.
So they're a little bit wild. They're not used to be touched and handled by humans. And for them to turn around and just lay down like really in total peace. Answering the calling. Definitely. The power of the word gets clearer and clearer after you see more and more submit.
vegan inconsistency. No, you don't want to VC, you don't mind text. Okay, you can continue, I guess, but text debates are usually worse than voice debates. So
mentioned in the scripture is in the name of God the greatest, which is Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. There's another prayer that I usually use, and it's my favorite prayer and my animal's favorite prayer. It says Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma ismihi shay'un fil ardi wala fis sama'i wa huwa as-sami'ul alim. The beauty of this prayer really shows some of the power of the word itself. It says, in the name of God, who's with his name no harm will come, neither in this earth nor in the skies. And he's the one that hears and listens, and he's the most knowledgeable.
Okay, so now we're going to go into the other part of them actually just slitting the throat. So
different colors that they've never seen in life before. And it the submission of the animals.
That
now
is
we're going to
an
show you
awful
the
video.
actual slaughter from A to Z.
yeah, you might have watched it, but I would like you to describe how it is a peaceful experience. How is this animal right here not struggling right now? How is he submitting and giving himself to God's mercy or whatever? Giving himself to God.
Rules of authentic Islamic slaughter is
Literally forced into submission. That's not sacrifice.
the purpose of that for the animals not to be able to see each other being slaughtered or to see the knife before slaughter.
It's breathing rapid. It is in
It
shock.
would really make them very nervous to see each other or see the knife before slaughter. Another thing, animals would react differently once they are separated from the group and once they come into unnatural scenery, silver, white, all these different colors that they've never seen in life.
They always hold them by the neck like that, so that they cannot
Very important for the slaughter.
show how scared they are, right? Because they can't talk, like they can't speak if they're held like that. You see.
A great bond between the slaughter and the
But
animal.
the question I have, how many times has he done that before? And now the animal trusts him, because nothing bad's ever happened before either. Because he's clearly been doing it outside of
Yeah,
at
but
that
should
room.
this be the way?
Look at how he's trying to run
It's
away.
very important to only slaughter the animal once he comes to the point of submission. Animals have a very strong neck, very strong shoulders, and this is where their power of their body. If this animal is not submitting, he'll be able to move his neck like he did a minute ago. He's relaxing like this because he is answering the call of this.
And you think they have the time to do
Bullshit.
this in a slaughterhouse for every single individual?
Only 2 fingers. Only then you can slaughter the animal.
he
If it's unrestful,
literally claims
you
that
should
this animal
wait
submits
until this point.
because of the call of Allah, but he's like making the physical effort to make the animal submit. He takes away his actual like ability to see and hear, right? That's what the submission is, not Allah's word.
If it was, yeah, it is a submission of like forfeit. It's not a submission of being called to Allah.
Yeah. Okay, he makes them drink. The animal doesn't even want to drink at this point. They're so distraught.
At some point, this is gonna be in a museum.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
should
Museum of
download it
Horrors.
now.
The slaughter to be facing Qibla, which is Mecca, northeast. The main purpose of this requirements is for in Islamic faith, the only time that the Muslims would face Kaaba is when they do their 5 prayers. And ironically, once the slaughter is done, the Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, was facing Mecca once the slaughter administrated. The main wisdom and the purpose of facing Mecca once you do the slaughter is for the slaughterer to be observing God as if he's watching him.
Notice
And
how he's trying to
bring his
struggle.
presence for him to do an extra humane and well done slaughter, as if he's doing a worship.
Hello.
And it's brings really
How
the
goes
business
it?
slaughter,
Just give us a second.
once you face God, to be able to do the animals.
It's also pretty clear that he's holding him with strength, right? Like you can see that his arm is tense when he's holding.
Yeah.
Two fingers.
He's watched the back leg.
Wants to get up. If the animal wants to leave, or he's
And he's
not
putting
ready
his
to slaughter,
body weight.
he would
Yeah.
easily move his neck, and these two fingers.
He's
would not
bending
be
his
able to
spine as
hold
well.
him at all. Only then the slaughterer is allowed. If the animal accepts and ready for that,
They're not don't accept. They're not ready. They don't know what's
being
gonna
called
happen.
upon, then the slaughter takes place. If he's
Bullshit.
not, then he's released. Bismillah.
Yeah, I mean, if you put a human being in the exact same situation, oh god, I can't put. Okay, if you put a human being in the exact same situation where you hold them by their neck, you close their mouth so they can't
worst
say
one-
anything. Oh god.
Yeah, you can submit a human like that. Does that mean that a human accepts to be killed?
The worst one is the adult. We're gonna go to the adult because that is definitely the worst one.
Cooperate with me, and I'll be comfortable to give him a good slaughter. So it
Ugh,
might take
this
a little
guy's
longer
horrible.
than all the small guys, but
Mhm.
but God's willing to get it done. All right.
Cool, you watched it. We're gonna watch it together. And then we're gonna break it down. Already struggling. Not willing to submit to God.
Yeah, look at the submission. Look at how much submission is happening over there. Look at that. So much submission. Yeah, look at that. So much submission.
Oh, he really wants to be slaughtered.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just willingly going to their death.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I think
Walking
that
clearly.
there, smiling.
Look at the level of submission over here now.
He's got to force the door. That's not willingly.
What happens if they don't submit? Are they let go?
This is also so disingenuous because obviously he's not going to be so nice to all animals also because he has a slaughter. What was it? A quota, right?
Oh, that's such a submission, man.
You need two people to submit to make the animal submit. Yeah.
No, Chip, you only need words.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You just say the name of Allah and they just lie down apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why there's two people trying to hold them down.
That's bullshit.
Oh, holy shit, like look at all that blood. So obviously they also smell the blood.
Yeah.
Like you gotta be stupid to not see that. There's blood on the floor, they obviously smell that. They have a big nose, they obviously smell that.
What's the
You don't
bruise on her
care.
head as well? On his head?
You don't care what we say, even though you're saying something different. And we're showing you that it's different from what you're saying. All you can say is I don't care.
Oh, look how much submission. Oh, holy shit.
So he already said the prayer, so that submission, what's going on there? Huh?
The prayer didn't help with to submit.
Man, you really gotta cope to think that this is okay. Like you really have to
Yeah.
have
You
some
already said the
strong-
prayer. What happening? Why is he not
Yeah.
submitting? You should let him go. Right now. He
Yeah.
didn't submit after saying a prayer.
Look how he's forcing his jaw. Look at that. And now closing his whole jaw so that he cannot. Oh, and he put his. Did you see? He put his knee on his body.
Yeah.
Look how the blood is already getting on Goat.
How can you watch this and think,
Oh, yeah.
this animal totally submitted?
Oh yeah, there's also blood on their coat. You're right. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, same
It's
as the
already
last
on the
one.
floor.
So this is the best way, right? And this is insane.
Why does it take like so many prayers to submit the animal and like closing their eyes and shit, and still they're not submitting? Look at that, they're still struggling, and he's gonna kill him right now, although he's struggling.
Yeah, you can tell he's struggling. Look at
Oh,
that.
look at the submission. Look at the submission.
You got it?
I can't look at it.
Yeah.
I put my hand in front
I
of it.
can, I don't.
No matter how merciful
Don't
the
get
procedure
upset
is,
anymore.
I know that the scenery is very powerful.
Very powerful. That's not what I would call that. Very disturbing, fucked up.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
cognitive
Manipulative.
dissonance is very powerful though.
Yeah, he's lying to himself. He's lying to the people.
Yeah.
Please explain to me how that's not fucked up.
Because it's an animal, that's why. Don't you know that animals, it's okay to do whatever you want to them?
Chip.
My God, said it can.
You're back here.
So it doesn't affect you. That's crazy because we're not talking about it affecting you.
Yeah, pray for forgiveness.
Fucking.
Yeah.
Axel, can you share that video with me? I would like to have it in my repertoire.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna add it to my links.
I'm depressed now.
It's so insane to me that people are lied to. We try to show them the truth. We try to be objective and be like, look at it. And people still don't want to believe the truth. Like people would still rather go in their own cognitive dissonance, say la 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 la, and not actually, look at the truth. It's insane to me.
Yeah, at my previous job, I had this like amazing. I witnessed this amazing like moment. Right, I was a vegan. I wasn't an activist, but I was already vegan. That was like 3 years ago, I think, or so. And there was a person, a professor.
Do you
there,
want
like,
all 3 steps, or do you just want the
most
you
fucked up
just
one,
want-
the one that we saw?
Okay.
And then there was a professor of psychology in there, and he was invited into our office where everybody were like really terrible people, frankly speaking. And the professor was an activist, so he was walking into farms and filming them. What a fucking hero, first of all. And so he the conversation of veganism came up. And he was like, one of the secretaries was like, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, what do you mean? Look at this. And he showed on his phone like a calf from a dairy farm or something like that, being absolutely desolated. And she looked at it and said, that's not real. That's AI. That's not real. And the cognitive dissonance was so strong. It was deafening.
Yeah, and now they have another reason. It's AI, huh?
Yeah, even 3 years ago, she I don't remember if she said it's AI. She said it's not real. It's not real. Yeah. So it's in culture and religion. Islam. Oh, I have so many links in Islam.
Okay, I just dropped a comment on their video. Okay, let's see the next one. Drop a comment.
What are we doing? I don't want that. No, let go. I don't want that. No, let go. Why? I don't want you. Sorry, I'm talking to my site. It's not obeying me.
It's too sentient.
Yeah.
Are you telling your eyes not to see what's happening?
You didn't say the prayer, BPM. It's not submitting.
VFX, did you see all that? What Axel was showing?
Yeah, I saw some of it.
How did you feel about that?
He's delusional, who that person is, so.
So, I don't know how, like, you said you're a homesteader, right?
How do you use slaughter differently?
Yeah.
My
I would
rabbit
like to know
types-
your.
Yeah,
could you-
I use the broom method. So basically.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ! I know what the broom method is.
Yeah.
Can we see a video on that also? Let's look at that because let's find out where your dissonance is coming from.
Fair enough.
I mean,
humane that is.
people thinking that they put the broom on an animal's neck and then step on it and then pull really hard their body is like a good way to die, like a humane way to die. That's insane, VFX. That's insane.
It's. I understand that VPN, but that's from your perspective. But I do it very fast, and
Yeah, can I do it to you? Can I do it to you, VFX?
I'm a human. You can't kill a human. That's
Why not?
according to the laws, because that's the laws of the land.
Or if it
and,
wasn't a law, I could.
That's one. That's one of them. Okay,
Yeah.
let me finish, please.
Okay.
Look, I know you're excited, and I appreciate your passion.
Very excited.
Maybe excited is the wrong term, but anyways, and I also believe like you and I have a soul. We share something in common that not animals do not share. You know, that's we talked about this before, so because that's why we're different than animals. Or that's
Yeah.
why I believe we're different than animals.
Yeah,
Yes.
because you cannot prove that soul. That's just a belief.
Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough. This is what I believe is different. I'm trying to be clear with
But-
my vocabulary.
But VFX, what's different? Because you believe that, but it sounds to me like the person who was in the chat now also truly believed that that animal gave themselves. So it feels like
I
both of you
don't
have no
think-
proof for or against it. You're just like, you want to believe what you want to believe to suit your narrative.
But also, if I don't believe in souls, that would make it okay for me to kill you. Basically, right?
If you think that's fair, that's your own.
Oh, awesome morality you
That's
have
your own
there.
good.
Where do you live at VFX?
You can come to the United States, but I'm pretty sure they'll stop you at the gates if that's what your intentions is to kill me.
Oh, all of a sudden everybody's a bit of a pussy when I say these things.
No, I don't want to dox.
And I'm a
myself.
tiny fucking person, right? Being scared
I-
of me is kind of weird.
Look, I'm not scared of you. You can kill me. A lot of people try to kill me.
That's a suicidal position. You can kill me.
I'm a Christian in the Middle East. Like people, there's a lot of people there that want to kill me.
Would it be moral for them to kill you? They
I'll
don't
be in
believe
heaven,
in souls either, right? Or like
Oh,
at
they think
least.
that I'll be. No, well, no. You don't know what Muslims believe in. Okay,
I kind of do a little bit. So they believe that they should eradicate everybody who's not a Muslim. Right, that's what it says in the Quran.
somewhat. That's
yeah.
somewhat accurate.
Would that
Yeah,
make it moral for them to do? It's a law.
I don't believe so. Like, I don't think that's a fair thing to do.
Why?
compel
It's a
people to
Shiite law.
Shiat or shit?
Shiite.
Wait. But VFX, they have all those laws that you disagree with. They have in their sacred book, and they're using the same justification as you have. Like you basically, both of you have the same amount of evidence for your
Right.
claims.
Right. But again, I think Christianity, for the most part, at least Oriental Orthodox Christianity, they treat people like human beings, even though if you're outside the Christian sphere.
Well, that doesn't matter. What we're asking you is why should your opinion, your belief, be any different than the belief in the opinion of the Muslim people when both of you don't have evidence? You don't have evidence for a soul, right?
Sure.
Sure.
I don't think so.
So
no.
why would
But-
your justification that, oh, we have souls, be of any value to anybody else?
Well, I believe that if you're treated humanely for the like treating humans in a humane way is more important than animal lives. Sorry for saying that out loud to you.
Yeah,
guys,
but you can spare both, right? You don't have to
Yeah,
choose one or
absolutely.
another. We had that conversation as well. So why don't you
Yeah,
spare the animals?
We talked about this before. Actually, if you consider how many days Copts fast, we fast. If you want to be truly like following the church fasting rules and so forth, you're supposed to fast up to 240 days of the year. So you abstain from eating meat out of 240 days.
Yeah, but why don't you spare the animals' lives for the another 100 days? However long is that? 120.
120 days. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
is hard.
120 about 5. Yeah, specific.
Yeah. No, I think that for the most part, most people don't really have the education to supplement their diet completely without meat. That's one thing for sure.
Let's not talk
secondly,
about like other people. Let's talk about you. Do you have education about supplementation?
No, I don't know exactly. I can't transform my life into zero meat right now. That's
Well, what if we educate you on supplementation and then you could?
But look, science has been wrong a couple times about.
Yeah,
about
but it's
some
not wrong about this.
No.
It's not wrong about
been-
this.
Here's the fun
Also,
part,
also,
right?
wait one second, VFX. One
Let
second,
me
just to
finish,
be
though.
clear.
Let him finish,
But
though.
science was not okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So science is sometimes a little bit inaccurate about certain things, and I don't want to risk it if I go down the rabbit hole of this kind of nutrition, and it might be unhealthy for me or my family. I don't really want to risk doing that. So maybe limiting, which I already am. I'm limiting my red meat intake. I'm limiting my protein intake for the most part because I believe that's a more healthier life. I only eat red meat twice a week. I only eat like chicken maybe 3-4 times a week, and the rest is chicken. So that's basically. Oh, sorry, fish. So basically, that's
And
what.
then for 240 days, you basically eat plant-based, right?
Oh, I don't do that. That's too hard for me. That's. I do the Great Lent, which is 55 days. I do the Christmas fast, which is basically no meat, no chicken, some fish for 30 days.
So
and
you
there's a
basically
bunch of-
pick and choose what you are willing to do for your faith.
I mean, I don't want to say they're optional, but like it's kind of like
You
have to
just
go to
said
church
you
every-
said a true Christian. You're a true Christian. Fasts for 240 days. Are you not
I
a
didn't
true
say
Christian,
that. I
mate?
didn't say that. I think the church.
I have it recorded, mate. You said a true Christian.
I don't think you're supposed to record. That's one thing.
What do you
Are
mean?
allowed to
This is a Discord app. It
I know,
it
but,
also
like,
says
in
in
other-
my
in
fucking
other
name.
servers,
It says in my name that I'm live.
Maybe-
This is a Discord app. Discord app is a streaming app, right? And this is a public room in a public Discord server on an app that was made to stream. So of course I'm supposed to record.
Right, but let me. Can I finish talking?
Maybe.
Or are you just gonna keep me off, cutting me off? We talk about this. We gotta let people talk so we can have a discourse. That's why it's called Discord, so we can have a. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is that I've been to other servers, and other servers completely ban recording, so I didn't know that was a Discord rule or like a.
This
what
one
do you call it?
doesn't. We have contacted mods, and it's fine.
All right, cool. But what I'm trying to say is that certain fasts are technically optional, so you don't always have to do every single fast.
So are you reneging on your claim that a true Christian actually has
I-
to fast for 240
Not
days?
reneging. I might have misspoke.
You might have misspoken. That's fine. That's okay. That happens a lot. And I don't mean that as a diss to you. That just happens to people. Cheap,
No,
will
I
you
know.
want to take
VF
over? Because I think I'm gonna go.
I'm
soon.
not. I also have to go. I was just like VFX because I made some food. I want to eat it. So VFX, I was just like, because you said science was wrong in the past, and I really.
Can be. Science can be wrong.
Well, let me explain, because science is not wrong, but rather science mutates according to evidence.
Yes.
That essentially means that if presented with more evidence, the opinions change. However, we
Because they
do
were
live. Well, not because they were wrong, but because either we didn't have sufficient evidence, which is most of the time the case.
That's just semantics at this point.
No. Well, it's very important to understand this because the things in science that usually change are the things that we usually were lacking evidence for them. But this isn't the case today. Today we have enough evidence that a plant-based diet is suitable for all ages and stages of life, especially if supplemented. So, it won't change in this scenario. But even if it does, you can always change back if that is the case, right? Because at the end of the day, you do say you care about animals. You do share some form of compassion and fairness towards the world, and you do also understand the idea that it is neither compassionate nor fair to slaughter animals for something you don't need. So as far as I understand, all indicators point toward the fact that you should be vegan, but you just don't want to.
Oh, we talked about this before. I think it's a I think it's fine to share in God's gifts. So this is how I share in God's gifts.
Yeah, but you do understand that the exact same thing can be said by anybody else who, like, because we started with watching that video and you said that's insane. You do understand that any specific person in this stream can say exactly the same thing about your claims. Because
well, he said he didn't say it's insane. He said that person is delusional, just to make sure.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. But then, because this is the kicker, right? This is what makes it just as delusional as the other thing, right? Because that person was delusional because he clearly refused to accept the fact that an animal did not want to die, and your delusion stems from the fact that you reject the logic, because if you believe in an all-compassionate, all-fair God, and you believe exploiting innocent animals for something you don't need is neither compassionate nor fair, then obviously an all-compassionate and all-fair God would not want you to do that.
Right, but God himself told us to do that.
Yeah, after the fall.
So
after the fall.
Wait, but 1 second, VFX, is it possible that the book written by humans, the book that you follow to the T, could be wrong? Because maybe even if I don't believe there is a God, but if there is one, could it be that humans have manipulated that message or have used that message in a form so that it suits their narrative?
I don't think that's true, because the people that follow.
I'm just asking if it's possible. Is it possible?
No, because let me explain why.
But do you know about the Council of Nicaea?
Yes.
So you know that at the Council of Nicaea they decided that Jesus was a god.
That's absolutely 1000% incorrect.
Cheap, do you have evidence for your claim?
Yes.
Okay.
My church is
present
older.
it, please.
My church is older than the Council of Nicaea. You can look it up yourself. The Coptic Church is older than the Nicene
Hey, Cheap,
Creed.
listen,
and
VFX, if you are for real, Cheap has evidence for his claim. Ask him to present evidence.
So my opinion is, if this is a debate about being vegan or not, you shouldn't bring God in this debate, because not everyone believe in your specific God. So that's not just correct.
Well, that's his justification for slaughtering animals, so we should talk about God.
Yeah.
It's fine, because if you don't want to listen, that's fine. But I'm from a church that is way older than the Nicene Council of Nicaea, and we have that's the reason for Christians to have been slaughtered in Egypt and in the Middle East in general, because they believe Jesus was God. They believe Jesus was the Son of Mary. They believe God is one what do you call it, hypostasis of the Father and the Son. This is how essentially they didn't make these things up and they traveled to Nicaea and they said, oh, that's what it is. No, that existed and been written for more than 300 years before the Nicene Council was around.
Okay, but VFX, like, I don't know, whatever I was trying with that Nicaea thing. I don't want to challenge you on that one that much, but like,
it's just obvious that you don't know enough about the church history. You don't know about how old Christians and Christian churches.
No, you're right.
I don't think you proved it though, VFX. I don't think you proved it because your church can be older than the Nicaea, but it could be like that they changed their position as well. You weren't there before the Council of Nicaea.
The reason why we're called Orthodox that we don't change. We have evidence and church fathers that are even older than the Nicene Council, that they believe that Jesus was the Lord.
Wait, do you like follow the Bible?
I'm a Christian, yes. So
yes, which version?
Follow the Bible. New King James version.
So King James version was literally edited by King James, right? So you don't follow the Orthodox religion?
Well, no, because it aligns with the what do you call it? What's the word?
Oh my God.
Not the word of it.
My
Hold
guy,
on,
I got you. Just admit that I got you.
Yeah. No, you didn't. It's okay.
Yeah, I did. I think you follow the version, the King James version of the Bible.
That's when we read at church. Yes, that's in
unless
English.
you follow a different older version of the Bible, and then it's okay. But if you follow the King James version, it was literally edited by King James.
VPM, all of you. We follow the new King James version. That's the one we read from.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's based on. Okay, so calm down. Get off your high horse a little bit here.
Yeah, it's based on. Don't be condescending. That's just like not Christian.
I'm not condescending. You're the one who's condescending.
You totally are. My chat is saying that you are condescending.
Let's talk on the same level.
My chat is saying that you are condescending. So you are being condescending.
Where does it?
Get off your high horse. Yeah, please tell me how it is that you follow the new King James version, but somehow your religious convictions are based on orthodoxy, when like King James literally edited the Bible version that you are following.
You can claim it's edited, but it doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, I'm not claiming it. That's like a fixed historical fact.
Right, but again, it doesn't really change anything.
But let me explain what it does change.
Use the new King James version, because it doesn't really change anything.
Yeah,
sorry. One attack at a time. Like I can't.
Condescending. Not very Christian.
I did not mean it to. Looks. Calm down, buddy.
Condescending. Calm down, buddy. Oh my God, that is so good. Can you not hear it?
How is that? I'm trying to
calm down, buddy.
That are attacking me.
You can't hear that you are condescending. Yes, you are being condescending. You can't hear it.
I'm trying to cool the room down. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, while being condescending.
I did not mean to be condescending.
Okay, that's good.
But all right, so my intentions is to answer one question at a time, so and not get dogpiled. Because when I get dogpiled, I get weirded out. Okay.
Can I? So VFX, I think.
Can I just? Okay. All right. Can I answer just one question really fast? Like the old Hebrew and Greek writing are we have those. We can translate those in English, and the New King James Bible goes back to those old what's the word? Papyruses or manuscripts, and so the New King James Bible actually goes back to those original writings and recorrects some grammar mistakes or some misspellings or misunderstandings. So it doesn't really edit the old writings. It fixes what happened in the normal King James Bible, which does have some errors.
So you know that Torah is not the original text, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The Hebrew text is not the original text. You know that, right?
The Torah?
Yeah, it's
the
not
ones
the
that were written in Hebrew. It's
not
been handed down It's been handed down through all the Jewish traditions. So
yeah, well, that doesn't matter. It's not the original text, though. It was translated.
I mean, of course, there's added books here and there as.
So we here have like something that was compiled from stories of old Jews. and it was like translated into Hebrew or Aramaic or whatever. And then it was retranslated. Hold on. And then it was retranslated by King James and added a few books in there, right? So Matthew, Luke, whatever his name, John, whatever, the apostles.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Thank
those
you.
Were, those, and also there's a bunch of like Revelations, Acts, and all the other things.
But the point is,
those were written in Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew, but the Old Testament was only in Hebrew.
No, it was based on the earlier text.
Yes, the Old Testament is only written in Hebrew because that was the religious language or the liturgical language of the Jews, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me specify. So the stories that are in the Tanakh, they are based on stories from other regions. They are not original stories. They are based on other texts that we also have.
But so before we VPM, you obviously know more about this than me. VFX, you obviously also know more about this than me. But I just want to mention, because throughout all of this discussion, me as somebody who doesn't know enough, what I've heard is that there isn't, at least from my opinion as an outsider, there isn't a 100% clear, obvious, this is how it needs to be. And I'm sure VFX, as you agree, as anybody other person on this planet agrees, there are some contradictions in some of these books. And maybe there are not contradictions if you read them in a certain way, or if you read them in a different way, whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that, given that there might be issues in this book, there might be situations where we as humans have misinterpreted and written it in a certain way. It's been translated so many times, and what we reach today, there is obviously interest for people to benefit from this. And the logical side, which I believe, if you believe in a God, then logic, which is a foundational, I think logic is as close to objectivity as it can be, in my opinion, right? Like logic and critical thinking are one of those things that even if humans no longer exist, or if we meet other aliens, we will still agree on the rules of logic and critical thinking, because they're just so basic, they're just simple. They kind of describe how the universe is. So given that that is something that is as close to objectivity as possible in today's world, then I would honestly trust logic more than I would trust a source that obviously can be flawed. And I maybe you just really want to trust that source, but either way, the logic does say that your God is, and I repeat, a compassionate, a fair individual, and a compassionate, and what you do to animals is neither compassionate nor fair. So I would argue, and I come back to this, that regardless of what it says in the Bible, if you think about it logically, which is yet again the closest to objectivity and thus your God, you should not do something that is neither fair nor compassionate towards an individual who can feel the repercussions of those actions.
Right, and I think I understand your point, but once again, there's definitely a difference between a human and an animal in the Bible. It states that quite,
but doesn't matter. It's still unfair. That's the whole point. It's still unfair.
I don't think it's unfair. I think God gives you the willpower and the freedom of choice to be a vegan or not to be a vegan. I think that's also a very compassionate thing to do to a free-willed individual.
Is it fair to bring to life a being? Is it fair to bring to life an animal only to kill them?
Yeah, I can, because that is their purpose.
No. Is it fair to do so? That's the purpose that you gave them. I understand that. But is it fair towards them?
Yes.
So if I do that to a dog, it is fair, correct?
If that's your choice. I personally feel that's weird to do that to a dog. But if you want to do
fair
that to a dog,
though? His question was, is it fair?
I am giving my opinion.
Yeah, your opinion should be on fairness and not just, oh,
Yes,
if you want to do
and
it, but I think it's weird. Is it fair? Yes or no?
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I
Ah.
will let you know.
It usually doesn't, though. In my experience
No.
with talking to you,
No.
you usually don't answer the question.
I do answer the question, but I like to give context to my answer, and I would like to also give the way how my brain works. This is how I feel. This is what I think. I'm not a robot that would just answer yes or no. Life is not just black and white. You should know
Sure,
this.
just
You
answer
all-
it. Yeah.
So if you let me answer it.
Oh, come on, stop crying. Answer.
I'm not crying. I'm just saying.
Answer.
Oh, now I'm condescending. Now I'm crying. Come on.
Answer. No, I'm just insulting you. I'm not being condescending to you. That's a difference.
Do you think it's cool to act like this to
Can
someone
you
that
answer the
wants to share
question,
their
Jesus
opinion?
Christ?
I really want to go eat. Can you please answer
I'm
the
sorry.
question? I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. So what was the question again? Is it fair that you can do that to a dog? I think
No,
it's a free
yeah.
world. If you want to do that to a dog, sure. For me, that would feel weird to do that to a dog because I have a more contextual relationship with a dog than an animal that is meant to be eaten.
So is it fair or not?
Because humans generally,
Is it fair or
carnivores are
not?
very.
You see, I was right. You don't answer the question. Is it fair or not?
All right, you're stressing me out, you guys. Today, you guys are on fire.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
So you can't answer the question if it's fair to kill a dog.
I will come back and answer the question when we cool down because I don't want to fight.
I'm cool as fuck.
So one second, VFX.
You don't
before
sound
go-
very cool, lady. Person. Sorry, I forgot your pronoun.
Oh yeah.
VFX. Before you go, I just really want you to because I'm gonna go for sure. I want to eat.
Sure,
and I feel like the way you talk, like this is what I really want to hinge on because the way you said that person is delusional is interestingly enough the same way we hear your arguments be because yet again the only objective thing that we have, which is logic and critical thinking, these are the closest to objectivity. So if you ever believe in a god, those should be the basis of your beliefs. Those clearly indicate that you should not be doing this. It's just my opinion. But if you want to follow a book that as we've established could potentially have issues in the translations or issues in how it's been, because we clearly picked some of the chapters which stay in that book or not. So if you want to trust that more than the thing that is as close to objectivity as possible, then I just think you're doing exactly the same thing as that person was, which is literally you want to believe something, so you go ahead with it.
Fair enough. If you want to explore more about what's inside the Bible, there's a channel. Ask a Christian.
VFX. I just gotta add one thing. I just looked up the broomstick method. You want people to respect you and not jump you, right?
Sure.
Well, what about the individuals who are wanting to be respected by you, that you're robbing of their autonomy and you're sticking a broom in the back of their neck, stomping on it, and ripping their spinal cord from their fucking brain?
Right. Well, first of all, they don't really have that kind of autonomy. They don't really look up and say, "Hey, let me go." Like they don't have that reason.
Well, it's not that they don't have it. You don't give it to them.
Well, animal psychology
True,
is not
right?
the same as human psychology. We can understand that part.
They still run away. There's a reason
Absolutely.
they're terrified
They-
of us. They look at us as a predator, and they're right, because you are a predator.
Technically, I am at that moment. Yes.
Yeah, you consider that to be a good thing.
I mean, you're a predator to plants.
Yeah, but we're not gonna go into that again. We already talked about how plants are not sentient. But you like circular reasoning, right? You keep just like going in
You eat things
circles
alive,
in circles.
Okay? To me, that's horrifying. The idea of munching on a lettuce.
Are you
that is
gonna
still
make
feeling.
the claim again that plants have feelings?
Yeah, you eat live food.
There's an interesting thing to be said
Don't you
here,
need
right?
to go eat before you starve yourself to death? Go.
No, he's
an
a vegan.
interesting
He's
thing to be
strong.
said
He
here.
can wait a second.
Yeah. So
I
there's
see
an
you shaking.
interesting thing-
Yes, go ahead.
There's an interesting thing to be said here about carnivore animals and what we do to animals, the same thing, right? Because if you believe in an all-powerful, you do believe all powerful, all compassionate, all fairness God, then surely, because me as a human being who has limited knowledge can create a world where absolutely all animals are herbivorous. Yet all powerful, all knowing God cannot do that. And on top of that, the fact that he knows that he cannot do that. And on top of that, he gives animals the capability to feel pain, to have emotions, and to suffer from the consequences of other animals having to survive. So basically, a compassionate God made two types of individuals. One that has to kill the other, and if they don't, they suffer. And when that individual kills the other individual suffers.
By the way,
so
his claim was gibberish, I think.
An intentional suffering for two individuals. How is that compassionate?
Right, so this opens a whole other can of worms that we can discuss, but I know you want to go eat, so I don't want to delay you from your...
Sure. But by the way, when I say all this, VFX, when I say all this, I'm not interested in necessarily like the preaching of your religion. I've heard it all. I'm actually interested in your logical thinking on the matter.
I don't think you've heard the Oriental perspective. Like, it might be different.
Okay, I'm gonna go eat, but I appreciate you talking to me.
No, I appreciate you too, man. Thank you.
VFX, last question, and then I'm gonna move on to somebody else. I just have a last question, right? Do you like?
Are we gonna do it calmly, or are we gonna do it antagonistic?
I'm just gonna ask a question. Is that okay?
Yes.
It's a hypothetical question. Are you okay with that?
You guys with your hypotheticals. When I ask a hypothetical, it's not relevant. But when you guys ask hypothetical, it's super relevant. I don't understand this world anymore. But go ahead. Why not?
What hypothetical were you rejected on? Maybe I can answer your question.
Do you remember the hypothetical that I had, Axel? It was like a couple of days ago. We talked about something that I brought it up, but I don't remember it.
I have way too many hours on this.
Yeah, exactly.
If you think of it, maybe I can answer your hypothetical. I love a hypothetical, and I answer them all. I might say, well, it's not the reality of the thing, right? But I will answer. Anyways, the question is, so let's hypothetically imagine there are two possible worlds. So one of them, what is it called? The multiverse kind of situation. There are two worlds, right? Sure. They are entirely equal in their consequences, right? And everything else. In one possible world, we slaughter animals for food. And in the other possible world, we do not slaughter animals for food. Which one do you think your God would appreciate more? Or think it's the better world?
Okay, well, can I answer without being cut off?
Sure.
All right. So from what my understanding, that, well, it depends on the world, right? Like if we live in this so-called multiverse, and somehow there's a Jesus there and there's a different Jesus there. Is that correct, or is it only one Jesus?
They're absolutely equal in every possible way, except for in one we slaughter animals or exploit and slaughter animals for food and other stuff, and in the other one we don't. We just have like vegan alternatives for everything else.
Let me explore. Can we explore more about those worlds?
Sure.
Okay. So in the world that allows the eating of animals, there's the humans on that world have a need to, well, not need, an urge to eat those animals?
I don't know. Why does that matter? We're talking about God. What God chooses, not what you would choose.
I'm talking about the human state, the human mind.
Yeah, but I'm asking about what God would choose, not what humans would choose, right?
Right. In the Bible also, God gives each individual person their own cross to bear. That means your needs or your urges as a human is different than somebody else's urges. So let's say that eating chocolate is a sin somehow in another planet, and your urge to eat chocolate is really great. Okay, and it's also a sin to say the F word, right? But your urge to say the F word is non-existent. like you're asexual to it or whatever you call it, but your struggle is eating chocolate, but you abstain from eating chocolate because you know that's a sin. But you don't even swear because you don't care about swearing. So I think God would reward you on abstaining for something that you have a huge agency to do because your mind is wired that way, right? Versus a person that loves to swear, hates chocolate, but keeps swearing. I think to God, you failed your cross. You failed your life's challenge of abstaining from swearing, and you would be seen less, in my understanding of Christianity, you'd be seen less of a better person that you didn't try hard with your urges.
Well, do you mean the original sin, sex, is considered to be sin in the Bible, right?
Sex is not a sin. No. That's
just in the Christian invention. Okay, that doesn't matter.
No.
Okay,
so how
about
before marriage? Sex before
sure.
marriage is considered a sin, but after marriage, it's not a sin because God wants you to
procreate,
be happy.
Yeah.
Well, propagate is a side effect of being happy.
Okay.
It's
How do you know that God wants you to be happy? How do you know that God wants you to be happy?
Because he loves you. And if you love someone, you want them to be happy.
Well, that's a bit of a stretch. What if you love somebody and you totally don't care if they're happy or not?
That's not love, is it?
Yeah, I guess.
Now we're talking about what's love.
Where does it say that God loves you? Where does it say that God loves you?
He gave me life. That's love enough, isn't it?
I'm looking at Genesis 29:30, supposedly Genesis 1, 29:30. So Genesis 1 is where God created humans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and 29 and 30, 29 specifically says, well, you should eat plants.
Does it say you should eat plants?
Yeah.
That's all it says?
Yeah. And God
Genesis...
said, behold, I'm sharing it, but you can also listen to my lovely accent, reading it out. And God said, behold... I love
your accent. I think your accent is fantastic.
Thank you. And behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. Meat in this case is food.
Fulfill, multiply, and fill the earth with the...
And I specifically took it from New King James Bible, so because
I understand. Is it 128 you said? 128?
129 and 30 says the same for the animals. Animals are also supposed to be herbivorous, eat only plants.
Yeah, that was in heaven, by the way. Supposedly animals...
Well, it was in the Garden of Eden.
Yes,
yeah.
Which is part.
And that's where God created us. That's where God gave you life. So if he gave you life and you're supposed to be happy, you're supposed to follow this verse as well.
Yes, do you understand the fall, right?
Yeah.
Humans were not supposed to even have babies.
Oh, I have an answer to that as well. So the fall...
Do you abstain from having babies as well?
Oh, well, I don't believe in God. I'm an anti-theist. But yeah, I also abstain from having babies, just to answer your question. So Genesis 9, 2 and 3, he says, God, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hands they are delivered. Every moving thing liveth shall be meat for you, right? So he allows at Genesis 9, 2 and 3, after the fall, he allows Noah and his family and his prodigy to consume, to kill animals for food, right? Is this what you mean?
I mean, he gives us the commandment to...
No, he didn't give you the commandment. He just said he's allowing you to slaughter animals, right? That's not a commandment. The 10 commandments come after this.
Well, don't be literal.
Okay. Well, it's not a command though, right? He's just allowing you, he says, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon the earth.
It's a curse.
This is what you mean. That's what I'm asking, right? So after the fall, he allows people to eat animals, right? This is the verse that you mean by it?
So when God says to subdue the land, that includes everything in it. That means we have the will and the right to eat what we want out of it.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. I'm asking if this is the verse that you meant. So Genesis 2 and 3. Genesis 9, 2 and 3. Sorry.
Yes, but also Genesis 1:28. It says that be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it.
Yeah, and immediately after he says what you're supposed to eat. So don't.
Yeah, he does mention eating everything, the whole earth.
Well,
not the
no,
whole earth,
he's not mentioning to eat. He specifically says
on the planet.
Now you're making shit up because he specifically immediately after is saying the effects. Immediately after he says what you're supposed to eat, and that's plants.
He just said you can
Are
also
you
eat
coping?
animals in that line too.
That's
Am I
literally the next verse after what you said. He tells you specifically what you're supposed to eat.
Yes, and you also said that we're supposed to eat animals too, right?
In Genesis 9.
After the fall.
In Genesis 9, yes, after the fall.
So it sounds like we can do both.
Oh, but I'm not finished.
Yeah, if you wanna be a sinner, you can do both. Yes.
So can I finish, please, SFX?
By the way,
I'm trying to make a point
vegan.
here.
Hold on. Vegan Jesus. Are you Christian?
No, just talk to the other person, please.
No, hold on. You have an interesting name. Because your name says vegan Jesus.
Changing
Do
the
you believe that Jesus was
subject.
vegan? No, hold on. We've been talking for like an hour, lady. God damn it.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna talk to you if you cannot contest the questions from VPN.
All right, we'll get back to you when we take a break from VPN.
Yeah.
Vegan Jesus.
Which is soon. I am streaming for 7.5 hours at this point, so I'm gonna stop at some point.
I hope I'm not adding to your.
No, I'm totally fine.
Listen.
I'm also like cutting calories, so I'm on like maybe 500 calories at best, and I feel fantastic. I feel really good. That's just being vegan for you. All the energy in the world you gather. So in Genesis 9, 2 and 3, he allows Noah and all of his progeny to eat animals, right? To kill and eat animals. So that's clear. But why does he do it? The answer to that is in Genesis 8, 20 and 21. So Noah, like the dumb as he is, without God asking him to do this, he builds an altar and slaughters animals and just burns the animals on the altar. And God says, what he says to that? He says, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. So he admits that humans are evil. Even this prick, whom he saved, the only person and his family that he saves while desolating all the other sinners, he does this shit. He kills the animals and burns them on the altar. And God says, this prick is evil, and therefore there is nothing I can do. I put all of my turnips in one basket because this is the only human I saved. How dumb was I? And then he tells them, okay, you're an evil prick. I'm gonna allow you to slaughter animals because I have no choice at this point. That's what those verses mean.
I don't think that's what they mean. I think we have a misunderstanding or...
So I don't know why he would call Noah evil. He's calling him evil.
Not every human is perfect, as we can clearly see, right? Like, we fall in and out of sin. And in that moment, Noah was acting like an evil person for overindulging in doing that act. He was being overindulgent. So the source of your actions matter. Your mindset matters. If you are being too indulgent into something, that is evil. And he's telling people that is like when you give, you need to give out of love, not out of indulgence or out of
Yeah. But it just seems
pride.
that this allowance to slaughter animals comes from God realizing that humans are just evil pricks.
Right, but when you do it out of pride and indulgence, it's not a healthy thing to do.
Yeah.
When
So
you have
would you
abundant
agree that
food, when
God's
you have-
best
you have-
plan? Would you agree that God's best plan was for us to not eat
God-
animals?
No, I disagree with that because in that moment, Noah was being overindulgent and prideful when he did that offering. So that's why he's saying that your pride is evil. It's what caused the fall, is being prideful.
Yeah.
Right, in thinking that we are as equal to God because we think we're so perfect. We are not perfect. We are not God, and we should be humble to know our place in life and in our universe.
Vifex, do you think
So
you are
Noah-
coping a little bit because those two verses they come in succession, right? So God calls Noah an evil prick, and that's the person he saved, right?
Again, so the context of it is that Noah was being overindulgent with his offering. Okay, he's not doing out of humbleness; he's doing out of pride, which is
Well,
not
it
the
doesn't
point
say
of-
that, though. It doesn't say
Well,
it's
that's
because
the
he burned
context.
too many animals, right? That's not what it says. You're making shit up. It doesn't say
not-
it's because he burned too many animals.
It's the context. It's his mindset when he was doing it. Do you understand?
You understand the God's mindset in this at this point.
He killed without being asked to kill. That's the point.
Yeah.
Again, it's because of Noah's mindset of being prideful.
Why did he even need Noah in the first place?
Because Noah was technically the most decent
That's
person
not
out of
the
all of
reason.
humanity.
Think about it. Why did he need Noah to save the animals?
Again, because he chose him he saw him as the
That's
most
not.
perfect.
Think about this.
Axel,
Why
you have a
did
Hitler
God
mustache.
need Noah to save the animals?
What was the question again?
Why did God need Noah to save the animals?
Because he sees him as the most perfect human at that moment.
Can the animals build an ark on their own?
Not in the amount of engineerings that human
No.
can.
So the answer is no. The other animals cannot build an ark. He needed Noah. He
Yeah,
wanted to wipe out humanity.
Yes, and he
And
chose
he didn't
Noah
want
and
to
his
wipe
family.
out
He
all
chose,
the other animals, which is clearly stated in the Bible.
yes, he chose Noah
The evil prick.
because he is the most perfect. He is the least assholey human on earth.
And he's still
And
a
he
fucking
fucked
prick.
it up.
Humans are prickly. They did kill their own god.
So based on all of this, let's get back to the actual question. So based on the fact that God created us to eat plants in Genesis 1, based on the fact that when he permitted us to eat animals, he called us evil for it.
No, he didn't. That's a misunderstanding.
Ton, what do you think? Ton, what do you think as the scholar?
Clearly a misunderstanding. You're reaching out to another vegan that agrees with you. Let's go to the Christian side.
Well,
and we
Ton
can
is a
ask-
scholar. He's actually, he's
invite-
like fixing my mistakes as
I'm
well.
actually writing an argument on this at the moment.
Okay, let's go over to the Christian server and let's discuss this with the Christians.
Oh, no way. Let's
They will all say-
answer my
they will all-
question. Let's
they'll-
answer my
they'll-
question, VFX. My
So that's
question
what
was...
I'm trying to answer you. You can go and they will most likely have a very similar answer to what I quoted you. And it's basically, it was in an overindulgence and out of pride when he was doing all that slaughtering. Not because you shouldn't slaughter, it's because you're doing it out of the wrong mindset.
You have no
being
evidence for
sinful.
that in any of those texts. You have no evidence
is
for what you just said.
literally what
You're
we're-
literally just making shit up. But please
I'm not
answer
making shit.
answer my question, my
I
original
did answer
question.
your question.
Answer my original question, which was, you have two possible worlds. They are identical in every single way. In one of them, we slaughter animals for food and clothing. In the other
Yes,
one,
we were
and
getting to
exploit.
that. Yes,
If
we
I
were
can-
getting to that. So, in that planet that gives you no urges, or that, sorry, not planet, in that universe that gives you no urges to kill an animal to sustain yourself, versus another planet or a universe that you have the urge to kill and eat an animal. I think if you abstain yourself from eating that animal, then I think that is a good thing because you're being, what's the word? You are being with when you fight your urges, you're basically carrying your cross as a big, well, not a bigger, but like a bigger obstacle to carry. Versus when there's no obstacle to carry.
The question was,
on that other vegan universe.
The question was, which universe would God choose for you?
I will answer it in the way that I understand the question. Okay. So if there's no urge to eat an animal in that universe, that's not really you struggling. That's not really you succeeding in your urges. Then what's the point?
Well, to save the God's creatures, to spare God's creatures, not to save them.
So if you have the urge to eat them, but you don't, that's actually a bigger win because you are fighting against your urge.
Do you have an urge to eat meat?
Oh, huge. Yeah, I love eating
Yeah.
meat.
So wouldn't abstaining it would make you like a better Christian? Would
For the most part, yes.
fall more into God's
yes.
favor?
Yes, absolutely.
So God would choose the universe where we don't slaughter animals and exploit animals for food and clothing and stuff like that?
No, I think that again you misunderstood my claim by saying if that urge is not built in your mind, then there's no point in having that as a
well,
plus.
but you said you have that urge, so God would choose the earth where you don't exploit and slaughter animals, right?
No, you again misunderstood what I'm talking about. There's no point if you have no urge to eat an animal. If you don't have that built in your mindset, then you are really not struggling with it. You're not really gaining any wisdom. You're not gaining any kind of patience or
What's
zenness,
the
or
answer?
whatever you want to call it.
Can you answer directly?
I did answer.
I don't think so.
But you seem to misunderstand what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let me amend the question.
Or maybe we're over talking each other.
Yeah, VFX,
Maybe,
let me
I'm
amend
aiming
my
at something that you're not aiming at. So
let me
basically we're
amend my question, please.
Sure.
Instead of 2 possible worlds, there are now 4 possible worlds. Worlds. 2 of the worlds, you have the urge to eat animal products. In other 2, you don't have the urge to eat animal products. Each one of those, we slaughter animals for food and stuff, and the other one, we don't slaughter food for animal stuff. Is that too complicated? Should I draw like a diagram? I can.
Sure.
Real quick.
If you would
Yeah,
like to,
I'll
sure.
draw a diagram. So here, hold on, photo PR. I'm sharing my screen, by the way. You can look at that. Let's take this one. Create. So, so we now have 4 possible worlds. So in this one, we do urge. We have the urge. What am I doing? There is a text fucking thing. I can just type it.
It's fine. You could just put U for urge and whatever for whatever.
Yeah. I just like making things pretty. That's how it goes.
I do too.
There you go. So that's number 1. No urge. Number 2. And then, so how do I do it? So no urge. So this is no slaughter. And, hold on, no slaughter. And we can copy that here as well. This is also no slaughter. And this is slaughter. First of all, is there a difference between those 2? Sorry, I've done this wrong. Give me a sec. So this is slaughter. This is no slaughter, like that. So now you have 4 possible worlds. In one of them, you have the urge, but you don't slaughter. And by slaughter, I also mean exploitation. In the other one, you have the urge, but you do slaughter. In third one, no urge, and you do slaughter. And the fourth one, no urge, but you don't slaughter either. Which one would God choose? Not you, God.
Well, this is contextually, you have to think about what are you doing when you're slaughtering, right?
No, for food and clothing.
Yeah, so when we
And
have...
by the way, just to make sure that it's clear, right? In all of these worlds, human beings are fine. They're not dying, they're not desolate from protein deficiency. Everybody is fucking fine. So all the worlds are exactly the same, except for those two parameters.
Right. So again, we've discussed that in the Coptic Church, you're supposed to be on somewhat of a fast for at least 240 days. So that's one of the church guidelines is to abstain from eating animals for around that period of time. And cool, if you do that, fantastic. Out of the 240 days, you're free to do whatever you want. If you have the urge to slaughter animals and you find it prideful and you find it that you really need this as a life source thing, but you abstain from it, then you are rewarded greatly.
No, we weren't talking about needing life source. We were talking about urge.
This is what I'm talking about. God. This is God. This is what I believe.
Yeah,
God
you don't
wants
have a life source for this, right? You can be vegan. You know this. So please don't invent
because
stuff.
we are vegan because we are vegan in the bulk. Vegetarian mostly. Vegetarian mostly for not only vegan. Vegan is not rare. It's the less common type of fasting.
Please answer the question already.
I will answer it if you let me answer it without cutting.
I just don't want you to be long-winded. It is like kind of a short answer.
My point of view. Okay. Stop. Let's stop. All right. So again, if you have the urge to slaughter an animal because you feel like you need to eat animals, but if you're doing it just because this is kind of not necessarily an urge, but this is something that you're content of doing, and you kind of have to do it because this is how you sustain your life, then God is fine with it. But if this is something that your mindset is nothing but, I need to eat meat because I'm distracted by red meat because I love it so much. No, that's an evil way of thinking. That you should totally abstain from doing that.
So VFX, my worlds now have colors. Which color would God choose? One answer, please. One word answer.
I do like colors. I do use a lot of colors in my life.
Please, one word answer.
No, that doesn't work. Life doesn't work that way.
I gave you all the parameters that you were considering are in the question.
I cannot answer that question because that puts a lot of.
Can you guys just simplify this whole thing a little bit?
It's incredibly simple. It's like literally four worlds.
Okay.
Two fucking parameters.
I'm not gonna interrupt you guys, but I'll choose purple.
It's blue. Okay. Yeah, purple, kind of. Yeah. So if you have the, so that's what you think God would choose.
Yes.
Yes. He would choose that you slaughter his creatures because you have the urge for it.
God wants you to have the
God
choice.
would choose. Okay, yeah, exactly. So God wants to test me. So it's gonna be better for him if I have the choice, because then I can prove myself by not slaughtering.
I'm not asking about your choice. I'm asking specifically about God's choice. Which world would God choose?
Listen. God would choose to test me. So yeah, that is God's choice.
God didn't tell you what to do? He just trusts you with whatever. If you choose to slaughter humans, it's fine.
I just have one question.
I would love the answer to my actual question, VFX. Which color would God choose?
Again, I do not think this is
Oh,
nuanced enough.
more dodge.
This is because life is way more complicated.
I'm
than
not
when you're
asking
looking at
about
the
your personal opinion about what you would choose in your life.
God
I'm
gave
asking
us-
what
God
God
gave
would
us-
choose.
Yeah, and so this is
But
what I'm
Is
that's
God
asking.
still
not
his personal
objective?
opinion.
Is God not objective? Did He not give you all the words that you need to make the right to tell you what He would choose?
And
God didn't tell him his preferences.
I'm not asking about His preferences. I'm asking about God's preferences.
Yeah,
God
God
wants
didn't
us-
tell him what he preferred.
Yeah, you all are dodging. Oh my
Okay,
God, this
I
is so
just have
hard
one
to
question.
watch, guys.
VPM.
This is horror
VPM,
hard.
I just have one question.
Why should I answer your question?
Why should I
because
answer
you're
your question?
Oh, because I
you're
asked you if you would, and you said you would.
And you're not.
You just
I got your consent for this. And
Right,
after
but
all
again,
this,
I think you have to understand
not
that
willing
God
to
wants
answer.
to be happy, and
What would
God wants you to have the
Claude-
option. Don't overtalk. Let's not do that. Let's be polite. And so when we are given the option, God will reward you on choosing what will make you happier in a way that is also according to His commandments.
Oh my God.
But
so much
but wait
coke.
1 second. So VPM drew some. So
Yes,
what
go ahead.
VPM drew, according to what you guys are saying, and what VPM drew, then it means that God would pick the red one, correct? One where you have the urge but do not exploit them.
Again, it's about context. Are you needing to kill an animal because you
VPM.
feel
Exactly.
I just
You
have
don't.
a question. If you consent,
Yeah, sure.
Oh no, you have to wait for a second. Actually, let's finish on this because I'm actually curious on this one. It's just I heard
everybody
so many
keeps cutting
things.
me off, and I'm getting a little annoyed. So if I,
mean, I didn't
if
cut
you
you
want
off,
me to
bro.
answer the
Did I-
question, if you
did
want
I?
me to answer the question, you need to let me finish.
Yeah,
and
but
I'll
you
let
have
know
to
when I'm
actually like fucking answer the question. Which color would God
finished.
choose?
Do not get agitated. I don't
Would
want you to
God
get
not
agitated.
choose one earth over the other?
I think God
he
wants us to
clearly
get-
created one.
God wants us to have the choice. God wants us to have free will.
So He
So-
wouldn't choose. God wouldn't choose between those earths.
That's not even what VPM asked.
Ah, Jesus.
Yeah. So based on what you said, VFX, that means God wants us to have the urge, and between
God
the
gave
between
us
the
God
between-
gave us the choice,
Okay.
not the urge. God
Okay,
gave us
okay.
the choice.
Okay, but between the four worlds that are there is one that has urge or choice, however you want to call it. I would say there's one that has it with no slaughter and one that has it with slaughter. If your God would rather choose, which one would you think they chose? Because I feel like you already
Earth
answered.
we live in
and
on
you
right
said
now.
that it
What
is-
Earth? Sorry, God. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
But-
sorry, God.
Sure, but I feel like you already answered this earlier on when you admitted that since, well, not since, but like you admitted that God would rather you consume plants, but He gives you the choice, correct?
And again, it matters if you are you have that urge so much to eat the plant, but if you don't, sorry, to eat the animal. If you don't have that urge to eat the animal, it's fine. It's okay. God will be okay with you eating that animal because it's irrelevant to you if you eat it or not. But if your mind is like wrapped around, oh, I need to eat meat, like a caveman type of thing, and you indulge yourself in eating the meat, then no, you don't really have that much self control.
So
God
God would
wants to
choose between this earth and this earth. Yes, am I understanding
Yeah.
correctly? So this is irrelevant. I'm gonna color over it now. Give me a sec. So this is no longer.
can I ask my question now?
Shit. No, please. we haven't finished
Nuclear,
yet.
nuclear. There you go. Perfect.
And we're gonna copy this as well to write that.
No,
So
I
it's-
don't think that's no. You can't cross that one off.
No,
Oh, why not? You said if you don't, if you do have the urge, it would be preferable, according to God, for you to abstain.
No, if you do not
cut
have
the one at the
urge-
bottom right.
Yeah, this one.
Bottom right. No, the bottom right VPM. Because then you have this way.
No,
you have
no. He
urge
says
and
no.
slaughter.
He says if you don't have urge should be on the top.
No,
of here.
can you?
The urge is up there. Hold on.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, you got.
Fuck me.
No. The no urge. Move the new urge to the top. Okay, that.
Something got fucked up here. Give me a sec.
Sure.
I'm just gonna make this layer smaller.
Move the no urge on top of the white.
There you
that
go.
works too.
Like that.
That works too.
Just got fucked up again.
It's okay. No, I know. We get it. It's okay. VPN.
No, I want it to be perfect. There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
And then,
all right, good job.
Like that.
No, don't cover that one up. Oh my God, you.
Why?
Okay.
You said that God would prefer if you do have the urge to abstain. You said it over and over again. Why wouldn't I cover this? He would prefer it, right?
He would still allow the slaughter for the people that don't have
No,
the urge.
I'm asking you to choose one of the earths. Which one he would
God
find
would prefer?
preferable? I'm trying to help you.
Neither.
So he would choose one of those three?
I would believe most likely he would choose purple.
So you have the urge and he would allow slaughter. He would choose where you kill God's children. He would choose where you kill God's children, right?
If you do not have the urge to eat meat, if that doesn't consume your existence.
Which is so stupid, guys, really.
Yeah, it is really stupid. Especially since VFX is not
every
answering the
argument
question.
can be boiled down. This is really stupid. When
So a preference, choosing...
That's a very healthy way of
yeah,
conversing.
choosing a preference is that you choose one option.
We just wasted the last 40 minutes.
No. So choosing...
Yeah, exactly.
So when you have a choice, that means you choose one thing that is the most preferable to you, right? So if God had to choose one earth, which one would he choose?
Because
by the way,
leave that. God, no, I'll say one last thing. God wants you to choose. He loves us enough to give us the choice.
So he wouldn't care. He wouldn't make the choice.
Again, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening and I've heard you, but I want an actual answer. What would God choose?
You're not absorbing anything because it just
I'm
shows
asking what would God choose, and I didn't get an answer to that. I'm absorbing fucking everything, you condescending prick. Absorbed everything that you
All
said.
right, I don't want to be yelled at like that. That's not appropriate.
Oh, poor baby. Which
when you calm down,
which one of the earths he would choose?
Let's act like grown-ups.
Let's move on, guys.
Which earth would he choose?
And not call people names, because this is not when we do that, we're just breaking down here.
You crying again. Which earth would God choose?
You're the one who's crying. You're the one who's calling people names. I'm trying to be professional.
Which earth would God choose?
1 second. I'm trying to be professional here. I'm trying to be
Why do you find it so hard to call it out?
Wait, VPM. Let me ask 1 second. So let me ask one question, because I heard you say that God would rather you try to abstain from your urges, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So then God would prefer that you abstain from the urge?
Yes.
So then wouldn't it preferable for everybody in the world to abstain from their urges?
Right, but if you do not have urges to eat meat, then it's fine for you to eat meat.
Yeah, so then according to you, if it's preferable for God so that everybody has an urge and that they abstain from it, then it's pretty clear that red is the solution, because in that world you both have the urge and everybody abstains from it.
Incorrect.
Wait, but you just acknowledged that would be the correct thing. You said logically
you misunderstood what I'm trying to say, because when I said the urge is irrelevant to what that urge is, even if it's a sin or not technically.
Then why the fuck did we add it as a criteria?
Let me finish, VPM. Don't cut me off. I'm getting a little agitated.
Oh, poor baby.
Oh, you're the one who's being a baby by calling people names and being aggressive.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm just like demanding an answer.
Is it okay for me to do the same thing that you're doing? You're the one
demand an answer from me? Yeah.
You're stop crying about it. And stop being
if
a baby.
I don't answer your hypothetical,
act like an adult and let people finish.
VFX, if I don't answer your hypothetical, you demand an answer from me.
Look,
definitely.
We were having fun at this point. I'm not having fun anymore.
Oh, VFX.
We need to chill out.
VFX, if you ask...
Chill out, VPM. I want to respect you, okay? You're losing my respect.
Are you done?
I want to respect you.
Are you done?
I thought you were a cool I'm not done yet.
Okay.
If you want to have a constructive conversation, let's not be yelly. Let's not be calling people names and saying baby and all that crap. Okay? We want to have fun. We want to enjoy each other's companies. Let's not do this.
Are you done now?
All right.
No,
but
hold
the-
on, Chip. Are you done?
Thank you for letting me vent.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you ask me a question and I dodge it, then yeah, you should hold me accountable and ask me for to provide an answer.
Fair enough, but I'm not trying to be dodgy. I'm trying to explain my point of view in life.
Well, you
okay?
could just choose a color.
That's not life. Is not like that.
Oh,
That's
well,
kinda
God is
racist.
like that. God is pretty objective.
You're just procrastinating. Just
Yeah.
answer the question.
I'm not procrastinating. I'm just explaining in my point of view of my.
You could
perspective
just
of life.
name a color.
It's not just a color. It's not a color thing. And again, if you have let's say you have the urge to love eating mangoes, right? Mangoes just gives you an orgasm every time you eat one. No,
Yeah.
I would say please don't eat that mango because that's weird that you're orgasming over eating
Yeah,
mango.
but-
And your urge to eat a mango is therefore a good thing for not eating mangoes. But a person that
VFX
is like, let me finish. But a person that is like decently fine with eating mangoes, peaches, bananas, whatever, right? That person has the free will to eat mangoes because it's fine. It doesn't hurt anything.
But
Do you
mangoes.
understand my
oh, sorry.
perspective now?
Yeah,
understand my
VFX, but yes,
No, no,
we
no, hold on.
understand your perspective.
Okay,
but,
thank you.
But VFX,
Alright.
but VFX. So we clearly understand your perspective, but
change the mango into a rabbit, right?
Okay,
I
but no,
I
let
get a hard on every time I eat a rabbit, which is really weird.
okay,
thing to
okay,
say.
but VFX.
But
VFX.
a person that is like totally. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, can I please say something?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So, with your mangoes analogy, okay? So, if a person has the urge to consume mangoes, and it gives them, as you said, some form of weird pleasure or whatever, God would prefer that they abstain from it, correct?
Yes. But God will not be angry at a person that eats
No,
mango.
no, I'm not saying.
Which is
I'm not
null and
saying that
fine.
God would. I'm not saying that God would. Okay, so if this in this world everybody who eats a mango gets that and has that urge, God would prefer that everybody in that world stop eating mangoes, correct?
So stupid, but correct, yes.
Okay.
I don't call it stupid.
No, but that's what God would prefer. I'm not saying that God would have. Okay, so now if we replace mangoes with animals, then if everybody in this world has the urge to eat animals, God would prefer that we don't, because we would, as according to you, he would rather we don't give in to our urge.
Again, not everybody has the urge to eat animals.
Hey, the chip guy.
So it would
One
be
second,
either
one
this
second,
one
one
or
second.
this one.
1 second, Cross, 1 second. So not everybody has the urge. I agree with you, but in a world,
But they eat
where
animals
the-
anyways.
But that's not the point. Let me finish.
That is
So,
the point.
If no, VFX. So if does in a world where one person has the urge to consume an animal product, God would rather they don't do that. Correct?
As long as that urge does not control them, and make
Yeah,
them,
he would
think
prefer
this
that.
Again, so if you eating animals or using animal products does not control your life in any meaningful way, it's fine to go ahead and partake into.
But why is it? Why is it that when it came to mangoes, you answered so easily, but when I replaced the mango with an animal product, you cannot answer
I
anymore?
did not. No, I did not say that. I said that.
When it was to mangoes, listen, VFX,
Again,
this is recorded.
no,
When
you
it came to mangoes, you said if all the people in the world urged for mangoes, then abstaining from that urge is what God would find preferable, correct?
Again, I didn't say that if all people urge for mangoes, nobody on Earth, there's a lot of people that really don't care if they eat meat or not. Okay, that doesn't.
But that's
control
not
their
okay.
lives.
Okay, we can
And the same thing
discuss
with
about
mangoes.
that. We can
And the
discuss
same thing
about
with
that if
mango
you want.
analogy.
We can discuss about that if you want. But let's refer strictly to the people that have urges, okay? The people who have urges to consume animal products, God would rather they abstain from it. That God would prefer that they abstain from it, correct?
For the individuals that have the urge.
Yes.
Yes. For the people that
So
have the
in a world, okay, so in a world, if you had to choose between two worlds, the people that don't have this urge, we don't care about them. In these two worlds, those people are equal.
For the people that
But
have
the people,
urge, they have
but the people that have the urge to consume animal products, according to you, which just multiplied, all the people who have the urge to consume animal products, God would prefer that they don't, correct?
Again, once again.
Yes, that's what he was saying the whole time.
Once
Bro.
again, if I don't understand why you don't understand my analogy. If you do not have the urge, to consume animal products, and you do consume animal products,
but if you do,
I think God will be okay with you because it doesn't command you. It doesn't
But if you
compel
do.
you. It doesn't make you a lesser person from
No,
consuming.
but come on,
those animal
you're
products.
clear. You're clearly like you're strawmanning the argument, because I said in the case of a human being who has the urge, they have the urge. A human being who has the urge to consume animal products, according to you, they should abstain from it. Or sorry, not they should, but God would prefer it that they abstain from it. You already said that. So if I multiply that by all the people that have the urge, that means that God would prefer that all the people who have the urge to consume animal products, that they abstain from it, correct?
That is technically correct.
Okay, so then in a world, if there's two worlds where whatever 50% of the population have the urge, okay, I don't even know what percentage, a certain amount of a certain percentage of people have the urge. Between two worlds, one where the people who have the urge indulge in it, and another one where the people who have the urge don't indulge in it, which one would God prefer?
I'm sorry, I was a little bit distracted for a second.
So
Can you say that again?
I'm still like, I now covered the two worlds that are not applicable, because you said no urge, it's okay to slaughter. Yes, urge, it's not okay to slaughter. So which one of those two worlds would God prefer?
So just to be clear, right? So as we said, a certain percentage of people, only a certain percentage of people have the urge, okay?
Yeah, I get. Once again, I think if God gives you the choice, and your mindset is clearly.
No. 1 second, VFX, because this is really important, okay? We really got to get through this. You already agreed that God would prefer that all people who have the urge to consume animal products wouldn't, correct? Shouldn't.
If you have the urge in a negative way, like this is, it makes you like, it distracts you from serving God, basically.
So if you have the urge to consume animal products, God would prefer that you don't, correct?
Again, did you hear what I said?
Yes, and he
Yes, but you
regurgitated it.
No,
Yes,
you regurgitated it in the wrong manner.
Yeah, but you see, just now when you said if the urge, just now you didn't just mention urge anymore. You already added the qualifier that if the urge is distracting you from your belief in God.
Yes,
So
I can add that to the urge.
When I mentioned the chocolate, when I mentioned the chocolate thing and the mango thing, that you are obsessed with eating mangoes, that somehow
Okay.
you get a pleasure out of it. That's not really serving God. That you have a new master, which is mangoes or chocolate. If you have a master that derives you from eating meat and that becomes your master, then no, that is not being a Christian, because
You
you can have
defending this
only
for
one
an
master.
hour. You defending this for an hour shows that you have a very big urge.
I just added it to the hypothetical. That's okay. We don't have to strawman the VFX. I just added it to the hypothetical. So in one Earth, you have the urge, and the urge is so strong that it distracts you from following God or whatever. And no slaughter. But in the other Earth, you don't have an urge, and therefore you do slaughter. Which one would God choose?
Again, God would want you to fight your
Dodger.
urges as long as it
Hold on.
commands you to be a better Christian or be a better person. So if you can be a better person by abstaining from eating meat, great. If you are still a normal human being and a decent Christian, you can have the meat. It doesn't command you. It doesn't become your master. So it's fine.
Hold on, can I ask a question? And then
Dumbass.
please, can we just have me talk
on
to
to
him for like 5 minutes, and then you guys can go back to your conversation.
No, I'm actually gonna
So
go.
talking.
I don't think it's gonna. I don't think I'm gonna get
Hold
an
on.
answer.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Please don't go.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, so VFX, you said that you get a hard on for killing the rabbits.
No, of course not.
No,
Was that-
that's a
so that was a joke,
hypothetical.
right?
It's a win with the hypothetical, Axel.
I don't feel good about. I don't feel good when anything dies in front of me when I dispatch an animal. That doesn't give me any pleasure. I do thank God when I do it. I do appreciate God's gift, and it's done. And I enjoy God's gifts. Do you think I get any? Do you think I get any pleasure from that instant when an animal stops breathing under my hands?
Then don't do it.
No. You get
No,
more
but
pleasure from the product afterwards, and you ignore the thing that you don't feel while you're doing that. That's the whole thing about it. You are essentially putting your pleasure on top of how you feel when you slaughter them. That's what you're doing.
I don't think. I think pleasure is the wrong word. I am thankful for
pleasure.
God's gift. It's not really, because I'm being thankful God's gifts. I work
You can
hard.
be thankful of God's gift and still appreciate the taste pleasure. The God's gift in this situation to you is
but
the
you're not
taste pleasure
experiencing.
that you
You're
get
not
from those
experiencing.
products.
It's like you're not experiencing God's gifts. It's like, hey, oh look, there's a picture of a flower versus me and holding and smelling and touching a flower. You're not really experiencing the whole flower, are you?
Sorry, VFX, are you gonna answer which world would God choose, the red or the green?
Let me look at your camera. Let me look at your.
Yeah, I'm
shared
gonna make
image.
it bigger for you, if I can. So that.
No. It's just I was alt tapped somewhere else.
Yeah.
Red snow is a new argument.
There you
Red
go.
snow.
Again, he wouldn't choose either.
Okay, VFX, I urge you one thing. VPM has this conversation on their channel. I urge you, just for your sake, to listen to it back, because I feel like obviously when you're talking, you don't really hear your arguments or yourself. But if you listen to it back, as I have done several times with my conversations, you will hear the fact that you are lacking logic in a lot of the things that you're saying, and you are using your own God's word to support something very violent, and when it lacks the sheer logic in it, I feel like you should definitely question it. It's just my opinion.
Sure.
Because
No, dude, it's fair, man.
Yeah,
fine.
like
That's your
you
opinion.
will
I'm gonna-
you will definitely benefit from hearing yourself
I
back.
understand.
By the way,
I agree. Everybody should listen to themselves. I totally agree.
Okay. Would you like me to link to my channel or to this live stream?
No, it's fine. I mean, it's funny that you have a whole team of people supporting you.
So you're not
feeding
gonna
you
watch
a
it
shin-
back. So you're just
No,
like appeasing cheap.
I don't. To be frank, no offense to you guys, I don't have time
Mhm.
to listen to a 40-minute conversation.
Yeah, you've been talking to us for 3 hours. You don't have time
I'm
to watch a
working and
conversation.
talking at the same time. Okay, so I'm not wasting my time.
yeah,
I'm-
come on,
I'm-
no, that's also not true, because you have been here for 40 minutes. I'm sure you'll come back, and we welcome you back. But anytime you want to come back, you could also, instead of coming back, just listen to the conversation back, just to kind of hear your arguments. Especially if you're so true to your belief in God, I feel like you kind of have a responsibility to listen to your arguments. Simply because I feel like yet again, all of us here don't think that what you're doing is any way or form fair, compassionate, or anything. And I'm not here to challenge your religion. I'm strictly here to challenge this part of it, the fairness and compassion.
I respect your opinion, and you're very. I think you're being genuine when you share these opinion. VPN, I think you're being super aggressive at times where it doesn't become productive. I think your questions are somewhat fair, but it doesn't help when you lose. You made me angry, and I'm sorry for being angry, but I think and I understand your passion, and I appreciate your passion, but I think next time, let's try and have a more...
I'm actually just
think we
like
had a-
as cool as a cucumber. It's just like my voice is kind of crass.
No, I'm fine with your voice. You have a normal, fine voice, but I can tell when you're being very agitated.
I'm
and
not. I don't get agitated anymore. Like almost never. I'm
Well,
incredibly in
didn't sound
control.
like that. You didn't sound like that 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
but that's irrelevant.
yeah,
Where's
I'm
that vegan
incredibly.
guy?
Yeah, VFX. I'm incredibly in control. It's just when somebody is dodging a question, I keep repeating for them to answer my
will-
question with my
Fair.
crass
Okay, but
voice.
I will let you know when you sound angry to me.
Well, I'm sorry, that's just your opinion, but that's okay.
No,
So would you
that's fine.
like?
We're
Would
all
you
sharing
like?
opinions.
Would you like the link to the stream or not?
I'm sorry? Sure.
Would-
Yeah, go ahead, son.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And David, if you want to talk, open the mic and talk. Don't be a coward. You're the one who's a coward.
Keep in mind that VPM was live for 7 hours. So
Wow.
8. So you might, if you go on that stream, you might need to scroll all the way to the end to listen to your conversation back.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So about
I don't
1
need to
hour
dodge
back.
questions, VFX. Okay, you're the one who dodged.
I'm not dodging anything, dude.
Yeah, you absolutely dodged.
I'm trying to express my point of view, what God would believe in, and if you want to partake in the conversation, you can. You don't have to be crass like that, okay? Like,
I can be whatever I want. Go cry
sure,
about it.
act like a monkey. Go ahead, throw your feces around.
You absolutely dodged though, VFX.
What's worse?
It's incredibly clear
killing
to
another
everybody.
sentient being or throwing your feces?
I think
I don't know. Feces spread diseases, so I don't know, man.
So do sentient beings if you farm them.
Ma'am, I don't think VFX was dodging. He didn't just get enough time to explain. So
He's had 2 hours.
I don't think I was. I don't. In my opinion, again, we're all sharing opinions here. I don't think I was given because these are not proper choices. You know, like God is not that black and white in treatment of man. Like He wants us. Each person has their own cross to bear, and I think that.
So he's pretty black and white in creating the world, right?
No, again, we're going back to this conversation. We already talked about this.
Yeah. Let's finish the
everybody
conversation.
Everybody has their own cross to bear, and if your cross to bear is to abstain from eating meat, then hallelujah, do it. If it's not your cross to bear, and you're fine with your mindset and your spirit to eat meat, it's not controlling your life, then cool, man. Have
What
at
about
it.
God's creatures and the animals? Are you ever considering them?
I imagine if somebody said that about eating humans.
Okay, well, you guys can
that's the
continue the
fattiest
conversation. I'm piking out. Thanks. See you later.
All right.
What do you think? Put one in the chat if he dodged. Please. And please, the people, the non-vegans who are listening as well. There are quite a few of you here. Put one in the chat or 2 in the chat. Put 1 in the chat if you think he dodged. Put 2 in the chat if you don't think he dodged. Please. Be honest about it. I just see vegans answering. Non-vegans, please. If you disagree that he dodged, just put 2 in the chat as well. 3, I don't know, Luis said. Well, you got here just a few minutes ago, I guess. Maybe. I don't know, I was ignoring the chat for the past 2 or so hours. Guys, anyways, this was fun. This was actually, I didn't get upset almost at all, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I disremember. But I think this was fun. One last time, please, guys, if it's possible for you to share the video that I literally worked on for months, and it has like 100 views. Please, if you have somewhere to share it, if you think somebody would like to see it, it's not propagating veganism, but it's teaching people basic psychology and ethics, I think. So if you can share it somewhere, if you have some platform to share it, please do me a solid. It's literally, I'm crying over it, for real. Please share it if you can. All right, thank you for coming. See you next time.